That's beautiful. It's really, I think, yesterday set the tone for today. What we need for today is to take it to the another level, higher and higher and higher.
Yeah, it's too. Which will be ordered.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for making time. I think we have arrived well on time, and we are starting again well on time. That's really something that we need to congratulate ourselves. We're starting on time. And well done to the team that is really doing the wonderful work to make sure that we are here, to make sure that we are starting on time, and also make sure that all the things that we need are well connected. So that's the beautiful thing. It's a note now. We started with a prayer yesterday. I think it's good to also take the lead for today again with a prayer. And who's there to pray for us? I think we have got some beautiful individuals that you led us with some beautiful prayers. I slept yesterday because of those prayers, and woke up well. And anyone to lead us with a prayer, then we can get today started.
Yeah.
Just anyone, then we do a reflection. Yes. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you so much for that.
Friends, Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this moment. Thank you for bringing us all together. Thank you for yesterday, thank you for what you did and what we did even beyond what we saw yesterday. We open this opportunity up to this year. We ask for that you will take perfect control. We ask you that you will navigate and facilitate this discussion, that connections, insight, wisdom, creativity, innovation, solutions for organizational, individual, national solutions will come out of this session in the name of Jesus. Everyone will be interested to your glory in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you so much for leading us with the prayer. Receive the blessings for today. Can this move? All right. I'm comfortable with moving. So when I'm stuck on this, I feel disconnected somehow. But yes, what can we do? Maybe. Just a quick one. We are just going to reflect on yesterday's session. I think we had so many great takeaways from yesterday's session, which I think it really unpacked the whole conference theme, the purpose of it. And I think the other thing that would be took from that session was the use of storytelling. I think that really connected and resonated with most of the people here. You and I could agree that storytelling, use of stories connects people, and it's also, I think, one way or another, it builds people. We have learned from the beautiful stories of, Lucy, Alex, Kevin, and, everyone who led those sessions yesterday. They used the aspect of storytelling to really connect and bring all of us to the complex theme, which speaks to us on whole system thinking, mindset. Whole system mindset, asset, transformation. We are buying into insights for sustainable development. Such are the key takeaways from that. Just a quick one. Any reflections for yesterday, insights before we could maybe go into the program? Just a quick one, anything to remember from yesterday, a key takeaway that you maybe learned, that you maybe are going to apply from here, you're going to apply from your once you're done with the conference. Anything to take? The quick one, just say that, thank you. Great. That's beautiful, balancing work and life. I also learned about that yesterday. Yes.
It's been a part of this afternoon. Been large, seeing ways to community. So I was actually inspired.
That's beautiful. You can always make a U-turn. It's never late. Anyone take the last two? Thank you.
Our dreams to our children, but we should let them be and support them in that which they want to be.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I think there's a quote by Osho. It says, sometimes we are living on a borrowed life because it has been instilled by people who don't understand it or go to understand themselves first. But it binds to what you're saying. Let's not try to live in our assurance. Let them be. The last one, Sam. Thank you.
I maybe my guys motivation.
I learned that one good act can unlock so much value to people. Through Dr. Will's story, where just one man was able to support her during a weak time, difficult time, and today the rest of it.
Great. Thank you so much. Do good, be good. You raise my good. One of the key takeaways as well was from Kenny. 3 phases of development as OD practitioners. The seed phase, she spoke about her journey when she started, her career journey. The discovery phase, you discover yourself to go through the process of life, right? That's it. The rediscovery and future thinking, I think it binds more to what the reflections that others have just said from this. I think the other thing was purpose. We spoke much more about purpose. That's the core now that I think it connects us to who we are. It connects us to the sense, or it connects us to why we are doing what we are here today. And that's beautiful. Why are we here today? We are here because of the purpose, the vision, the mission of the OLDN, community that speaks the OD language, not only the OD language, but speaks onto the aspect of whole system thinking, mindset transformation. It encompasses the holistic, touches the aspect of humanistic learning. That's, I think, one of the key takeaways. I think there were beautiful tools that came out from these reflections from yesterday's session. The use of storytelling, very important. Stories connect people. The use of dialogue. It's not a monologue conversation, it's a dialogue thing. You listen, I speak. I speak, you listen. We come together with a solution. That's dialogue, and that's the beauty. I think that's one thing that I picked from yesterday's session. The other thing that we managed to pick out, one of the tools that we picked out, was the use of asking questions. Questions add value. Questions, deepen the conversation. We asked, I think, Alex, all these questions. Her journey working from the villages, how was experience from the Kemi, Boy, how was experience when you're standing in front of that, white people, and you were, shaking, didn't know what to say, but all these questions, everything from there started to make sense because somebody asked you those deep questions, somebody understood you through the deep questions. The aspect of process consultation. This is one of the things that is only consultant or whatever the space that we are into, it speaks volume to us and the work that we do. Appreciative in time. The 24-story, building analog that Kiwi, Mr. Koziva Sabina shared yesterday, I call it Kiwi mostly, but it prefers Koziva Sabina for now. And the system thinking, the other thing of the IK is indigenous knowledge system. The local knowledge systems or the locals, we are losing mostly because we don't preserve. What are we doing to that? It's a question that I'm posing for that. The key reflections that I think you and I need to work on or take it from this is the aspect now, what are your development phases as a practitioner? Not as a practitioner, but as an individual. Take it as an individual, then go to practitioner level. Then I think that starts to make sense from there. The aspect of now, what are some of the lived experiences that shape your perspective? From yesterday's course, from yesterday's conversation that we had, what are the things that you are going to take? What are the things that you took? What are the things that you learned from the conversation that we had yesterday? I think we really, we had to learn, we had to unlearn some of the things, and that's the beauty of the conversation that we had yesterday. The other thing was, how can we, as only practitioners, help others, people, discover, amplify, and manifest their purpose? That's a question that I think it speaks volume again to the work that we do in our spaces. Sometimes like we said, we want to go at the top. Let's start at the bottom. I think that's the work. Then we do the groundwork, do the deep work from there, and it starts to make sense. You amplify other people, you become a torchbearer. That is why we are here. We are here because of the vision that started. We don't know when Dr. Justine, Walter, and our other colleagues, they started this. We didn't know. But the vision now became a reality because they were able to amplify it. They were able to take the torch and go forward with it. And we are gathering here in Gaborone. We are gathering here in Gaborone because of that particular vision. And then, how best can we integrate community issues and the indigenous knowledge systems to support organizations? Let's go back to those communities that we come from. Let's go back to our families where we come from. How are we incorporating all this information that we learned or that we are going to learn from this two-day conversation and ensure that these people in our places, in our families, they get to understand why are we doing this, how can they be part of this? And then it will be interesting that in the next 2 years, 5 years, we have a community of people not only coming from our neighborhoods, but in far villages, because that's the beauty now. We have built a network that leaves no one behind. That ensures that we all become, part of this mission. We all become part of this vision, and that's beauty. It's a question that was posed, and that is posed to us from the reflections of yesterday. And then, what is the role of ownership leadership? If people follow you, what is the role? It's you follow people. What is the role? That's the beauty of it. As leaders in our spaces, we don't become leaders in offices. We become leaders even outside. You can become a leader. Down the profession that you are into, the work that you are doing, you are a leader. So it takes that part. You ask yourself this question: if people are leading me, if people are growing me, how am I leading? Are they connected to the vision? I think these are some of the reflections that we took from yesterday's session, and we are going to move quickly to second session. The first session for today, which now I'll be calling again Dr. Justine Chinoperekweyi, the CEO and President of Organization Leadership and Government Network, Zimbabwe, and to do our welcome remarks. Then we can proceed with the next other presentations once it's done. We're ready to welcome Dr. Justine Chinoperekweyi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Njang. And good morning, colleagues. Welcome to our day one of the OLDN conference, a platform, a space to ignite insightful conversations with a focus on really not just conferencing, but coming up with tangible results in terms of transformation in our organizations, in our societies, in our families. The practice of organization development starts at individual level. So as you leave Gaborone, for those who traveled, as you leave this place, for those who are local, there must be something really transformative. We need to really commit to that mandate of leading sustainable strategic change. And I'm excited that we have representations from different countries and colleagues who are online. I see a long-time colleague and mentor, an expert in OD, Patrick Shortier there, 40 plus years in practice. He's in Canada, and I think it's early in the morning or late night, but he's here joining us. Thank you, Patrick. We'd love to hear your voice shortly. I also see colleagues online who are coming from Kenya, where we are starting our platform, OLDN Kenya. We just had our launch meeting last week, and the team that is in Kenya who are committed to this mission, I see some of them joining us online. Our former board member online, Madam Jerry Jobu, she's joining us from Dubai, and we're expecting other colleagues from the US. We are an international organization with a mandate to facilitate real transformation across the globe. And like I indicated yesterday, we don't need 1,000 practitioners to do that. We just need a handful of practitioners who will run this mandate of advancing organization development. So as we run this mission, you are never going to see us with 1,000 practitioners in the room. That will be fake way of engagement. That will be fake conferencing that doesn't manifest value. I have attended conferences like that, 300, 1,000 people in the room. As people leave that room, they don't have something tangible. They don't have stories to share from their previous conferencing. And this is not the space in this conferencing. And I take that as a responsibility to be checking on everyone who attends our conferences to say, what are you doing in your spaces? What value are you creating? What stories do you have to share about this practice? And that's a commitment that we want as we gather a conference like this. The world is holding so much conferences, much of which are not manifesting any value. People come, they go the same way. It just becomes a retreat where we come to Gaborone with nice trips. Here, when we go back to our spaces, no value creation. And that's why we integrated Doctoral Consortium this year to say our practice is informed by research. And today we have a lot of fake PhDs as well, emerging all over the globe. You can get a PhD overnight in Africa. Do you know that, Kevin? Is it happening in the US?
Oh, yeah.
People can get overnight PhDs and start calling themselves doctors. But we want to change that narrative as we play our role as OD practitioners, because OD is a practice profession. You can't be OD and be a theoretical person who doesn't practice what they say. And this is the message we carry across in our practice and as we do these conferences. So this year we are gathering on a theme of whole system mindset and asset transformation. And this is something at the core of Botswana. The Botswana government is advancing the reset agenda, a nationwide mindset transformation initiative. And as we learned yesterday, what happens in the communities, as Dr. Will said yesterday, is a reflection of what we see in organizations. Our organizations are not performing well. It means something is wrong in our communities. And rather than trying to address organizations, let's go back to the village. Let's address the community. Let's embrace right values at community level. But what we see today is someone doing all sorts of things out there and wanting to act when they come into an organization and they put a corporate hat. And that doesn't manifest real value. So our engaging on this platform is to ensure we do that and we manifest that value. We are what we are calling the co-creating a regenerative Africa initiative. And this is our way of speaking into planetary issues, the environment. And this is being led by Lawrence Ellis and in partnership with Mercedes Martin. We want to embrace the environmental issues in our conversations. We want to address grand challenges in our conferencing. OD is not about leadership development. OD is far from just coaching. OD is far from just employee engagement. If you go on LinkedIn and you check most of the OD practitioners, they are only doing leadership development, coaching, employee engagement, and they call themselves OD experts. That's not OD, that's just a piece of what OD is about. Because anyone can train a grade 7 student to start doing leadership development and they can start training leaders at primary school. That's not OD. OD is bigger than that. It's about addressing grand challenges. So as you are sitting there, what is the grand challenge that you are addressing as an individual? What is your role in making this world a better place to live? That's at the core of OD. So we are embedding the planetary issues, and I'm happy that we have the team from Employee Africa with this tree planting and sponsored work initiative. We are going to talk more about this as an organization because it sits well with what we are advancing at this moment in time. And we need that more to be part of our anthology that we are publishing. Saying this is what is happening in Botswana. And yesterday, the government saw this banners, and there's something, a conversation, a good conversation with you, for us to document that there's a plus, say, because we were there, this is what happened, and we follow up to ensure that that relationship is manifesting back. That's our way of conferencing. We connected Alet and Musa. She knows Musa, and we want to make every time what happened, what did you get from Alet? How are we going to use it in Zimbabwe? And these are the conversations we want going forward. So this is our work, this is what we do, and we're excited to be here, we're excited for this mission and where we are going. So I take this time to welcome you to OLDN 2024 conference, which we are hosting as the hybrid engagement with our colleagues online and us here in Cape. Thank you so much for your time. Allow me to give the floor to my colleague, Vice President in our network, Madam Bontle, Marumoloa. She's our second Vice President, if you can come. She's our second Vice President, and we also have Dr. Justine from Nigeria, who will be joining us online. That's our executive team. And we also have international directors in different countries. And Mr. Njang is the international director for Botswana. And we have Mr. Martin Wanjoy is online. He's the international director for Kenya and is initiating that in Kenya. We are working with Mr. Seppo Magoma in South Africa. She'll be in touch with you, Dr. Boy, to be the mentor there as we are starting South Africa, and I am declaring my colleague here, Mr. Clement, to be championing OLDN Zambia. And from this conference, we'll be talking about that in November. We will definitely see us in Zambia, whether Clement like it or not. Before the end of November, you are going to see me and Dr. Boy in Zambia. Either we are going to do street work, evangelism, or OD, we don't give us space, but we are going to definitely be this. Thank you so much. I'll give the floor to Madam Bontle.
Morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you to this special occasion. And we are delighted as OLDN to have your presence at this event today. You will agree with me that the convening of OLDN in Bontle in 2024 is the oldest initiative in our journey. Yes, we are here to build on our integrated conference principles, which were rewiring the leadership mindset and concepts, human-centered designs for individual, organization, and societal transformation. And now, as we move to our OLDN 2024 conference, the theme, whole system mindset and heart-first transformation, insights and interventions for sustainable development. As I said, builds on to what we agreed on from our principles from last year, the 2023 conference. We are also guided by Co-Creative Regenerative Africa Initiative. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that we cannot be sitting here without making reference to the impact of climate change that poses a risk to our ecosystem, agriculture, and livelihoods. It is against the foregoing that, as a network, we need to adopt the whole system mindset transformation interventions to address the challenges that we face globally. As we do this, we need to also sit down and reset our agendas. As we reset our agendas, we also remember that we are not experts. As OT practitioners, we are not experts. We are moving away from the traditional way of saying I'm an expert, I know everything, to a more inclusive and transformational approach of sitting together in an environment where we create safe spaces for people to think together, to dream together, to envision the future that we want for ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, as we sit here today, remember last night during the conversations that we had, we shared about the different aspects of our lives. We shared about the different ways that we can use to incorporate into our systems so that as we transform, we remember that we can infuse different aspects like the culture and to reframe, use them to reframe our mindsets and to transform not only ourselves at individual level, to transform our organizations and also to transform the whole society. As I have already pointed out, this environment here is a thinking environment. We are not going to be, only listening to our speakers, but we're going to be holding conversations that are going to lead us to put our dreams into practice. As we dream together, I know we have all been dreaming for this day to become a reality. And as we sit here today, the day has come. The 2 days that we are going to be here, we are going to try to shift our mindsets, to rewire our mindsets, to also believe that together as a team, we can make it. I'm also going to say that, like traditionally, when we would be in the presence of Dr. Justine as our CEO, we'd all be sitting here and believing that Dr. Justine is going to be here giving us all the answers.
Like I said, this is a thinking platform. This is a platform where we are going to be dreaming together. And fortunately, in OLDN, we don't believe in hierarchies. And because we don't believe in hierarchies, we are going to try as much as we can to apply our minds, engage, hold conversations, learn from each other. We are also going to provide space for our doctoral students for research. And as we do that in the safe space that we have provided in this room, we remember that we are all doing this so that we move forward, we transform not only ourselves, but the whole world. Yesterday, we learned from the conversations that were led by Kenny, Alette, and Bree, when they were sharing their experiences, that we need to be purpose-driven. I think as we are gathered here today, we should also be asking ourselves, what is our purpose? And what do we want? Where do we want to go? And in conclusion, I am going to say, I wish you a wonderful, insightful, and fulfilling experience. We remember our purpose, and as we remember our purpose, let's have that wonderful experience of engaging, networking. Most of us here have not met in person before. It is our first opportunity to meet in person. We've been looking forward to this event where we will network. Let us take away the good experiences that we shall share during today and go and apply the transformed mindset in our different aspects in our lives.
Be with us in our and being part of these conversations. I had so many takeaways from their welcome remarks, and I think that speaks more of it. I think there's the aspect of our role is only practitioners in leading the vision, in understanding that we are not experts, in understanding that we need to learn, in understanding that we need to hold conversations that build people, that don't disconnect people, but rather build people. And it brings us to this key theme of learning. It doesn't stop from, I don't know if it all stands, I mean, if it all stops. I think it stops when somebody dies or when they leave this other side of the world. But we keep learning. And that's the idea behind living the expert mentality. You don't know anything, you don't know it all. And today, we need to be those individuals who are always seeking to learn. Yesterday I was learning. I was quiet for some time, for a part of time. I was learning. I was digesting the conversations of yesterday. And I can't say it's only me, but everyone was there even listening. We listened to those stories, understood those stories. But the other thing that I picked from Madam Bontle is the aspect of thinking platform. I think it's one key word that we need to take it and adopt it as we go through this conference, that you are here to think together. You are here to build, we are here to build this mission together. So let's come in spirit. Let's come let's come together in spirit to think together, learn together, and transform this whole continent. This transform Botswana. We don't know how much transformation this conference is going to make. And what happened from Zimbabwe last year, and we're expecting more to happen again from this conversation. It all started with that conversation. It all started with the convening that we had in Zimbabwe, and then a lot happened from there. And this is why we are here, because of the conversations that we had in Zimbabwe last year. We became thinking partners, the think tanks, they say. At this moment, I think we're going to be taking the second session, the second presentation from the online, which will be led virtually by on building bridges, cultivating connections for transformation. So that's
the way of us.
okay. Thank you. Great.
We're not here yesterday. Mr. Simuka arrived last night. And see, yesterday, who else was not here last night? From, I think, the leader of the so that's during the 55 events, and I think we move to the next. What kind of expectations who are you?
Yes, that was fun. And I thought I could just sneak in and have it. Thanks, and I'm quite happy to be here. I actually got interested in this. I thought on the timeline that we'll be presenting on some more of the conference. My name is Justine. I'm an HR professional. I work for an NGO. It's a global organization, Conservation International, and we basically conserve nature for the future. So I'm generally basically interested in networking across the globe, and considering as well that I do work for global organizations, just to build networks, share experiences, and to leverage on the experiences of those maybe locally. I think I'm quite happy with you mentioning that we are so big on hosting large number conferences, but not enough impact. So I'm just quite interested in, I don't do much of OLDN, so I was interested in seeing what it's all about, and the impact that you intend and the mark that you intend to leave locally as well. It's good enough to have a global aspiration, but if you don't begin locally or in the space that you are at, what impact are you doing in your individual capacity and in your local space? So I was just interested to get to know that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I also need the guys online, Patrick and Michael, to just open your minds after this presentation so that we also test we can hear you clearly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Justine. Thank you very much. I'm so excited to be here at this conference. My name is Joshua Simuka. I'm from Harare, Zimbabwe. I arrived yesterday and I missed the dinner. Hope we are going to have another one on the closing day. So I'm a research fellow at Harare Institute of Technology. I work in the postgraduate unit of strategy and innovation, where we are administering a postgraduate program called a Master of Technology in Strategy and Innovation. And soon we have it online. I want to see you also taking part in that program. Here, excited to be here to discuss how best we can build our prepared future. We need to play our part. We need to bring together these various concepts and prepare for the future that we want as Africans. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll try online, Patrick. Can I mute?
I'm sorry, Justin. What was the question? I think we're having technical issues. I just want to say, if you can hear me, I'm glad to be here. A lot of honorable people here. I want to learn, I want to listen. And if I can stay awake, that'd be great. So all the best. Have a great day. Have great conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Emmanuel?
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
You can hear you. Go ahead. Thank you. We'll come back to you as a source to what you are about Chinoperekweyi. I'll come to you at community. And then I think Adam is where are you here? Jenny? What do you have to share?
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Bontle. I'm an English professional. I've been with it's a child teacher. I'm contributing to organization transforms from being star sections. Then I went to the organization. However, one of these, one of this, one year of my about, then I empowered to be and then I went to the sector. So since then, I really has transformed. When I joined the company, I was just going to the offices and my work and never really went about my what but since I joined this organization, the OLDN, I realized that it's very crucial and really out into the field and sitting with the guys once that us and all that. And that's when I got to learn a lot in terms of what they do and what impacts impacted also in my career as a so my journey with OLDN really is a learning journey. I'm here to learn and to network and just like say I'm here to learn and to ensure that the things that I learned here I also impact in what I want to do. Because my mission or my mission is elevating humanity. So I mean, in the end, that's journey to ensure that as that's my own company, which I already started. But with the learning that I'm going to have here, I believe I'll start implementing on the vision that I. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I trust you all slept well and those who traveled overnight and are here with us. It's great to have the crowd growing. I joined or I got involved in this organization mainly, I think, by association first. But then I found that it began to feed on my greater passions, like greater passions and purpose for the development of Africa and for the development of organizations. I found that as I was engaging, I found it was linking me, like, especially last night, my whole mind was alert when people were talking about ground, how we can do groundworks, involvement in how we can involve entire communities in this entire, in the transformation process. It's something that I've worked, because I've worked in all, I've worked in community development, I've worked in schools, I've worked with people, I work with people. So I found that when people started to talk about that, it was a part of me that really was set alight, because I've often thought a lot of these programs are out there and they come and go, but they don't have impact where it matters. So I started listening when they talked to, when the conversation shifted to getting in touch with communities and developing and having the impartation of those OD skills at community level and how that they can then transform the world. I work in a school, and there's a diverse, in our school, it is quite a large school and it's got different structures, but we work with quite a varied group of people, from the parents to the teachers to the children. And the approaches that I'm learning as I'm working at, I always find that each approach, each group of people, each sector of people requires a different approach. And for it to be transformed to where you want to take it. So this entire journey is very exciting for me, because I can pick up that, okay, this one works with this group of people, but it doesn't necessarily work with that attitude. I can co-create with these people, but when I go to, there's a certain level of dependency that is required of me at that level. So it's a very dynamic kind of thing. It's not static. You have to be on your feet all the time. How do I relate to the parents? How do I relate to the children? How do I relate to the staff or the subordinates? So that whole system's mindset and transformation is really engaging for me. So I'm here to learn, and I'm here to open up my mind and to see that my purpose is fulfilled. I know that somewhere along the line, I'm going to pick up where my purpose is really aligned to and run with it. And really looking forward to hearing from everyone.
Thank you so much. Back to you.
Thank you so much for this session that Dr. Justine on building bridges, cultivating connections for transformation. Here to learn, unlearn, and relearn for the next 2 days. I'm also part of this thinking community, thinking network. At this moment, we are going for opening keynote address by Marumoloa, our head of delegation from Zimbabwe, CEO for National Blood Service, Zimbabwe. She'll be taking us on conscious mindset and heart set transformation. May we clap hands and welcome and give the platform. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. And good morning or good evening to our online community, depending on wherever you are. I'm sure we have time differences with some of them. It might be night, it might be noon, wherever you are. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2024 edition of our OLDN conference, which is the second one for me. And I'm very excited to be here today to share with you my own perspective of how this journey has been for me as I attempt to tackle the theme that we have this year. As you already heard, I'm the Chief Executive Officer, but I like to call myself the team leader, because Chief Executive Officer tends to create a chasm between me and the team that I lead. So I'm just a team leader from the National Blood Service Zimbabwe. I lead a team of 6 which makes me the 7th in terms of the executive team. And then we have a total staff complement of about 210 within the organization, and then also about 20 students in the organization. So just to give you a brief background on the organization, the team that I'm talking about. And then beyond the National Blood Service Zimbabwe, I'm also working a lot with women's organizations in terms of empowerment when it comes to corporate governance issues. I'm a corporate governance trainer. I'm a trainer for a program called Professional Director Certification, which is done in consultation with Governance Solutions Canada. So I'm one of their trainers, and I sit on the boards of a few organizations. So I like to look at governance issues specifically. I am very passionate about that. Then one of the boards that I sit on is called ESG Network Zimbabwe. And from the organization, I think you already know, we talk sustainability a lot. The reason why I'm giving this background is because it will help you understand why I structured my presentation the way I have done so. So I was told to talk about whole system mindset and heart set transformation. And I then added that bottom part there, sustainable leadership, where we are balancing the profit, the planet, and the people. No wonder why I mentioned the background of me sharing a board called ESG Network Zimbabwe, because sustainability is what we are talking about, and I think it resonates well with what we're dealing with in this conference. So I will be talking about the sustainability, I'll be talking about the SDGs, I'll be talking about my experience in leadership and how we've managed to, how I think we've managed to balance mindset and heart sets, and where we have fallen short, the gaps that we have noticed, and what I think we should address going into the future, because I believe that we've not got everything right. So the point is not to focus on the PowerPoint, it's us to have a conversation with me telling you what I've gone through, with my team, by the way, and how we have triumphed, where we have fallen short, and then at the end, we can then have a discussion so that by the time that we leave, we have pointers as we go into our new strategy formulation. So I'll give you a background of the organization, what drives us as an organization in terms of the course, how the blood process is filled, but I'll do this very quickly, and then we'll go into the blood program and the SDGs, which is where we go into the heart set mindset transformation, and then how we look into the future. So very quickly, we are structured as a not-for-profit organization. And yet in many countries in Africa, blood service is actually a part of the government. It's a parastatal, but for us, it's a not-for-profit organization. And we are actually governed by a board of directors, and we subscribe to the WHO principles in every way. And as an organization that subscribes to the WHO principles in every way, we make sure that we are self-sufficient in terms of providing blood for the citizens of Zimbabwe, because we are the sole providers of blood and blood products to our nation. And our collections hover between 60 and 90,000 per annum, and our target for this year is about 87,800. I think we are well on track towards achieving that target. When you look at what WHO says, it says that 1% of the population, if they give blood, you will have enough for your needs. And when you look at the 15 billion population in Zimbabwe, it means we need 150,000 units, but that's too much for our system. So 87,700 is good enough for us. Right, so we are operating from 5 locations in Zimbabwe. So each one operates within a radius of 200 kilometers. That helps us to cover the major hospitals. So we don't need to have presence in each and every town. Those 5 are doing a good job. There's plans to extend to 2 other satellite centers, but 12 those are long-term plans. And that map just shows you where we are now, where you've got the blood drops there, and then the stars there show you where we intend to move to in the future. And then when we look at our major cost drivers there, as you can see, the biggest chunk goes to the operations, which is your lab testing, because that's what's the meat of the matter. We want the bloods to be safe, so the lab operations should take up the greatest chunk of our operational budget there. And then, of course, the admin costs, your staff, your fuel, everything that goes into making sure that the organization is running. And then the rest is divided on blood collection and donor recruitment. So by and large, if you combine blood collection, lab costs, and admin, you realize that it is the operations that drive the blood, the costs within our organization. And then the frivolities are taking up a very small budget of just about 12%, if I may put it that way. So the money is going to the core business of the organization. And then that's just showing you what happens to your unit of blood when you donate it to us, how we can process it into multiple components and so forth. And well, I'm going to skip a lot of that because I want to go into what matters. This is just to show off a bit, to say that we're using technology in our organization. We are not manual, we are automated in a lot of things. And therefore you can trust that whatever blood we give you, it is safe. And this is to show you the projections that we make in terms of collections, where we're coming from and where we're going. 2024 is projected at 87,700. And then 2025, well, we'll see how 2024 turns out. So why am I talking about the blood programs and SDGs? Why am I talking about blood programs and sustainability? Why am I talking about blood programs and heart set and mindset rewiring? Right. We know blood donation is a selfless act where individuals are coming in to give their blood voluntarily. And they're giving this blood to people they may never meet. And they don't know whether they themselves will ever need a transfusion. Maybe they might never get to need a transfusion, yet they come time and time and time again, right? But the blood that they give may be used for therapeutic use, or it might go into the manufacture of therapeutic biopharmaceutical medications. But yet somebody takes their time to trust me and my team with that unit of blood selflessly. That means I have a responsibility to that particular person. That means I must do everything in my power to make sure that my heart and my mind is in the right place to serve that person who has taken time to come and make that precious donation. I know in some other countries, you donate blood only when your relative is in need, or you donate blood in exchange for some money. That's a paid donation or family replacement type of donation. With us, it's voluntary, non-remunerated. So imagine somebody coming in expecting no reward. The only way I can thank them is to make sure my heart and my mind are in the right place. I'm doing justice to that unit of blood. That's why I'm saying heart set and mindset are important for me, and why I'm standing here in front of you to speak about that. And as we operate, we are saying that our organization intersects with some of the SDGs, the 17 SDGs. But there are many ways that this intersection will be demonstrated to you, and I will take you through it in a little bit. And then as I take you through the intersections, I will then show you how we have rewired, or where we have failed to rewire, what the opportunities actually exist. But before we do that, let's just talk about why the mindset and heart set really matter. Not because you don't know this theory, you actually know it maybe much better than I do, but just as a means of refreshing our minds, right? We're saying that whenever you want to change a system, whenever you want to change a culture, whenever you want to change organization, it's not a walk in the park. People are set in their ways, and moving them from their status quo into something new is not an easy task. For anybody who's gone through organizational change, a lot of them can testify that it was not easy at all. Even if it's an issue of introducing something totally new, which you know will improve the lives of the people, a new technology will be resisted. A new process will be resisted because people will ask you, what's wrong with the way we've been doing things? If it has worked before, why are we changing it? If it's not broken, why are we fixing it? So these are the things that we have to deal with in leadership. And because as leaders, we tend to change poorly oftentimes, we find that the change that we are trying to bring in, even if it's good for the people that we intend it becomes resisted. It gets resisted. That's because on our own as leaders, we look at the behavioral aspects. We focus on the end results. We don't look at the process. We don't look at the people that are involved. We are worried about what good it will do for them. It's like taking medicine and you are forcing it down the throats of a baby. And you're saying it's good for you. But the baby doesn't understand, right? Even if the medicine tastes bitter and there's a good result, the baby will resist. Even if the medicine is sweet, and the baby does not understand why they need to take the medicine, they will resist. I have a 7-year-old child, even if you give her a sweet tasting medicine, if you have not convinced her why she's taking the meds, she will not do it. She needs to understand that she is not well, and this medicine will target this and that and that. And when she takes it for so many days, this is the expected outcome. Only when you appeal to her emotions, will she be able to swallow, no matter how good it tastes. So this is the same thing in leadership. When you're bringing a change, you have to appeal to the emotions of the people so that they will want the change, so that they will crave the change, so that emotionally they buy into it, so that they really believe in what you're saying. So it's a game of appealing to the audience. Right. So Nelson Mandela did say that a good head and a good heart are always a formidable combination. So what it means is that logic and the right emotions, when you bring them together, you do wonders. So even if you bring in the right logic and you try and reason with me, but if my emotional side has not connected to it, I might still not even see the reasoning behind it. So people have to be handled both from the logical aspect and from the emotional side. That's the heart, the mind, and the heart. So it's important to do that. When we look at the mindset, I tried to look at definitions of what is the mindset. And then I saw a 2024 publication by Ash Bakanan. There are over 100 definitions of mindset that have been offered over the years. And I couldn't, for the love of God, pick which one. But I just decided to then look at what I think makes sense for this presentation. With heartset, there were not so many, but still, it's still very complex, but you can think about it as the emotional side. Well, let me try and see what I believe the mindset is. For me, when you're talking about the mindset, like I said, it's the logical side of things. It's about the state of mind, how I'm set in certain ways, how I believe certain things to be, how I think certain things to be, how I have been socialized, conditioned, fashioned to see things, my perspective on the world. And it controls how I do things, and yet also affects my opinions on certain things. You know, there are certain people who are very opinionated. You can tell them, you can give them evidence of certain things, but still they are opinionated. They believe that the sky is red. And even if you show them that this bag is blue and this bag looks exactly like the sky, they will still say, no, I see this is blue, but to me, the sky is red. This is how they see the world. For me, this is what I believe mindset is. Then when we look at the heart set on the other side, it's that desire, it's that which drives you, it's that which keeps you going when all else stops making sense. It's the emotional side of you, that internal perspective that says, hey, you can do this. Hey, you must do this. Hey, keep going, keep pushing. Right. So I like running, and normally every morning I go for a run, except for these past 2 days because I've really been quite exhausted. So normally you'll find that when I'm running, there are days when I wake up and my body just does not want to run. My body just does not want to run. And then I just tell myself, look, you can do this. Come on, you can't let your body rule over you. Although in my club we say mind over matter, but I don't really think it's the mind, it's the heart that tells me that, Lucy, you can do this. Lucy, you can do this. The last run that I did back home, I went out and I just needed to do 10 kilometers. But when I got there, just as I hit my 8th kilometer, I said to myself, no, I have the energy, I can do 8 more, you know? And the moment I convinced myself I could, yes, I did. So yes, that's the part that I'm talking about. That which drives you, that gets you there, that makes you want to leave a legacy, that which says, hey, I want to create generational wealth. such that when I no longer there, people will remember that I passed through this world. That which says, I want to leave a mark in this world, so that people will remember me for such and such. That's the heart set that I'm talking about. But in business, how do we use this tool? Or why does it matter for us to look at both the mind and the heart? Because we say that make sure your heart is set on your desired, and with a winning mindset, you will overcome great odds. In other words, when you have the right mindset and the right heart set, you are able to overcome anything. The mindset is the logic side, which says, what is it that I want? And you theorize and you really put your logic, your mind, you really frame it well. And then the mindset is the one that pushes you to say, you can do this, go for it, you can do this. And therefore, when you see obstacles, your heart set will keep pushing you to achieve that which your mind is set out to do. So when we fail to recognize the interplay of these two, you can then fall into failure. If you are in an organization, that's when resistance comes through. Because what happens is this, you then bring in an intervention, well thought out, but you fail to take care of the emotional needs of the people. Let's talk of technology. When you bring in a new testing technology, for example, in my own setting, when we bring in a new testing technology, the first thing that is in the people's minds is fear of being replaced by machines. Nowadays, we're speaking of AI replacing a lot of jobs, and everybody is very anxious. And when you are as old as I am or older, AI is not your friend, because we really do not understand this creature called AI. We think that it's coming in the form of robots that look like human beings, such that when you meet them on the streets, you don't know whether you've met Lucy the person or you've met Lucy the robot. You see? So this is how people perceive AI. So when you want to bring in new technologies, people are thinking, am I being replaced? Am I being used to bring in an intervention that will ultimately push me out of the organization? So whilst you deal with the logic, you've got to assure them, you've got to give them that assurance to allay their fears that they are still part of it. Or if they have to be moved around and there has to be process rearrangement, you've got to make them feel that they are not threatened. You have to appeal to their emotions. That's why the logic and the aspects need to be dealt with together concurrently. Fail also fails because of lack of understanding. People fail to understand why we need to fix something that's not broken, which I did allude to at the very beginning. The reason why they believe that we are fixing something that is not broken is because we have not shown them that there are better ways of doing what they've already been doing. So when you want to appeal to somebody to change, you've got to make them understand that they are still important, but you're only enhancing their performance by bringing in a different way of looking at things. That means you're appealing to them so that they emotionally connect to whatever intervention that's coming through. And I think in organizations, we fail to do that. We normally just look at the logic. And sometimes as well, which I have experienced, is the top-down approach, is the wrong approach. We sit in the boardroom, me and my team of 7, and we decide that we need to change 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we do all the groundwork, and then we come and we say, right, this is what we're doing. And when we do that, oftentimes it doesn't come to fruition. People want to feel that they belong. They are emotional beings. They want to feel that they are important. So the best way is get them involved, co-create the need for change. Even if you sit in the boardroom and decide that there's need for change, the way you bring everybody on board is important, rather than communicating that we now need to do that. It's best to go back to the grassroots and say, we have a problem. How do you think we need to solve this particular problem? You will be amazed at the solutions that can come from there, and then it starts from the bottom coming up. And sometimes you realize that what you discussed in the boardroom as the executive team is actually inadequate. There's more that you can learn from the grassroots, which you did not know, because as executives, we sit in our air-conditioned offices, we are not in touch with the reality, but the people that are on the shop floor know exactly what is going on at the grassroots. One classic example, I know within my organization, we decided that we need to start looking at diverse income streams. We came up with ideas, we wrote them down, we tried, it was not working. And then one time, I said to my team, you know what, let's involve our lower level management. But when I'm having this conversation, I don't want you guys to be there. By the way, these are two of my executives. Father Blessing and Mr. Mtene, they are two of my executives. He's the human capital administrator. He's the blood supply executive, who's the equivalent of the CEO in the organization. So I said, I don't want your level in there. I want your juniors. I want to have open and honest conversation with them. We had an interesting discussion, and many of the ideas that came in are ideas that me and my team had not thought about. And these are things that we are running with now, and we can see traction. And not only traction, the participation is amazing, because they felt that they are needed. They felt that they are part of the system. And one of the things they will tell you is that, well, we want you to do these things, and we see the problems, but we can't tell you because we believe that you know it all. So we will watch from the sidelines. That's what they will tell you. It's because you've done a top-down approach. And also, now the last thing is why changes fail is when people have poor role models. What I mean by poor role models is who is leading the change? Do you have the right integrity to be the person articulating the change? It calls for yourself to introspect as a change champion. Do I have the right credentials to be standing there and speaking this language and telling everybody this is how things should be done? Do I lead by example? You may be a very good person technically and you're bringing in a technical solution, but if your behavior, if your conduct leaves a lot to be desired, people are emotional creatures. They will associate your behavior with your technical expertise and they may not connect with you because they know, they will say, look who's talking. So whether we like it or we don't, as leaders, we've got to look at ourselves and say, how are we conducting ourselves in the workplace? That means introspection of our own heart sets, our mindsets. Why are we doing this change? Is it simply from the technical side, or we really want the organization to move forward and there's integrity and everything that is involved in it? So, in summary, what are we saying? We're saying that when we show up with the mindset of love in business, it calls for us to collaborate and not fight. A lot of fighting happens even at some executive level. Like I said, I lead a team of 6 and I'm the 7th. It's unfortunate that the 6 that I lead are men and 2 of them are sitting here. Unfortunately, I have had to do a lot of refereeing and firefighting between these 6 men. So, you know, why? It's because I guess the testosterone levels cause them to compete rather than to collaborate. It's a common phenomenon. But you see now, through a lot of talking, intervention, not only by myself, but also bringing in external parties, we are now realizing that together we are stronger rather than when we compete against one another. When we are dealing with a mindset of love, it means that we speak our truth instead of avoiding conflict. Conflict is inevitable. But when it's there, let's be honest. Let's look at our feelings. Let's address them. Let's face them head on and deal with them decisively. And when we conclude on a conflict, let's conclude it. Let's not raise it 2 months later and 6 months later and say, by the way, you remember. Let's deal with it decisively so that we do not have unresolved issues within the organization. We also get to a stage where we talk with rather than about people. Even ourselves as leaders, we don't want a situation whereby I'm speaking to Blessing about Maynard, to Maynard about him, someone else, and so forth. Rather, we should be speaking with each other. We don't want cold wars. I know people always say women have the tendency to go into cold wars, but men do it too, by the way. I've seen a lot of the cold wars with my team, and I have to constantly say, no, guys, we need each other. Let's talk. Because it then cascades to the lower level. I'll give you an example. The two can testify. When they are at loggerheads with each other, it filters down to their subordinates, because the subordinates now are afraid. If his subordinates, they can't go to him because they know the bosses are not talking. So how then can he go there or vice versa? Because he knows my bosses are not talking. So that's the damage that we do at leadership level. So we have to deeply care also for our customers, treating them as human beings. That means that as an organization, we have to think beyond the profits. We have to say, who am I serving? How do I serve them well? How can I go out of my way to give them an experience that they cannot forget, so that they can come back again, or they can say the right things to others about me? If I've done wrong, how can I offer a platform for them to give me the feedback so that I can correct myself? This means that we are putting ourselves in the shoes of those customers. We recently had customers excellence training or customer service training in our organization. And one of the things that the coach taught the staff was that think about that customer as your mother. It was through role play. And after the role play, the coach said, imagine that was your mother that you were serving, or that was your sister, or that was your husband. It was an aha moment for everybody to understand that when you're rude to the customer, or when a customer comes in and requires blood, and you are at lunchtime and you say, you have to finish, you have to wait until I'm done with lunchtime, when you are sitting underneath a tree and playing draft, you know, the board game that looks like chess, and you are playing draft with your friends, somebody needs blood, and you say, it's my lunchtime, I'll be back in the office at 2. That's when I can only give you the unit of blood that you need. Imagine it's your mother that is in theater. That was an aha moment. Why did we do it? We are trying to rewire the heart sets of the people into realizing that we are a life-saving institution. And there is no such thing as the wrong time for a client to come in. Whatever time they come in, they must be served, and they must be served with dignity, because it can make a difference between life and death. Because we realize that just the logic of writing memos to say, please, we are a health institution, you ought to be at your workplace, make sure you don't leave the station unmanned. That logic was not working. We needed now to go to the emotional side. So that's what we have done in terms of trying to rewire the heart sets of the people. Now they understand it could be me on the operating theater and my sister has come to get blood and my counterpart is having lunch. It has changed the way things are being done in the organization. Right. So with heart set, it's about our emotions, and they matter because they influence how we then ultimately take action and what we then believe in. And it is one of the strongest drivers of change. But looking at that interplay now, you know, the heart set, there are two classic things you have to look at. There's the fear and then there's excitement. A person may move from one extreme to the next. And then with the mindset, a person could be either risk averse or very open-minded. These are the extremities that are there, right? So when you've got a person who is fearful, who combines that with a very risk-averse mindset, it's a disaster. The next thing is they're going to resist whatever intervention you're going to try and bring in. But if you bring in a person that is very excited, who is open-minded, they will embrace the change. So what does this mean to us? It means that we have to play around with issues of fear, issues of excitement. That's what we need to deal with. Let's deal with the fear, let's deal with the excitement. Because too much of everything also can be very dangerous as well. If you have too much excitement and somebody who is also too open-minded, they can also then take the organization down the drain with them as well. You've got to know how to tone it down. And then those are too fearful and too risk-averse, then they may never seize opportunities that present themselves because they are afraid of taking a risk. So we have to make sure that there is a balance that comes in there, that the right heart set and the mindset come into play. There's a nice balance there to make sure that our change comes in. So we have to understand that the whole issue of heart set and mindset is complex. It's not a straightforward, it's not a black and white. And like I like to say, it is 50 shades of gray. So you choose which gray you want in between there. So you've got to embrace that complexity. There are different levels of fear, but you've got to manage that fear. That means you've got to feel the fear in the organization, in leadership. What do I mean by feeling the fear? Don't dismiss your staff when they are fearful. Don't dismiss it. Don't rubbish it. But you've got to understand and get to the bottom of it. Do a root cause analysis. Why are they fearful? What is the root of that fear? And then you deal with it decisively. But if there is excitement, on the other hand, you've got to nurture it, but keeping it under control so that it is channeled in the right direction for the right reasons. Like I said, if you look at unbridled passion, goodness me, recipe for disaster as well. That calls on us to craft opportunities that are based on narratives. What am I saying? It means that as leaders, we've got to show them the opportunities, but also bring it into context using narratives. That means telling certain events that have happened where experiences can shape the way we approach this new issue that we have at hand. Even if there's no conclusion that was reached there, as we bring this narrative forward, it doesn't mean that it has to be a good outcome at the end all the time. Even if there was a failure, because you can learn from failure. But what we're saying is that bring in the narratives so that people know that somebody has walked this journey. And when they walked that journey, there was a result, or maybe there's no result yet, which means I can also walk and be able to come up with my own results. So make sure you create a fertile ground for people to want to walk that particular journey. But at the end of the day, the caution is do not manipulate people's fear or people's excitement. Because as leaders, we can do that very carefully, very easily. We know the weaknesses of the people. We know so-and-so is very ambitious and they will do anything to climb the corporate ladder, and we take advantage of that. Or we know so-and-so is very fearful and does not want to find themselves in a certain position where they feel they are compromised, and we take advantage of that. Whatever we do, we must avoid manipulation. I was reading a book, a very small chapter by Karen Tobiasen, and I think she was talking about the mindset and in business. And she was saying that when you look at yourself in business, you've got to think and say, what kind of role do I want to occupy, especially when it comes to change? I'm bringing this in terms of talking about the issue of manipulation. She says that there are 3 roles that you can play. The first one that you can be a tourist. A tourist is one who's passing through, and they are there to see the country, enjoy the sights, pass through and move on to the next destination. They are not there to contribute much to the growth of that country. They couldn't care less about the policies in that country. They really do not care much. They just want to know enough for them to survive for the days that are in there. They might learn 1 or 2 words of the local language just to get them by. But that's it. They will never invest time in actually learning the language because they're not there to stay. So in your organization, Are you going to be the tourist? Or are you going to be a player, one who's going to be there for the long haul? That's going to make sure that they invest fully and they are going to be part and parcel of the change to make sure that they take lead in everything that's going on in terms of driving that particular change and making sure they bring everyone along with them. And they are also there to make sure that the headset and mindset of colleagues at all levels are in the right place. It doesn't matter what position you hold. You don't have to be in leadership to be a player. Then you could also be the very extreme part where you are the one that's always complaining. I forgot what she calls it, but I think she talks about you being the person that's always complaining, you know. You're passing, you are the person that always finds fault in everything. So whatever you do, it's judgment. It's always somebody's fault. Why is this happening to me? There's too much work to be done. I can't get things done because of this. It's always circumstances that force you not to do what you're supposed to do. You are always blaming somebody else. So because of these three, the reason why I'm bringing it under the issue of avoiding manipulation is because when you know the characteristics of your people, avoid manipulating them based on where they fall in. Rather, you need to build them into players, all of them. Or if you know your character, then you have to say, how do I move myself from this into a player? Because what we want at the end of the day, ultimately, is to get the players to be part of this story. That's what we are looking for at the end of the day. So maybe now that I've talked about my view on this whole headset mindset issue, let me bring it down to my organization now. Looking at the SDGs, and I'll go through it very, very. Goal number 3, ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being for all. Right. Like to this goal, the issue of us screening for HIV, syphilis, and so forth, and promoting our donor pool to live risk-free life is part of that. But I want to bring it now into the internal aspect, which I did not put there. When we're talking about ensuring healthy lives and promoting well-being for all at all ages, internally as an organization, we have tried to do this by making sure that we put in place a system for our staff to be able to access medical health and wellness activities at the expense of the organization. Previously, our medical aid was contributory 50% to the staff and their dependents and 50% to the organization. But I think we've gone beyond that and said, let's give 100% to the staff member so that they don't have to worry about that. And we are saying to the staff member, because we are paying the medical aid for you, and we actually have doctors that are available. If you do not have your own medical practitioner, you have no reason not to seek timely medical intervention. Not only that, we have counseling facilities at the organization. If you need to talk to your counselor, reach out. But if you feel that you can talk to one who is resident at the organization and you want someone anonymous, we can even link you with those, should you need those counseling. This has really helped, in my view, I don't have statistics, but it has really helped, in my view, in managing a lot of non-communicable diseases in the organization. It has also helped, in my view, again, in terms of issues of HIV. When I joined the organization 22 years ago, we lost a lot of staff members due to non-adherence to antiretroviral therapy. But nowadays, I believe we're not losing anybody because the systems are there, they're very anonymous. People can get their treatment, and HIV is no longer a death sentence, and people live healthy, normal lives. And
I think for the last, I don't know how many years now, we've not lost anybody because of non-adherence to treatment. And I believe it's because as leaders, we understood that there is stigma associated with illness, and we needed to destigmatize that by making sure that we create the systems that allow the person to understand it from deep inside, so that they are driven to want to live, to want to access medical services. So I believe we scored a goal in terms of healthy lives and promoting well-being for all our employees on that one. Sorry, my slides are not moving. Goal 4. Right, ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. What you have there is what we do externally, and I want to bring it again internally. I still say that we have a huge gap within an organization and opportunity for growth. It's one of the things that we believe we do when we go into our new strategy. As an organization, we still learn a lot as far as promoting equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities. A long time ago, we would encourage anybody that wanted to do work-related learning to come and access staff loans, and then they would pay them back gradually, and then if they pass the course, you get reimbursed whatever you use to get your education. This was to promote responsible use of the staff loan. So you get the money today, you pay it back maybe over 6 months, and if you are successful in your exams, then the money is paid back to you. This is to make sure that you feel the pain of paying back the loan so that you can pass your exam and get the money back again. We stopped that many years ago when the economy turned otherwise. And because of that, we also stopped paying attention to the continual learning and development of our staff. And one of the things I have noticed, this is my perspective as team leader, is that we are not paying attention to the professional development of our staff, such that there's rejection among them. They're saying this is an organization that does not realize that when we learn, we can get rewarded for it. So you will find that just 3 days ago, I started my doctorate in strategic management. I'm actually supposed to be in the classroom as I stand here before you. But when I started my doctorate in strategic management, I realized that I have a subordinate who is already the second year of the same. Lo and behold, I was shocked. But the reason why they don't talk, they're saying, well, what do you care anyway? The organization doesn't give a damn whether I get a qualification or I don't. And it is true, we don't care. That means Samkada and myself and the rest of the team need to change. We need to recognize when people move from one level to the other and be able to incentivize the learning so that there's motivation for people to want to do better. That's why I say we need to do that. However, for that to happen, I need to convince Father Menard, CISO, Mapako, and you know, I need to convince my executive team and the board to say this is the right thing to do. So I have to make sure that I'm logical about it first, and then also appeal to them from their heart, so that they see it from there. Because people are not developing themselves in order to exit the organization. And this is the truth of what's happening in my organization right now. So I have a job to rewire the mindset and the heartset of my board and my executive, so that they understand this point that I'm making is I'm standing here in front. So that is the gap there. And it's a task that I need to take with me. That Dr. Justine, you can all be responsible for that. Achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. Again, I will look at internally. We have made efforts to ensure gender balance at board level, but we still need to do more at lower levels of management. When I became executive, I was the first woman to get into the executive. And as I've said, I think you've heard, I said I've got 6 men and I'm the only woman that is there. At board level, we've made conscious decision to bring in that gender balance kind of. So it's now 1/3, female and 2/3 male, but we're still making effort to make sure we get to 50-50. But what we have not done is to be deliberate about it, to put it down in a policy to say, we need to achieve such and such a balance. And I think this is something that we need to do. And then do the same at lower levels of management, so that we can start to groom deliberately so the women that will go all the way up. For now, we don't have a plan. Why? It's because we have not really understood the logic and the mind, the emotion of having women there. We have not understood why it's important to have gender balance at decision making. And this is something I'm very passionate about. Just last week, we had a conference from the Ministry of Women's Affairs, and we are articulating these issues. And it's something that I spoke about very passionately. I'm sure if you look on social media, on Facebook, the Zimbabwe's Ministry of Social of Women Affairs, you will probably see me speaking about that. It is the right thing to do to include women in roles of decision making, not just because they are women, but because organizations that include women at levels of decision making tend to do better than those that are led by men only, and have less corruption than those that are led by men. That's the fact. That is the fact. So, as an organization, we need to embrace that as well. But again, it's a matter of rewiring the mindset and then the heart set, so that we are all feeling that way and thinking that way. So it's a thought process that needs to take place. Then the issue of affordable, reliable, sustainable, modern energy for all. We've done well to go green. We have not fully gone green. 2 of our 5 branches are green. But what I've noticed is that we've not gone down to say to the people, why are we going green? So that at the end of the day, even in their own households, they also want to go green. We have not gone down to say, what's driving us to go green? It's as if we are trying to deal with the energy bill. That's not it. The why has not been defined, both at personal level and at corporate level. So I think, again, we have work to do to rewire at that particular level, so that people, even in their own homes, will understand the need to go green as well. And will push even their children that this is the right thing to do. Promoting sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full productive employment, and decent work for all. Internally, we have a safety program, but we have that safety program whereby people say, what could go wrong in this particular place? We are a very safe organization. No organization is safe. That's what I can tell you. That complacency will one day lead into a major accident that will not be able to deal with. Therefore, we have now said as an organization, let's restart the whole safety concept and probably bring in an outsider. This is the plan. Who will then come and make sure that every individual understands that safety starts with me. Then that training has been done. And people now understand that safety starts with me. If I leave a cable like this, for me, the moment I see cables running like this, I cringe because I'm thinking I'm going to trip on that particular cable. So I want to remove it for my sake before I even think about you. When you are in an airplane, they tell you that in the event of low cabin pressure, what must you do? When the oxygen mask falls down, what must you do? You fit your own first before you assist the next person. Because you are more useful when you are fully functional. So you're not being selfish, right? So that's what we need to wire into our people, that you need to be safe first so that you can help the next person. So this is the issue that we need to get into our organization. We have started also team building efforts. And these were not easy, by the way. They've been planned for years, and they've never materialized until this year. I've been CEO for 9 years, and in the 9 years, I never managed to get the team building done until this year. And it has helped to start the relevant conversation and to repair many, many breaches. And it has helped us to bring to clarity certain issues when it comes to decision making. One of the things we were doing wrong was to bring solutions. And because of that, our staff went into what Dr. Justine calls learned helplessness. When someone has a problem and they come in and say, what am I supposed to do? And of course, we provided solutions. They apply the solutions don't come in, then they don't work, and then they come in and say, your solution has not worked. It's not this solution. Your solution has not worked. Because if yes, it is your solution, you provided it. They have removed themselves from it. But through this team building, one of the things that we have learned now is that we have to co-create. And it's not just the team building, by the way, it's also this course. The three of us started this journey last year. And then we realized that we have to co-create the solutions. So we have now decided that if you are bringing in a problem, as I was speaking to Alexa last night, I said to people, if you are bringing a problem, tell me what you have tried and it has failed. And if you have not tried anything, at least bring me 3 different proposed solutions so that we start from there. When you do that, normally those that are perceived to be problems are not problems, they are solved at that level. When they bring a problem, it's a real problem that even has me stretching my hand and saying, yeah, we do have a problem. Can we sit and brainstorm together? Because I will know that they have tried. One of the things we have also learned is that because we had swapped the decision making at the top level, we forgot the middle level and created this huge gap between us and the next level. So when the 3 of us are sitting here in Botswana, it means we do not have 3 effective deputies that can easily do our shoes. We have created a gap in the organization. But through our studies with 40 practitioners in team building, and also just the change in our minds, and also realizing that we have a duty to mentor and bring up our deputies. We can comfortably sit here for a whole week and know everything. There's somebody who's holding for it. Because we dealt with the fear, I hope, that we had of leaving a deputy in charge, thinking they are going to take my job. And we are somehow dealing with the passion that is one they have of leadership by helping them understand that they can actually do the job by leaving them in charge when we are away. And when we come back, we say, well done, or you could have done better in this way, in that way, in that way, but you are on the right track. So we are simultaneously dealing with our fear, but also dealing with the passion that our juniors have, creating a win-win situation. Building resilient infrastructure. As an organization, we realize that there are opportunities that we have if we go beyond our fear of partnerships. We've always looked at ourselves as an organization that has to do things by itself. But now we realize that there is so much more to be gained when we look beyond ourselves. And because of that, we've got diversification, we've brought in partners, and things are starting to move. We've wanted to implement nucleic acid for years now, but because we are afraid of partnerships, we could not. We opened up, we went over our fears. Thanks to all the partners coming. I think as I speak, I don't know Mr. Njang, maybe his machine is already on the ground. There's a partnership agreement signed, we'll be starting soon. Because of that, we'll be going into the contract fractionation of plasma, which means more medicinal products for the country, blah, 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 blah. There are huge spin-offs on that partnership. We have all this coming through now. But that's because we have to overcome the fear. We had to deal with it and realize that it was beyond us as the 6 of us. It was for the good of the nation, and we had to deal with that. Anyway, I think for the interest of time, let me say that as an organization, we've really come a long way. And because of that, there's a lot that we need to do as far as rewiring the heart set and the mindset is concerned. But if we do it properly, especially as we go into our new strategy, because we are doing it now, and we hope we get the right facilitator who will get the people to start thinking and feeling the right thing. It's not wrong for people to feel within the organization. I'm famous for saying that when somebody says, Well, I feel this way. Previously, I would say, who cares how you feel? It's about what we are here today. I mean, I'm honest enough to admit it. I would say, I really don't care how you feel. If I want you to do something, you will do it. Your feelings, leave them at the door. But no, my heart says to be in the right place. If someone feels, I must feel it too and deal with that particular feeling. But as we go into a strategy plan, that strategy plan must be people-centered. It must feel, it must think, it must breathe, and it must resonate with what is going on in the organization. Without being exploited, of course, by the people, because they can also exploit by and make sure they hold us a ransom. Team building is going to be paramount as we do this. And there should be a supportive system that is built on ESG, and it should incorporate this SDGs. But best of all, we need to make sure that we resonate with national policies. You cannot be an organization that does not feed off the national policies. We have the NDS one as an organization, as the country. We need to look at what it says. We have the national health strategy. We need to look at what it says as an organization. Similarly, in Botswana, we are talking about the listed strategy. Whatever organization you are from here in Botswana, you have to say, how do I fit in there? If you're going to get tangent to that, you're going to be very long. You will lose out opportunities that could be available because your mind is not in the right place, your heart is not in the right place. So, we are saying, if we at leadership level, if our right mind and our right heart, we will drive the required change and make sure it cascades right down to the organization. Because we have empowered that person to know that when they have the fear of something, they can express it so we know that somebody can give them the assurance. When they are passionate about something, that passion can be dealt with or handled so that it's channeled towards the right thing. And at the end of the day, we create that environment that fosters growth. And together, we will achieve much, much more. Our subordinates are not threats to us, but we are there to mentor them, to make sure that when we are not there, we can comfortably step into our shoes and the organization continues when we are not there. So I hope that from this experience, I've done some kind of justice towards how we rewired ourselves as an organization, me and my team, and the gaps that are there. And hopefully when we meet next year, I'll be sharing even more success stories. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so much. It justice to this topic, rewiring leadership mindset, asset for whole system transformation. So many key takeaways from her presentation. I believe everyone was listening, I saw everyone was taking notes from her presentation. I took notes too. She spoke more on change. I think you are resistant to change, right? Even meant for you to say, move there, I will ask you why. I want to realize later that that was an important thing to do, to move from that. And it's also interesting that we had so many, again, online engagements. They were more, they were participating more into this. I think you're also going to give them time. In this time, I think we just need to take your reflections from this presentation, the questions that you might be having, your key takeaways, and what you think you are going to apply. You cannot take everything, just take what you think works for you from her presentation. Anyone to make a comment, question, if you have a question for Lucy about herself, her organization, and the work that she's doing, the team that she's leading, and then how are they leading transformation, and how is she managing to do all this? Anyone to take? I will have Sam. Then we have Mr. Sibina. Then my circulate. We've taken 3, then we break, then we take 2 from the online community, then we quite back again. Thank you. Go on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is a wonderful and powerful presentation, and I must commend you for what that you're doing. I didn't mention all that, you know, it's one of the things that we don't really take much interest in to understand what's really happening in our landscape, shortages of blood and other. So what I'm in the healthcare sector, I now relate so well when it comes to the issues of shortage of blood and what you're doing in public. I appreciate that. So just want to draw in a point, especially my interest was on generative balance. Something that I practiced over years in order to understand organizational strategy, how to build better and better organization. And one of the things that I put the keynote strategy, you know, where we come to meet the team for every department. We meet and then talk about how to evaluate what is happening in the keynote. Take them on the world, share the ideas of from the employer perspective. Everyone has to be CEO in that role. Let's say you have what you think can be done. And then they put out the strategies on the signal. From there, we say, now you are an employee, what is the expectation from the employee side? So we get both perspectives from people. And one of the things that I'm so much, interested in, I have over 500 staff that we are overseeing. And in my organization, I only take about an hour every week, to make sure that I go around to the department, I go around to the workstations of these people, I sit down in conversations with them, then themselves, so I sit down and say, oh, so conceptually they need overtime, that is what they mean. And normally I answer more more than good office. If come to office more often, I get to understand a lot of things. So that goes to observation, taking lots of dialogue, make sure we know the team and also inside and interaction at that level, coming down to that level. So that is what I really believe in. And I want to take that if you're going to focus in that direction in organizational practitioner, then it will really help us to develop a strategy to influence our organizations. So,
yeah, just to appreciate the head of the Zimbabwe delegation for such an amazing presentation. One thing that really got my mind thinking is where you mentioned that people educate themselves in order to leave the organization rather than just improving their productivity in what they're doing. Yeah, that touched a very sort of spots. Because in our organization, we have such a dynamic, young, very, very intelligent team. And we have not really captured that aspect of just empowering them to keep improving in what they are doing so that they stay. Many times we then, just see that any personal development that they're doing, especially the long one, the expensive one, so that they need. But in actual fact, I think this should never be a risk to our organization, but this should be really just an investment. So thank you for that.
Thank you again for that amazing presentation. I appreciate the you know, your humility, and then you talk about all the amazing things your team has been doing. I'm like, whoa. So thank you, very inspiring. Comments here, and maybe I'll say kind of a takeaway. So I work very closely with an organization, non-profit organization, and we do a lot of things that, you know, we're proud of across Africa, and you know, a lot of great things, like we'll talk about that later. But one of the things that stood out to me that was very helpful was how you really broke down, you know, the SDG goals and how you connected the dots, not just internally, but also external. But not just externally, but internally. So for me, that was a huge takeaway as I go back to, you know, I oversee the products and services that we provide to help connect those dots and leverage, you know, some of our own tools to have those conversations to help us really think about what we're really doing, not just, you know, to live out what we say we're doing internally, as well as we serve our customers. So thank you.
Lucy, hands up as the CEO in this NGO public blood service list. And in Zimbabwe, as an NGO, what you're doing is a recommendable job. In Zambia, just 2 years ago, that's when I started paying attention how important blood donation is to save somebody's life. Now it's becoming real and real. I lost it. There's a friend of mine in the HR. She's an HR coming from Jehovah Witness. If you are here from Jehovah Witness, just bear with me. Sorry, I'm going to speak about this. If you go to hospital, you don't have blood. You do not allow somebody else to donate blood to you. They'll try the homies, whatever medication, give it to you, and get sustained. Now you find this person, very promising young lady. She was a manager of one of the corporate companies. She was a Jehovah Witness. 2 children, less than 10 years. She had a low blood. And there was somebody, a donor, wanted to put blood on that. She refused. The whole entire family refused. She passed on. And quite a tragedy which I felt bad. There's another guy, again, who's an HR. I went along with HR quite well, and a lot of them in our country. We've got a lot of groupings where we get in touch with more of this. So whatever story goes on in HR, we have a filler of feedback to us to get to know what is happening. Another guy, a twin brother who was sick, wanted blood donation in the hospital. Nobody had it, but the brother, the household of witness, wanted to donate. They refused. Went to change to Jehovah Witness and said, you can't do it. We'll pray to God. They tried whatever to do in order to boost the blood to go out. They couldn't do that. I said, look here, this is the brother who grew up. Defied all the odds, they went and donated. The brother is surviving, and today they're celebrating life. You are doing a good job at your company. When I look at the SDGs, an NGO is able to get from 3 to 8. You are incorporating and aligning the staff member to that. As a woman, hands up. Good job.
Thank you. Yeah, okay.
I think you stole my points. What I wanted to congratulate you, madam, is you have shown as an organization what SDGs meant to you. And your presentation was actually based on that. It means you are an organization with the vision, with the purpose, which is going to be sustainable. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just have a quick update. Our who serve as they're asking if there's anyone who doesn't speak, so that one. It's okay. Yes. Then I say that we will be ready with you. We're just going to get the questions for in person. Then we're going to the virtual participation. So many beautiful comments that are coming. We can move on to
Thank you so much for it was very practical, very relatable. I particularly benefited from the the human resources training and professional development. I like the way that you were not threatened by your junior not scaling up and doing something, and that the way you also allow leadership, the abilities to take on responsible roles and take over when you're not there. It shows that you're a secure woman, shows you know what you're doing, and you've got the organization's best interests at heart, and it's not all about you. So thank you for sharing that, and you made us stand tall as a woman because you've done that well. It's not an easy thing for most people. I also benefited a lot from the heart into the emotion of people. In the organizations we work with, sometimes even if you don't appeal to the emotions, you will deal with the emotions inadvertently. So I think appealing, being forthcoming about appealing to the emotions rather than dealing with the negative results of not appealing to the heart set is something that I really benefited from your talk. So I was thinking, how can I proactively engage all of this? And you made it very clear, you made it relatable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for such beautiful comments. I think they were comments, not questions. So you're not asking specifically. That's beautiful. Means she's doing something good. We are ready. That's beautiful. The online community, we have so many people who comment from Patrick, Georgia. We have Michael Moy. I think we might open up for them. There are two questions there from Patrick. He says, so as OD practitioners, how do we create an open space, an open, safe environment for others to explore and possibly reframe one's emotional and cognitive mindsets? What practices may manifest others to see themselves and others differently? That's a question. I think he's posing it to Lucy, and not only to Lucy, but to everyone of us here. Care to take it, Lucy, or anyone? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think let me respond to that question in line with our today practice, which we witnessed from our leader. I think first and foremost, there is a need to establish trust in terms of giving safe space and openness to subordinates. So basically, you will see that during our engagements, we do have open communication among executives, even including our subordinates, so that there is that psychological safety. I think you have sent a certain clip from IBC, Emmanuel, when you talked about psychological safety, when you have a meeting. Then after the meeting, that's when the real meeting will start. People will start to discuss what they've been discussing in the meeting. That's a real sign that there is no psychological safety. You need to be free when we are discussing all that. And also issue of diversity, inclusion, is one of our key DNA when we are discussing these meetings. So that at the end of the discussion, we need to involve everyone. Every voice in that particular meeting needs to be heard. So you will see that that will foster inclusivity, as you have alluded in the presentation. That it will be our meeting, not her, or as she has said it in terms of one of the approaches, to say the executives of this, I want your juniors. Sometimes you might victimize them unknowingly. But to the team leader, they will be so open to say, no, guys, what if we do A, B, C, D, and you will take it up and implement? That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that beautiful submission. Just before we have him, just need to acknowledge one of our leaders here, Dr. Justine, Vice Chancellor for Unique Health University Zambia. They are also one of our partners for the Regenerative Africa concept, where I think it speaks more now sustainability and the concept that we are working on. We just want to take this time to acknowledge you in this moment. Thank you so much. We go on with the question or the comment.
Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you. My contribution is employee engagement is very important. One must be engaged, and everyone must be involved in any plan, in everything. And we also need to have talent management. We have to find out each and every person, what are they good at? And then we nurture them and encourage them, and also we instill confidence in them so that they can do it. I think by doing that, everyone will feel involved and everyone will be catered for in terms of organizational development. And also starting from grassroots, what we were saying about yesterday, to start from grassroots level. We have got so many talents, even in the village, but those people, they don't have any platform how to show themselves and how do they come up and show to themselves what they are capable of. So talent management is very, very important in this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, we can go on.
I'll be quick. So, wanted to suggest, as we were talking about what OLD tools can we use and how can we create those safe spaces. A book that I want to recommend to everyone, it's an easy read. It's called Safe Enough to Soar. Safe Enough to Soar. It's by Frederick Miller and Judith Katz. And it's really talking about accelerating that trust and inclusion and creating that collaborative workspace. They coined this term interaction safety. And it's really where you just create an environment in your teams, in your organization, where people feel really just safe to express their opinions. Safe naturally, even if it's a crazy idea, your thoughts, you're not made small because you raise your hand to speak no matter what level you are in the organization. And they provide very practical tools to do that. I actually have a colleague, one of my cohort members, that created an assessment tool on how you can actually assess interactive safety and how people are feeling about that on your team. And so once that's available, I'll be happy to share with the OLDN, so that you can use in your teams. But very critical is really how to, create that inclusive environment, collaboration. I can speak, I can share ideas, fail forward, take those risks, and ideas that will come from it will be beyond what was initially put out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. That was quite thought-provoking. And I'm very big on taking all of this from the top. I mean, if the leader of an organization is big and quite passionate about and intentional about doing things the right way, it's very easy to trickle down to the rest. But my comment was to respond to Patrick's question. And I think you could just and I forgot now what I'm really going to be responding to. But for me, it's the pragmatic way as practitioners of how you get what OT practices may manifest others to see themselves and others differently. I think if we are not intentional about what practices we are putting in place within the workplaces, and if we are not intentional about approaching our roles and the solutions and tools that we bring in a whole systems kind of way, and kind of compartmentalizing solutions, we kind of lose them on. I think one practical thing that we do within our workspace is right from your performance management. You know, we have these buzzwords, DEI, what's diversity, equity, and inclusion. How do we allow spaces for people to authentically present themselves in the workplace so that you're tapping the best from each individual? What we do in our organization, right from your performance management, how do we see DEI manifested in your day-to-day dealings with your work, such that when we reach the end of the performance cycle, the end of when you're being reviewed at the end of the year, 50% of what should be marked on is how you have lived out the values of the organization, how you have lived out, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And this is assessed through those that you work with, So it's not only what you're doing in terms of your performance, but also how you're living out the values, how you're living out the organization is very big on diversity, equity, and inclusion. How inclusive have you been in your day-to-day interactions with those that you work in? So yeah, it's inculcated and kind of threaded into the moral fiber of what we're doing in the day-to-day.
Thank you so much for that. I think the online community, may take 2 more questions, then we take a break, and then we proceed to the next session. You may unmute yourself if you have a question. I think there were so many beautiful comments from the online community. Michael Boyo, I saw you were making so many beautiful comments. While you're waiting for that, do we have anyone to?
Thank you, Dr. Justine.
Their comments, they were right. They were just adding more onto the work or the presentation that Lucy was making. We have the last one from the call. Thank you.
I just wanted to also acknowledge Vitus is from the Institute of Organization Development, US, in collaboration with the College for Community and Organization Development, Ghana. The Institute of Organization Development is led by Nancy Zentis, and that's amazing for the programs. I also see colleague Joy Harrison Abiola. She's a co-facilitator of our program. She's sitting in Nigeria. The other people I see, I acknowledge Jane, I acknowledge the team from Kenya, and we have Romina. She's joining us from Spain. She works with Mercedes Martin, and Mercedes will be talking to us shortly after tea break. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you. That's beautiful.
I'm happy. Both what do you call it? Sounds interesting.
I just mentioned it's thank you very much. I love when you talk about how executive development. That's my profession. So, with more executive Ekweyi, I want to relate it to employee involvement. In our working environment, don't just make sure the environment is safe, but also create health and safety. Just in case you don't have time or you don't have enough time, consult with your lower employees about activities you can maybe give that to their own to be done, and then we can talk that at they can, or even if they have complaints, they can bring them up where they are. They don't have to deputy that we talk about everything that I put them in their way. So I think
having a health and safety organization, each and every organization, each and every company,
Thank you for that, people comment. Are we having any other comments from there? Yes, we will go on, Vicky.
So, thank you very much. I think I was going to say what I want to say, this say, my mind is just a testimony. Thank you very much, Lucy, in terms of blood transfusion. I've never been a fan of blood transfusion, and so things where condition. I think it's maybe the knowledge in terms of what blood transfusion is all about. Because people that I'm underweight and need that transfusion. But like I said, waiting for the motivation of the dream to and that's when I realized the importance of donating blood. So it's one thing that I'll take, making sure that I also encourage my counterparts, ensure that we do that transfusion. During our operation, there were some little complications, but I'm glad that somebody donated that for me. That's why I'm here today to just say thank you so much for the enlightening and our presentation that you just shared with us. Thank you.
Are we having then any comments? Yes, you may. Then we have him as a last person, then we can close off for a quick breakfast. Yes,
Thank you. Only Madam Lucy's presentation, she mentioned about AI. I think in this issue of AI, artificial intelligence, it seems like it's something very scary to every one of us, especially in organizational development. It seems that this issue is eliminating human capital. I don't know how the HR practitioners are going to take it. I can see most of jobs will be taken away by this artificial intelligence. So I encourage everyone to resort from dependent syndrome or to resort from a working class mentality. I think every one of us, we must think of having our own business or our own projects to run, rather than waiting for us to be employees of certain companies. Because this artificial intelligence is coming in a very powerful way. I understood, I'm trying to research about this issue in line with my finance background. How are we going to execute our duties as accountants in the future? Otherwise, in the future, we won't be found. We won't find any jobs in any companies. Everything will be done automatically. So I think we have to think around this issue. And this AI is a threat even to human life. If you reflect very well what Elon Musk has done, is manufactured a woman in artificial intelligence, a woman doing some chores in the house. So I think we have to think around this issue because it's a serious one. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Good morning. Sorry, you are on the phone as you already said. But assuming that it has been said, I don't know, you have to find some space within the digital. There is no way to run. Yeah. So, but in general terms, in what I'm seeing here, I think I'm from the indigenous knowledge magazine. It's a magazine that's focusing on indigenous knowledge systems, culture, legacies, and all that. in the same person. What we want to do is link up the digital movement, the opportunities within the movement to our cultural and indigenous productivity. To make it more cumulatively profitable for our communities. But in so saying, in what's been said and what was reflected also, I think data, context, and demographics always influence the organizational culture somehow, in a big way also. But also when you work with metrics, it's better because you can't argue with an objective, something like a number. If we are saying, let's count, and we find we are 30, we are 30. We can't be 30 and a half or 29 and a half. We can't argue. But if we reflect on the blood transfusion issue, it also has many connotations like religion, faith, and all that. So at some point, one way or another, it's like traveling without moving. Reflecting on my brother saying, we need to move, we need to take the train and move. So you have to find your spot. You know, when you board a bus, you know where you go, you know your destination. But in some of the things that we can reflect on, you know that there are things that you don't have control over, and there are those that we have control over. So it's about diversification also. I think in a big way, especially because maybe you are the CEO of your own company, so you can diversify your portfolio so that you can find a line of best fit. It's like research. When you do research, you know your objective, you know where you go, or you know where you want to go, and you make assumptions. But you keep adjusting as you go. Right? So in economics, we say you find a line of best fit. Right? Because you're going to have outliers. You can't have everyone responding the same way, for instance, if you are administering a questionnaire. But you're going to end up having to make a conclusion. And you draw a line of best fit. So your line of best fit, you might be an outlier now, but you're going to fit some. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think at this moment we have to quickly go for our breakfast session. But before that, I just want to make a quick announcement of our three authors who are here. We have a book by Dr. Marumoloa. It's on exploring the application and practice of problem-solving techniques in design thinking. I think that's the way that she mostly speaks of, that she advocates, she teaches of, and then finally we have her book here. Then I don't know the price, but it's there on our table book here. From there, during our breakfast, you can meet up with her, ask her about this book, then see how you can get this beautiful book. It's very beautiful, small, well packaged, and then beautifully done. So get in touch with her. I think she will provide as well for the online community on how people can get her books online. Then last, we have the book on cultural confluence in organizational change. I think it speaks to your work, say, from Modi, because you are doing mostly on the ITS. So it's from Alex. So she's here as well. So do keep in touch with her during our our breakfast sessions, where as we go through to learn more. It's a beautiful book. I think as we get to learn, we are from different places, different areas, but we are here today. Maybe this book speaks more why you are here. Get in touch with her as well. And lastly, we have a book that I'm sure it's launched from this weekend, I think, by one of our speakers. You get also to see his work and the work that he's doing. Mr. Kosibasibina is called The Corporate Leader, Lessons to Maneuver the Rules of Success in the Corporate World. I don't know. It's a beautiful book from the first cover page to the last part. More interesting. I hope you also get time to see him. If you get a chance again on Saturday, those who are going to be available, make time to see his book launch and also see how his work can also be incorporated into your life and work. Do also get in touch with him as we go through our breakfast sessions. We are going to be quick with our breakfast because I think we need to also work on the second presentation from Mr. Paul. He will be ready, and he is ready also to share
his mind with us, then we call a presentation which will be done virtually by Mercedes Martin and the team. We'll take it from there. For now, thank you so much for the session that we had this morning. Thank you. Let's take about 10 from there. 10:15 to yeah. 10:15. I eat fast, so I will. Thank you. It's just beside, right? Very fast. Just outside.
So we know we're recording, but you can still hear us. So, Grace, if you don't mind, can I call on you and just start building community among ourselves here? Okay, sounds like she's not able to hear us. Anybody else on the call that wants to come off?
Hi, Mercedes.
Hi, is it Seji?
This is Limpo from Lusaka, Zambia. Lovely to meet you. I always see you in emails.
I always see, and now I'm familiar with your work, Limpo, and thank you so much for your support of this organization.
Thank
Wonderful
you.
to have
Looking
you.
forward to the growth.
Me too. Me too. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your leadership. Wonderful. Who else? Who else wants to just bring your voice and build community? And from here, we don't hear from Dr. Justine soon. We'll kick it off.
Okay, exactly. Hi, Mercedes. This is Shay from Nigeria. How are you?
I'm good. Good to hear.
Nice to be here, and I really look forward to commuting with you guys.
Thank you, Seji, and your We Care logo captures exactly. So great brand and great connection, and especially to our conversation and the whole session for the next couple of days. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Anybody else? What brings you, you know what, and what brings you here? What brought you interest, and especially when you're hearing that the session is on rewiring? Let's do this, hear from some of you, and in the meantime, Romina, if you could send a message to Dr. Justine, what's up? Because if there's a problem with the connection, we'll just have our own session. Are you guys okay with that? Are you down for, we'll do our own thing? We have a session here. Thank you, Lipa. I see your hands up, and Seji and Natasha. And feel free, thank you, Natasha, yes, to post on the chat. We want to make this as interactive, and this is the reality of leadership today, right? With hybrid situations, this is happening all over the world, so we adapt. That's so much about what we're talking about. Anybody else that wants to bring their voice in, if we could hear from a couple of you, and what made you curious? What, when you saw rewiring leadership, and I know that some of you have heard me talk about this topic from different angles, but when you see it connected to this whole ecosystem and planetary, what brings you to us today? What's your intent today?
Yes,
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
you. Yes, all right, wonderful.
Thank you. So we are happy to have you, and you are at the center of our conversations now.
And we are honored to have you present to us this morning here in Gaborone, Botswana, and also the virtual team that you have with you there. In the interest of managing time and also our connectivity, I will leave the floor to you to go ahead and present.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much, Dr. Justine. And let me introduce myself. Let me introduce just a couple of seconds to introduce my team, just like what we're going to model is not just me, but in the time that we were waiting to get started and take care of the audio issues, it really became an example of what we're going to be talking about today, right? How do we manage and pivot and flow regardless of the circumstances? So I also would like to introduce some of the members of our community now, which is the virtual community, who we started building community like some of you have built there in person by saying where we're from and whose land do we stand or are sitting at right now. So let me start with myself, Mercedes Martin, and know many of you now. Thank you for inviting me to be part of your community and learning. I will share a lot of my background and the resume experience is all online. So I'd rather just go ahead and jump into our conversation and let you know that good morning. I'm really excited and happy to be here. Sad that I'm not there with you this year in person. I had some unexpected changes in life. I'm actually dialing in this morning from Fairbanks, Alaska. It's 1:30 in the morning here, and don't worry, I took a nap right before this, so ready to go. I sit in the land of the Dine people, and really excited to be here. I'm going to turn it over to, or let Romina just introduce herself, and then Natasha, if you can go right after real quick. Romina.
Yeah. Yes. So good morning, everyone. As I'm gonna quickly introduce myself. I am part of Mercedes team. I run the operations side and customer experience, and supporting her in all the different initiatives that we have. I'm based in Argentina and currently I'm based in Spain.
Thank you, Romina.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Natasha, and I'm dialing in from South Africa. Yeah, and I'm excited for what's going to happen in the session today.
Thank you, Natasha. Natasha is gonna be monitoring the chat for our online virtual community. And also, Dr. Justine, if you can help me out, if there's questions that come up from the floor there in person, there's some level of inactivity in this presentation. I'm gonna really give the nuggets of this conversation, which you can imagine has been 30 years that I've been studying it. And since 2017, looking at the intersection of sustainability and equity. So what I'm giving you today is more a piece of the journey and what I'm learning from this community as well. Each year, as I've attended one of the conferences from last year to this year, it's been building on that learning and that research. But before I get started, Michael or Suji, any of the folks from the virtual community, if you could just unmute yourself and just say your name, where you're at, so that we can get a little bit more of the quality of the whole group coming through. Real quick, a couple of folks, if you can unmute on the virtual community, say your name and where you're at.
Hey everyone, Jane here from Dubai.
All right. Welcome, Jane. Welcome. One more person at least, please.
Hey everyone, from Bitsai Pate, Zimbabwe.
Beautiful.
Hi everyone, Shay from Nigeria.
There you go, Nigeria represent. So we have Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Dubai, Spain, Alaska, South Africa. One more person before we close this global
Hi
invite.
everyone. My name is Stanford from Zimbabwe.
All right, Zimbabwe represent. Thank you. Is there anyone on virtual that's also from Botswana so that we can make that connection back to the folks in person? Anyone from Botswana? Okay, so representing. Thank you. Let's get go ahead and get started. I need my slides. Can you guys see them? What do I need to do to get that? Dr. Justine, are you projecting?
No. Natasha will be, now it's coming.
Perfect. So one of the things that we're working with here so that, you know, and what just happened, we're trying to make this as interactive as possible instead of me just talking to you. So really demonstrate the whole hybrid. Now that we're having the full conversation, are you hearing me okay, Dr. Justine? Is the group hearing me all right?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. Is it possible for me to, this is very important for me, and this is also part of our indigenous ways of learning. Can I hear from other folks in the group, just if, Justine, if there's a mic or something, just like we did in the community, their name and who, where are they from, so that I can get that equal build a circle. I just don't want to feel like I'm only talking to Dr. Justine. Who's that?
From Zimbabwe.
Is that Musa?
Yes, it's Musa.
Oh, perfect. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
I would ask you to go ahead as we move with the mic.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So today, the session Rewiring the Leadership, if you participated in the pre-conference webinar, it's a build-up. If you participated last year, is an even greater build-up. If this is the first time that you're hearing about this, if this is the first time, if you're new to organizational development, if you're just interested in the topic, bienvenida. In Spanish, it means welcome. And the point that I'm wanting to make here is that this session is for us to just take a pause before we get into the depth and the complexity of all of what has been shared, will be shared, and we're learning. And just take a pause to first reflect on how are you showing up and how does this relate to your leadership? And I invite and give that bienvenida to everyone, regardless of the level, because this is also an opportunity to look inside instead of outside of what you're doing. So where are you on your role in leadership? Why are you here? And what are some of the things that can support you in navigating the different conversations that you will be having today? And that's what we're talking about when we say empowering the whole leadership transformation. On the next, welcome Mohammed, on the next slide, let's talk a little bit and let's go. Rumi is just reminding us exactly what I just talked about, that there's this inner wakefulness. There's this need for us to really connect back to who we are at the very essence of who we are in order to be able to, I believe, run transformation. So while we can understand and continue doing research, talk about tools, what my hope is, and at MMC, what our hope is that we take those learnings, but many of you, Dr. Justine, Nancy Sentis, a lot of our OD, Dr. Vui, that have done a lot of research and our practitioners, and now coming back and saying, hey, this is how we're applying it. This is how this looks. On this next slide, that's what we want to share with you. What has been our journey. Why is it that we need to talk about regeneration and this urgency for change? This conference is an example of that urgency for change. We talked about really wanting to focus on the planetary and the environment because the urgency that component is presenting right now for us. What needs to change and how to change? There are many things that need to change, and you're going to hear that for the next couple of days. And you started at yesterday evening, even as you talked about planting seeds. What we want to focus on in these next 40 minutes is, what is the mindset? How do I show up as we go into this change? And then when I talk about this how, is where we're wanting to leave you with a very simple activity, a very simple tool that you'll be able to start exploring these concepts starting today. So on this next slide, what I want to kick off is, you hear that term, what I'm really talking about and wanting to bring as a way to continue building this community. We're on the same storm, but different boat. And for many of us, definitely for me, this became very, very clear during the COVID era, where you got to see people talking. I would talk to people on one side of the world, or even down the street from my neighborhood, that were trying to figure out how they were going to live and survive, at the same time that I was talking to folks in the same area that were planning their next vacation and what they needed to take a break. So this whole notion of context and place, as we talk about leadership, is one of the biggest lessons of what I'm learning on this journey. The context of what I'm speaking to for today is general in a global sense, but the context next needs to come to local. And what I would love to do in these next couple of minutes is also start connecting and seeing how these issues are showing up all over the place, but it have a different impact depending on the context and the place where you find yourself. So to get us into that conversation on the next slide, Natasha, there, please. We're going to ask you to very quickly, as a way to build and create that community, I'm going to ask you to, in this slide, you see, what are some of the storms that are impacting us right now? Just like the metaphor, the boat and the storm, what are some of the storms that are impacting you in your location? What do you think are the top 3 challenges, what I'm calling storms, using that metaphor, that are impacting you? And if you could have a smartphone, just use the QR code. And Natasha, do you want to, anything else you want to add on those instructions?
I have posted it on the chat as well. So they can either scan the QR code or just follow that link if they are online.
Perfect. So we're going to talk about what's impacting us. We're going to talk about how we respond, our leadership development around it. And now for us to understand and get some commonality of what we're addressing, our differences. What are those top 3 global challenges for you? Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right. Are you able to see the results of the poll the way I am? So 100% of you are saying the poverty and inequality. Second, corruption practices, resource scarcity, and health crisis are the top 5 there. Do we have, is that the full 100%, Natasha? Oh, we see coming in.
I think they're still coming in. I'm just, showing.
I got ahead of the poll.
I'm just quickly checking if let me see, we have 8 votes so far. So yes, still, if everyone can keep voting, 9 votes. So yeah, as people are voting, it will come in. Do you want me to first wait? Or do you like to see it as it's happening? How it's changing?
No, this is fine. This has been interesting. Yeah.
We're on 11 votes now.
We'll just let's see if we can, how many people are in the room with you, Dr. Justine?
We have about 32 at the moment.
Okay, so we could just get at least 2 more. If we can get at least the 20% or more, that would be perfect. That gives us a good view. And I think that for what we have here and what we know of our global South, global Africa, the question sometimes I ask when I do this poll, which of course differ depending on what region of the world you find yourself in. And this is the first place where I like to talk about this whole notion of context and place. Because if we're going to talk about and be open to hear Black climate change and environmental, we know that we need to make that connection back to poverty and inequality, because that's the pressing challenge, in particular in the area where you find yourself. Not a big revelation, but a lot of times what we find is that with our passion, and especially in social impact, that we feel and we stay on our lane of the one topic and forget that there's all of these other connections, again, related to place and context when it comes to leadership. But sometimes I like to add with this type of question is, what are you not having to address today? Because if you really look at your entire ecosystem and where you're at, probably all of these are coming into. So these are the pressing. And that's where, unless there's any other comments, and I'm going to ask Ramina if there's anything on the chat or anything from the live audience participants, I'll go ahead and let's make sense of this. Are we good?
Yes.
All right, so just before I go, let me, Natasha, the results of the poll, if you could put that back on to see poverty is number 1. What was the 2? Resource scarcity, health crisis, and corruption practices. I would love if someone in shadow there, when you talk about resource scarcity, someone in particular from Botswana, so that I can get the local voice. What do we mean by that? What's an example? So we're all. Dr. Justine,
you know, Botswana to comment on resource scarcity?
Yeah, just if someone could say, and the mic is hard to hear, so if you could just respond or open for them. Just an example when you say scarcity, resource scarcity, what's an example of that in Botswana?
Go ahead.
So, Dr. Justine, it's very hard. I'm going to take it back because it's very hard to hear, and there's some interruptions on the sound. So when I open it for the participants there, can you or someone that has a mic in hand just respond or translate?
All right, you can go ahead.
Okay, perfect.
From this room, we'll just comment at the end as a collective.
Perfect, I'll do that. So we get it. These are all, when we talk about an ecosystem, when we talk about planetary, heart, and human center, we're looking at all of this. And the point here is that depending on the area, you're going to see which one is impacting you the most, and therefore your leadership. So let's get into the leadership. Let's talk about. So what we found in 2017, I started interviewing global leaders, ended up talking to 60 leaders in 6 different countries and 3 different continents. And the conversation was, when you think about your leadership today, how are you weaving sustainability? How are you weaving equity into the discussion? And that conversation came because I was at a conference board talking about global leadership. The session was in 2016. There was a lot going on at the time all over the world. In Botswana, I looked today what was happening on December the 5th, 2016, and it was water scarcity. It was a lot of deforestation conversations. So already the conversations on sustainability have been going on. In the US, where this conference was taking place, one of the participants, a very senior leader leading executive team, comes to me after the session and that question, what and how are you linking sustainability and equity? He says, I really haven't thought about it, but what I do realize is that after this session, are you expecting me to put the word sustainability in front of leadership? And what I realized is that with each crisis, which situation that was happening in the world, we were tagging the word that was the most impacted or needed at the time. So when we go back to talk about servant leadership, when we go back to talk about what was going on, what I realized is that a lot of the models come up, what's happening in the community. But a lot of those models and the ways that we're talking about it were directed to already the archetype of the command and control leader, which is what, and so it was telling that command and control leader how to be more compassionate, more servant. And in many cases, we're missing the balance that is about being compassionate, is about being the servant leader, but it's also accomplishing the mission, is also hitting the goals, is also making sure that you have a high-performing business. So what I'm looking at in this conversation is, where do we start from a place where we've been so centuries, and we can give you the whole background and research, right? That leadership is about this persona of the command and control. And now we're telling you, yes, it's about that. No, it's not. You need to be compassionate and caring, and also make sure that you're not being out of balance with this command and control. So what I'm getting to is, what we found in those 60 leaders was a lot of confusion and a lot of times an imbalance of how they address the compassion, human heart center, and that need to reach their goals and accomplish their mission. The way we heard it in the interview were these 3 types of leaders, or both leaders and organizations. And what I found fascinating as we continue exploring this data is that all of them, in all 3 cases that I'm going to share with you here in a second, they all saw themselves as having a growth mindset. They all saw themselves as having a more compassionate leadership style. Yet, when I looked at had the conversation of what are you doing how are you addressing sustainability and equity? And this is 2017 to 2020. So I'm talking about before COVID and post-COVID. I could still see the same type of behavior. The first leader, or I'm going to call them boats. We used sailing archetypes so that we can talk about the need to really be flexible and nimble here. They were what I call the dock yacht. They saw, at the same time they felt, the leaders felt that they had a growth mindset, but they were cautious. I'm not going to even read this for the sake of time when I'm going to share a quick story. This was the leader who calls me, and these are all composites of actual clients and folks that I interview. This leader calls me, and she was literally 3 blocks from where George Floyd, the incident murder of an African-American male in the United States by a police that created ended up in a racial disturbance and crisis. She calls me. We have been working with them, and they're 3 blocks from the site where this takes place. Very upset. We have a conversation. We create a plan. And the next thing, in the same conversation, after the excitement of the plan, what she's going to do in this organization, she's upset. We're crying. She tells me, this sounds really great, but you know what? I don't think that we're ready for this yet. It's not just that we're ready. This too shall pass. So my question to you is, how many of you are in organizations, groups, where you know that those storms that we talked about a couple of minutes ago exist, but you're still waiting for this too shall pass? Because while you have a growth mindset in that organization as a leader of continuing to learn, at the same time, you feel that the learning needs to be tailored and contained, and this too shall pass. Just reflect on that. The second archetype or type of organization and leader that we came across is what I call them the Titanic, because these folks, and I'll share a composite of that story as you're reading this. These were the leaders that we talked to. And when I asked them that question, say, oh my gosh, and yes, of course we're doing this is important. And of course we're working on that. We have this program, that program, and this initiative, but they were all focused on the growth mindset, and all of the programs were focused on the leader. Because in many of these in complex situations, the belief is that if I take care of the leader and take care of leadership, then all of it will fix itself, and we will be ready for this change. What we're finding here is that in this case, and why, and that's where we'll go, is it's not just the leader. We need to look at leadership at how are you developing that team, because that's really the next level and the next level until you're developing the whole organization. And that is where we see the change. In this case, I'm just focused on change or transition, but I have not really embraced what we saw in the third and the next slide, what I like to call the raft. These leaders really got or get that their organizations need to move like a raft, nimble, they need to be adaptable. But if I may also bring here the Buddhist tradition or meaning of raft, which is that vessel that takes you from hardship and complexity to the next place, that next place of hope, the next place of a new beginning. And for true transformation, I find for those leaders that are really looking at true transformation, the mindset or how they lead their organizations is just like a raft. And this is where I want to also bring that in our conversation in these 2 days, we don't talk about sustainability, we talk about regeneration. And this is that leader that understands that it's not about sustaining or trying to maintain on where they're at. It's about really creating change, and that completely different change, and that is going to be something that they're going to need to do in intervals. So there's this understanding of going and passing and reflecting. Just reflect for yourself as I share that, these three metaphors. What kind of organization, how would you describe your organization, your group, your community, where you see yourself leading? And what kind of leader, how do you see yourself leading? Because that's the key piece that I also want to highlight. How do you see the organization, a raft, the dock yacht, the Titanic doing a lot, but keeping it in one area? And then how do you see yourself responding, which are the questions that are, as a leader, that are there? Just take a second to reflect that. Let me take a sip of water here. And as we're reflecting, Natasha, if you can go to the next slide to continue making sense of this. What I got curious about with those three metaphors and archetypes of actual organizations is that the more those storms, the wilder they get, they're all happening at the same time, and that's what we call VUCA. The more the urgency, they became more, the polarization has become more intense. And for the sake of space, we just put polarization, but one of the biggest one that I see here right now, we're talking and we're seeing it around the world, is the generational differences in this conversation. The perspective of what has been in leadership and what I need to change and how I look at the world today, and what we want to move forward with. The concepts, a lot of it, this is where there's a lot of gaps in the gender. Seeing it in the United States right now, polarization, #1 story in Newsweek was how men hate women and women hate men right now in the US more than ever. So I'm bringing this up because those storms impact us. And these are then become the social need for the urgency of what we're talking about here. And sometimes I think that is really, really easy to just stay in what's happening in the four walls of the organization that I'm leading, or what's happening with the 8 people that might be part of my team. But if we don't understand, if we don't take that pause to think about how those storms turn into our own internal impact and crisis, then now I hope you understand, but now we realize that for us to lead transformation, I first need to address the storm inside myself. How do I prioritize? How am I seeing? How am I being involved in this? That's part of our first invitation and what we're learning from our clients. The #1 question that I ask with all of our executive coaching clients, in particular CEOs, how are you taking care of yourself? And we know that 5-10 years ago, that probably would have been seen as a soft question. Today is the #1. So with that urgency, with that storm, let's liven it up. What are we going to do? And I think that next slide here, I think what happens is that we understand, we get the gaps, and then it's so complex that we don't know where to start. At least that's what the 60 global leaders were telling us. A lot of times we have the climate change, we have the social inequalities, Now you want me to differentiate into environmental, and I need to talk about ESG and DEI, and you want me to be compassionate, but the economy, you saw your #1 storm, poverty and inequality is really impacting, and you want me to hit the bottom line. What do you want me to do first? And what do I need to do for myself? So what I realized in my learning and sharing with you, and a lot of you are already in this track, and you'll get deeper on it from my colleagues and brothers and sisters that are doing this work, I realized that we're playing with old models. And the old models, a lot of times, don't even belong to us. So what I'm getting at here is, if we rewire, and you have the slide right there, if you rewire your leadership identity, and let me be very clear, when I say identity, I'm not talking, am I African, am I Cuban, am I Black, I'm talking about how all of the stories of who I am, including my values, my mission, that whole internal, what Otto talks about, your internal purpose that gives you that stand and that clarity. Until I have all of that nice and clear, that's what I'm calling the leadership identity. And when I'm able to create that internal, clear, grounded ecosystem that is not about I, it's about the we, and I can take that same we-ness and move a team to think about not where they're from, not what they did. All of that is important, but it becomes part of the whole collective. That's when you got change happening. And you know what? I'm here to tell you that you're writing it. If you're an academic, you're writing it, you're studying it, and we're living it. We have a couple of teams where I'm actually seeing this, and they're outside of the military. This is the leader that is able to very clearly bring the team together, hear all of the different perspectives and lives backgrounds that they're bringing to the table, and create. And it sounds, and I have to tell you, I've been studying this for 30 years, and I came to a point that I was like, this is a bunch of BS. Sorry for being so American and formal here, and get a little bit Cuban Miami. This is so crazy. This is, purpose, and we're living it. I'm seeing it in teams. But you know what, my brothers and sisters, is not the leader that has that John Wayne, if you're in the US, or even the Mandela, is the leader that is able to, like a Mandela, bring together folks and make a movement that's a collective. And I feel that we've been missing that because we've been studying the leader as itself. We've been studying the Steve Jobs, what a great job he got the iPhone done, but we forget and leave out the emails where you can track that Steve Jobs was ready to knock down those iPhone. It was only because he had a team that he created, and thank God they hadn't left, because he also had very non-human centered behaviors, that they were able to push forward and said, no, this is our mission, this is going to work. So identity leadership rewriting is about you first creating your identity, being clear around it, bringing it to that team level and bringing it together. And you might be saying, this is nothing new. This is all the components of it. And this is where I've been explaining. You might be saying, this is nothing new. And Mercedes, when Dr. Justine now talks about indigenous practices, which, by the way, I'm looking at it from what does it mean here, indigenous practices in Alaska. A lot of what we're bringing is that same message. You're right. Why is it a new psychology? Is a lot of times those same messages need to be dusted, because there's the gender piece, there's the equality piece, there's what do you do with status, that sometimes those traditions will still replicate. So how do we bring those traditions, put all these new lens so that we can get these 5 things that are what we call the new psychology of leadership. Some studies that have been out there lately, they're coming under what do we do so that we can bring indigenous traditional practices to or these with these new practices and bring it together. I want to make that point because there's a lot of this that is there's nothing new. There's a lot of this that for us that come from all world countries and traditions, we're seeing that the same things that our ancestors 100, 200, thousands of years brought together is what we're bringing back with a new lens. So what we're holding here is this constant tension between if you're a business, yes, you make profits, but at the same time, the best for humanity. Yes, for the impact. Yes, you're a leader. You have your skills. You have the eye. And at the same time, you have the connectedness. If you just go back to that picture right before, and I know that my time is coming short. So I'm going to get to here because this is the polarization. This is the internal tension that I'm hearing leaders having to address when I talk about their internal storms. Profit center holding the both, human center. It's not one or the other. I-ness to the we-ness. It's not one or the other. How do we hold the both? And right now, what I notice is that the best story that I have of that is my military background, where what I learned, or the leaders that I learned the most were those who had the status of the rank. I saw it with myself as a captain Black woman in the United States Air Force, and at the same time being treated as part of a collective. At the same time leading with rank, but having to at the same time understand that I was not going to be awarded, or seen, the big billboards on amazing leader unless that whole team was included. So it's about holding the both hand. Let me take a pause and ask you to, because I've given you a lot. I also want to do a time check. I want to end with the 5 shifts and practices though. So let me just take a second pause. I took you through the metaphors of the ships. I took you through this new leadership psychology. I'm really saying is let's look at our traditions and build on it. I took you to what is it that I'm noticing? What are we learning about leaders? Excuse me a second. We'll share this PowerPoint, and there's a lot, and as you can imagine, because we can spend 3 months just talking about storms. So I want to invite you to that in a second. But I wanted to bring you because with all of those big pictures and that whole backdrop that I just gave you on what does all this means, at the end of the day, what we notice, what we're learning from our clients, from our work is bring it back to very simple habits. Number one, and there's a lot of complexity behind these. Number one, practice self-reflection. Stop just picking up a lens and pick up a mirror. And that will save you a lot of time and keep you in the trajectory of this raft. Number two, create those safe places. But by the way, this is not just for your people. You have to first have a safe place for yourself. And sometimes in some of these organizations, the safe places, you have a bathroom stall that you just go for 5 seconds when you need to put yourself together and go back out. We're asking you to do courageous, outrageous decisions, regardless of where you're at in the organizational level. And you need that place yourself. Building relationships and trusting the same and coming away from the silo. Making sure that you're thinking long-term and short-term. So what's happening today, the uncertainty, staying in the now, but always being able to know where is this raft taking me and what's that final, and especially for use at an individual level. And the building the networks, and that's the invitation that we want to leave you with. What we're going to ask you is, based on this conversation, to go ahead and assess or decide which of these 5 do you want to really work on and start working on, even in this conference and in this network opportunity. Which one do you want to? Or you want to pick up a mirror from all of what I've said? Or you wanted to build these relationships? I'm going to go ahead for the sake of time. I'm going to stop here and take questions, and just know that there's a lot of the other, if I need to go back to the slide deck, Natasha, I can do that. But I'd rather, if it's okay with you, Dr. Justine, to just open up and take any questions and comments at this point.
Yes. Dr. Justine has sent a message to Romina. You can finish, then we can do it later.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Dr. Justine sent a message to Romina.
And what is the message to me? Dr. Justine? I'm sorry, this is Mercedes. We can't hear what's being said.
Okay, it's Grace. Hi, Mercedes.
Hi, Grace.
I'm good, how are you? So Dr. Justine has sent a message to Romina. Okay, hold on for Dr. Justine.
I don't see any message from him. Oh.
Yes, Mercedes.
Yes. So we have yes, I just wanted to stop and open if there was any questions from the live participants.
Yes, we are also opening it up here. I just moved out because there's an echo that's really bad when we try to respond from here. So I requested that you do the discussions on the virtual, we do the discussions here, and we'll consolidate the results and then share.
I'm not sure I understand. What are you doing?
We are now moving into the discussions here, but it will be difficult to be communicating with you virtually. So you can do the discussion with the virtual team, and we'll do the discussion of the presentation.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Justine. Thank you.
And we have until 1 o'clock because we are just now discussing this until lunch break.
Okay, beautiful. So I just want to make sure that we were able to come back together as a whole group to close out, so that I can. So I'll pick up the questions and discuss it as a whole group, at least 1 or 2. Is that okay?
Perfect.
Thank you. All righty. Okay, group. I need love first and feedback second. Comments, what were your reactions? What are you going to do? Let's start with that.
And I was saying, because of the issue of technologies, because of the issue of the market that
Shay's hands up. Virtual hand is up, Mercedes. Shay's hand is up.
Okay, Natasha, are you tracking Shay? Because I can't see on my.
Okay, hi. Hi, Mercedes. Thank you so much. Very, I'm really glad I was in the room today with you. And this is so profound. I mean, my notes is really very full. And for me, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Is there any
Okay.
way, though, Romina, that you can block out Dr. Justine in the back room? There you go. Thank you.
Okay, good. So I mean, I'm very big on building trusting relationships and inclusivity. And that's what I've been moving from in the last 2-3 years. Taking myself away from the center and ceding more part to the team, tapping into the diversity and the richness of, any group I find myself. And it's really been quite challenging to, in the world we find ourselves, particularly in this side. I mean, I'm in Nigeria, and I'm sure we all know what is going on in Nigeria, even at the moment, as it is in the micro environment. We also find it even in the corporates. We also find it in the meso as well. We also find this in the larger society. So it's really like a jungle this way. And so for us, myself and my team and a group of professionals I'm relating with, we're really moving away from being the I-ness and moving into the human-centeredness and bringing people into it. One of the philosophies within the work environment that we hold on to is the EI, that is the employee involvement, having people being part of the decision making. I do that a lot in my organization. Most times I even allow the employees to take the lead, and I tend to make them do a lot of reflections and what have you. So thank you very much for this. And I want to believe that you would have a book on this as well. So we'll be glad for us to have this.
Beautiful, beautiful. And thank you for your words. Thank you. Any thoughts in particular? And by the way, this is not just the feedback. When I talk about these 5 shifts and practices and bringing it back to the habit, any reactions, any thoughts on that? And what are you thinking of doing? What were some of the things that came up? Do we have someone? I
Michael.
hear a flip. Okay, there you go.
Thanks, Mercedes. When you were reflecting on the 3 types of leadership, I think this resonates well with the discussion at hand that we're having on the core, on the core creation and the regeneration principle. We have the extreme leader who is anchored in what they believe. And we also have the Titanic leader who is saying, I'm already big, so why should I change? And then we have your navigator who's really willing to embrace change. So I think to me, that is a leadership lesson in terms of really embracing change, because if you dock your ship, the storm will catch up with you. And as the captain, you really don't want to, lead a ship to sink. The example of the Titanic, you want to be with the ship, but you want to navigate some of these unpredictable, storms that we face. If we look at issues like climate change and scarcity of resources such as water in Africa, we are battling a number of issues such as water and energy. So you want that nimble captain who will be able to respond to changes and steer the ship sustainably, so that even the business will be profitable. And in the next, you can imagine in the next 100 years, if you have a nimble captain and that captain collaborates with other like-minded captains, what kind of a world would build? So to me, that's I find that very thought-provoking, and it's a lesson really to us as leadership in whatever various spaces we exist in. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you. And a piece that we can go into, and you alluded in your response, Michael, that, well, first, that the size of the ship does not determine who can transform and who's going to do better. So the correlation there is that it's not a surprise that your big companies are the ones that we're seeing what a rate of 30% are not making it. The bigger, you know, I think that it's been in the last time I looked, it's in the last 100 years. A lot of those companies, there's only like 10% that are still with us, and that's the biggest decrease ever. However, and what we notice, especially in our work, the companies that are 60, 100 employees and below are the ones that are doing better. And I want to, and my theme has to do with this nimbleness of the raft that Michael just alluded to and I highlighted as part of those 3 ships. The bigger, the harder it is to talk about this collective piece that we're talking about and the level of uncertainty. So any thoughts on that? And just wanting to hear, just want to keep the conversation going. So if you see me asking different questions and saying, wait, I thought she was asking this one, just what was coming up for you? Because this is also a dialogue, and this is also how I learn from you. Building community, what came up? And be provocative too. If there's something you didn't agree with, it didn't make sense, bring it up. As my sister said, yes, we're writing a book, and these experiences are what helps us as well. Enhancing collaboration and cohesion and building loyalty and trust. Yeah.
Thank you, Mercedes. Thank you so much. This was so profound and quite eye-opening. When you started talking about what your organization is identified as, Doc, DH, you know, I was reflecting and I was saying this is where I was until I started organizational development with Doc Chinoperekweyi, Doc Justine. You know, just being so cautious and you know, risk averse, you know, so conservative. You really, there's not much growth there. I realized this is exactly where I was. Now I'm trying, and I think you've helped a lot in your presentation to be that raft. You know, try and be flexible and be open-minded and reflective, employee involvement and all. I think from the discussion that I've had, something that I've learned from here, something that I'm going to implement, I think, is what I wasn't doing, what we were not doing as an organization, or giving an opportunity for colleagues to do, was to have reflections. So I was thinking, yeah, why not have like weekly or bi-weekly reflections with colleagues? You know, we talk about, yeah, I thought, yeah, this is good, and it can actually help us as an organization. And I truly appreciate the conversation that we've had and the need for us to change. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, thank you. When you talk about that reflection, right, and that need to come in, we end in this simplicity and, you know, the longer learning journey on this whole transformation piece that we do. It's also the break, and it's a break from all the technology. We're either on Zoom calls all the time, or we're on phones, right? So this need for the human connection, and do it in a way that is not structure as well is going to be so needed. So the reflection supports that. So I'm so glad to hear you say that, Faith.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So you think we can just
Reflective, great.
so your advice on how I can start this, we can just start by having reflections. Is there a way that we can introduce this? I mean,
yes.
What are your thoughts?
You mean introduce it to your group? Well, let's ask folks. What are you practicing reflective moments with your group? I say that the number one skill that we're going to need to use in the next well, in this time right now, is going to be convening. How do you bring people together in a place where they feel the psychological safety? And so reflection is one of those practices that support in bringing us together. What are folks doing? Faith is saying, hey, can I do this? And I'm saying, absolutely, but I'm curious. What are others in the community call doing? You can put it on the chat or just come off mute.
Hello, Mercedes. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi, Joe.
Hi.
Yes.
Thank you so much for a really fantastic session. I wasn't privileged to come in early as I would have loved to, but I did meet quite a lot. And hello, everybody. Hello, Pamela. She's really great to be here. This really, for me, it is throwing up some thoughts that have just been in my mind, rolling around my mind, and really not. I haven't really had a release, so to speak. So I've been trying to write a piece, an article on leadership is overrated, and that has been just going around my mind for weeks, but I haven't really had sufficient material to express, my thoughts around that subject. But this is really opening it up for me, and the need to recognize the voiceless, quite a lot of people that probably do not have the appellations or the positions of leadership, but have quite a lot in them to give. And when you talked about the we-ness, it is just throwing light for me. And maybe now I can maybe write a bit more on that subject and really ask myself, what kind of leadership? Because like you rightly mentioned, a lot of these things, when we attend, we probably sometimes want to say, what can I take back to my client? What can I take back to my organization? But it really is, that's the beauty of OD, is very me, is very firstly inward looking and seeing some of the things that should shift. So when you talked about a rewired leadership identity that shifts the focus from individual-centric to collective leadership, it's a whole lot of question, because I just feel that a lot of leaders do not have the opportunity to understand themselves, especially when they are successful, which you mentioned, and they do not really. And I guess is your practice and a lot of other practices, OD practice, and maybe some consultancy that may hold up the mirror to leaders. Recently in cohort 13, we're talking about leaders and 360, the HRO 360 degree practice of evaluating leaders. And we found out in the room that not almost all of us in the room, we have never done that. So we find that leaders most times have a wrong conception of who they are because very few people hold up the mirror to them. And it's just a lot of thoughts, really. And when they do have people speak to them, it's always, especially in our culture, oh, thank you very much, His Excellency. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. President. Oh, you are doing excellently. People always do not give them the right idea is always an idolizing situation. And so there is little growth in leadership. And there's a lot of, like Shay said, a lot of talents that are silenced, a lot of voices that are not brought to the fore, a lot of talents that are just wasting away because they do not have that collective or that winners, they're not being brought into the circle. So thank you so much for a great session.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Joy, and thank you for sharing your thought through. Because yes, it's a lot of starting with that or going towards that we-ness. And that is where the courage also stands, because so much of what's expected of the leader or even the way that you're supported is based on that I-ness. So you get caught in that trap, right? You get caught on that ego boost. So a lot of what we're talking about here is how do we check our ego? And that's really scary for a lot of folks. And that's where we lose the vulnerability, and that's where psychological safety comes in, and you see the cycle that that we go into. And again, context and place, context and place, because there are times and there's a place. Any other comments? What are you picking up from this conversation? So what do we want to do? We have 15 minutes. So should we can we check in with Dr. Justine? Natasha, before we do that, can we look at the poll again on where they were at and see what folks are going to do and ask?
From here, you can download the Mercedes Martin 5 shifts and practices, but I think that perhaps we can repeat the 5 shifts and practices poll that I'm not sure if everyone participated on it, so we can have a sense here in this one. So we can have a sense on...
Yeah, we only have 4 people that participated. So if everyone can scan the code or follow the link, I'll just post it again in the chat as well.
I wish that, and I hope I don't lose folks because I'm changing the program, but we have another 15 minutes left, and I see that there's 32 of us on the call. Is there any way that we can break into small groups or something? Natasha, if I give that as an option. So
yes, we can do that. I'm just wondering if maybe a lot of people are not, maybe they signed in, but they're not actively here. But anyway, we'll figure that out. How many would you like in a group? Oh dear.
Oh, I see what you mean. Because
Yes.
I see. I see. So let me ask folks because what I heard Dr. Justine said was they weren't going to come back till for another 15 minutes. Do you want to keep this conversation going? I can put more questions. You can ask me questions. This is not just a review feedback. Let's take care of ourselves. For those who are on, what would be the best use of the next 15 minutes? I can go deeper into the 5 shifts and practices. Tell me what you need to make sure that we're using the best of these 15 minutes.
Mercedes, I can be a little bit selfish and ask that you probably that delve a bit deeper into yes, the
Please, absolutely. Let me go. I get you. And I think your colleagues are, there's a couple, Faith is
Oh,
saying,
great.
"Go deeper,
I can
please."
see that.
So Natasha, I think we have a group here of 5 or 6 that have asked for the going deeper. And I think let's hear of the 5 practices, however, paint an American perspective on, put an American perspective on them. Okay, I'll give you the American, I'll give you the Cuban American perspective with all those different lenses. Natasha, can you get us back, and we'll start with giving them the 5 shifts and practices came about to, and in the book we'll give credit and you'll get all these tools. But Brother Cartwright wrote a book, and it was called The Shifts. And he works in education. It was very specific around what he felt that the education system, and especially professors, teachers, needed to change. And I thought that it was pretty profound on the whole idea of the shift. And what we're looking at it here and through time, this is the one piece that Romina and I have been evolving the most, has been what are all the shifts that are necessary. So at first I would only talk about the mindset. And then when I started bringing this in to clients, and in particular in executive coaching, guiding, advising, I realized that that was only the one component. But for me, to be honest, is the most important, because this is where the personal transformation comes. And for those of you on the call that are practitioners, this is where I start the transformation journey. So I'm going to take it from the conversation that the presentation that was more about understanding why the personal transformation. And now I'm going to talk to you as practitioners on how do you apply that conversation onto change work. So what we started realizing was that before, if they were going to get to a raft, I really needed to spend time with that team and that leader and understanding what needed to change at the same time that they needed, that was the advising, they needed the executive coaching about their personal change and transformation. And I think it was Mike that said, give it the American perspective. Now, for some countries, and especially in the Southern Hemisphere, the idea that as an executive coach, you support your client at the same time that you're working with their therapist, that has been around for ages. And Dormina and I laugh because she's from Argentina, and I did a lot of work, and a majority of my work has been in South America and Nigeria, for the Nigerian folks, Lagos represent. And that in Argentina, in Chile, it was the first place that I would be working with executives, and they would say, oh, I'm working on attachment issues and with my therapist, can you help me with now set my goals, understanding that piece. So it was the first place that I really started exploring this whole, what does it mean to look at leadership development, and from this holistic lens that includes the transformation. That first mind shift is about that. That's where I get the permission from the client and the organization. And notice that I say permission. We had an experience a couple of years ago with a very lucrative client that we had to stop, because the mindset piece and understanding that this work was going to be about me developing a deep trusting relationship with that leader and leading them through this. And she was going to also have to do personal work. And he, on the same team, had to do the personal work. And unless those things were not almost like a covenant relationship contract address that we couldn't get them to the rest of that journey. At the time, I didn't realize all of this. At the time, for me, it was, well, this is crazy. You should be curious. And I hope I'm making sense, because right now I'm free-flowing here and telling you stories. This has had nothing to do with, this is not necessarily all the depth that I had in the presentation. We're going deeper here. And but then I realized that mindset with that client relationship for you as the practitioner to really show up real, you need to have that conversation, and both of you okaying and saying, yes, I need to pick up a mirror. I think a lot of times we ourselves also need to remind ourselves as practitioners, and especially in OD, that we need to. The behavior shift became, and the key one there, on the personal level. So notice that these shifts, I can apply them, they're the same at a personal or collective level. At a personal level, this one is about the vulnerability. And I call this one in my head, when I talk about the fearless organization. What does that mean at the organizational level, but also what does that mean for you? So this is where the transformation and the being able to not pick up a mirror, but also do the work of what is it that you're afraid of? And what I find for us as practitioners, that a lot of times is I need to admit that I don't know it all. I've been, I have that status of how I'm coming in, or I studied this one model and now you're telling me that. So Michael, now I'm getting really American, because a lot of it, I think sometimes is us as practitioners forgetting the we-ness component of this. I think that in organizations, the way that we're seeing that vulnerability is because that command and control leadership is so ingrained of how I'm supposed to be, that I can't take the mask off. And that's why we're having, again, US, but I looked this up, it's impacting worldwide, the level of burnout and executives and leadership in the organizations. And I think that has to go with not only the pressures of all the storms that we talked about, but also the inability to be able to say no. Romina and I spent time this week. It was a very, very difficult week for clients. And I realized it's the level of the complexity that's out there. And when I look back at the executive women that you're either teaching, coaching, or around, this piece of having to say no, or needing to learn to say no and not see it as a vulnerability, is the main theme that I would say. Romina, am I being Cuban dramatic here with that, or so?
No, I think that
you can come off chat or write it there.
That you're sharing, like, not only your personal experience, but you have the chance to work with clients all around the world. So I think that there's a cultural component on how we can adapt these practices to where we are, the context that we are, and who we are, and where we come from, right? So yeah, I think it would be also interesting to hear people if they have any story to share, like from them being in a different context, or like sharing something about like a specific situation where they have a challenge on, I would say, a cultural challenge, or something that they would like to share.
Let me pause there, because we're opening it up again. I was giving you a deeper dive on what each of these mindsets shifts and practices were about. So I'm gonna just take a pause here and help me out, Natasha, on the chat. Any comments that I need to address with what's coming up? We're totally off script, by the way, you guys, as you could probably tell, we're totally live. So I'm opening it up. I can continue sharing where those practices came from. Wanting to pause here. I shared mindset shift and I know, so brave. I gave you the depth of what's written. So people, you know, because in the American version, you have to write it HBR style, right? So that's what you're reading, and then what's behind that. So for those first two, any questions, any reactions, any validation on what's being said?
I'm just thinking that, you know, when you were talking about command and control, and then you mentioned about the importance of context and content, it occurred to me that command and control really is that style that we have been used to for so long, quite frankly, and people have just learned to a large extent to sort of learned helplessness, so to speak. So even, you know, and I'm just wondering sometimes where the balance is, even for me personally, you know, as much as in leadership, even in your home, wherever you are, in communities, even outside of the work community, where that middle point is, where you have to hold your own, you have to be in control, to a large extent, have a commanding presence. I'm just throwing words here and there, you know, and yet you also want to open it up and bring out the best in people, and yes, and get to that place, yes, which is ideal, where we want to get to, as you have explained or shared in this in this session, you know. So in your practice, in your experience, how do we, I guess, read the room? How do you maneuver that command control, people's general expectation of you as a leader, or of you as a consultant? Come give us the answers. How do you move people, or how do you manipulate that medium point, that right point? I'm not sure if I'm communicating well enough, but I'm just trying to find that middle balance, that level.
Yeah, I think it's what I'm hearing is, let me repeat it, and I'm gonna use some of my words. You'll keep me honest and make sure that I'm representing. We have the command and control, and we have the compassion and empathy in us. So what I hear your question is, there's going to be times that we need to show up as that command and control, and there's times that, yes, there's the empathy, but how do we know not only where to choose, but how to stay in that, come back to that middle ground? Is that what am I understanding you correctly?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that that's the life work, that's the spiritual work, and that's one of the areas that when I talk about mindset, there's a spiritual mindset, and I'm talking about spirituality here, not from a place of religion, but a place of the meaning to be interconnectedness. So understanding that we're all connected, understanding that everything has a meaning, that first place. How to get to is knowing, and this is where the situational leadership comes in. When am I able to shift, present myself, and more of that, I need to, let me give you an example, a very specific example. We find this when we're working a lot of times with leaders that are bringing in that compassionate, are working on the compassion and bringing that part of the balance, that there's a point though in transformation when you're clear on the mission, you're clear where you need to take that team, where the compassion is great, but at the same time, they need to lean into being able to say and do the hard things in that compassionate way. So that's one of the examples of that need to be able to know that all of this lives in you, the need for the command and ego. That's not bad. It's just when to use it and when to be clear. And I think that's why the best place or example for that is to talk, when I talk about the military, because you have the problems and circumstances of the status, and that you have the command and people knowing that if there's a life or death situation in some of these missions, that you're going to lead them out of it. You don't want that out. The thing is, when do you use it and when you're not using it? I think that's the piece where we go back to spiritual, everything is interconnected, but we also go back to mindset. That's where reflection helps. That's where being able to have more, be more center in yourself, and especially with all of the complexity that you're dealing, supports you to be grounded, to be able to read the situation and know in which direction do I go. It's what I call, we all live in a hyphenated experience. What side of the hyphen am I at right now? What side but it's going to keep me rowing? Does that make sense, Joy? Is that resonating with you, with what you're bringing up?
Yeah, certainly it is. It is. And like you said, it's indeed a life work, and it has to be situated or situational. Yes.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah. The situational is the context, the place in the context all the time. Remember? Yeah. Yeah. Well, good luck, because that's yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
taking you're on that journey. You're on the journey, and thank you. Any other
Thank you.
questions or thoughts that are coming up before? Okay. Well, I'm gonna can we check with Dr. Justine and see where they're at? Because we're a little bit over our time here. I want to thank you again, and thank you for those who stay on and continue building community. Please, totally authentic and mean it. Use the scan code that Natasha has here for us to get more information, our transformational journey. We're launching this in 2025, but also any questions or any feedback that you have for me, for Romina and Natasha. I really appreciate it. And in particular, what I want to leave you with is this gift of continuing this journey on exploring. The price on the other end is just amazing, because that's what I think is living that content, happiness in life is about. And that's what we hope for all of you. So thank you for this session. I'm not going to continue going on until unless there's any other questions from you. And thank you, Joy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yes, a lot and deeper on those slides. Romina, any word from Dr. Justine on the timing? We are breaking for lunch. Thank you, Mercedes. Thank you so much. Dr. Justine. Thank you. Thank you, folks. Thank you, Jane. Thank you.
Yeah, he says.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. Dr. Justine is saying on chat that we are breaking for lunch. Thank you, Mercedes. So I think that we can.
Okay. So we're gonna take that break. Thank you, guys. We'll talk. Wonderful to have all of you. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Vitu. So.
qualify the future. Here, start going to plant a tree, water the tree. By the time we leave this place, we don't have a lot of trees. Local leaders, we are very grateful in that. Very grateful and we will those that we plant more trees on that. Thank you. Just to support and we are really looking at.
Thank you for the wonderful advice, and I will definitely be able to my team is also continuing, and I will definitely do that. And I'll just say it's fantastic. I believe that's the main difference of this networking and opportunity. So thank you so much.
Thank you. For me, I'm pushing to get this case study. One that we are working with the Africa Publishers Network Ghana, the Pan African Writers Association in Ghana. It is a case study. Especially manifesting the so that we can then approach you with this what I say. Here is the case study. We need a program that has the environmental management. So pushing there so that we have this
Thank you very much. In Zimbabwe, the company yeah, one this is yeah, okay. Thank you so much for your representation of what the work that we are doing with the great team. At this moment, I think it's good to say we are moving where we're progressing well. It's really interesting. The conversations are interesting, and we are learning. We are learning and relearning. There's been a day of learning, and relearning. At this moment, we are moving into the Doctoral Consortium session 1. I'll be calling on stage Ken Victoria to share on organizations and areas of sustainable development change. She's an old consultant, a PhD candidate, and CEO in Merge Company, LLC, and also she brings us all the way from USA. Allow me to say welcome to Botswana once again. Let's welcome to the stage.
Well, that would be said. Hello, everyone, and it's exciting to be here again. I met most of us yesterday and had an opportunity to share a little bit about myself, about my journey in OD, and I'm grateful for the opportunity and all the amazing stories we heard, and also the people that I've connected with here. And again, thank you to the team for welcoming me to be a part of this. What I'm going to be talking about today is I'm going to be continuing the conversation yesterday. So I shared, for those who were not here, my journey in OD started off, in my undergrad, during my undergrad program, studying sociology, thought I was gonna do something else, but then, discovered, that there is a way to participate and in such a way that participate in the conversation and try to drive change to the extent that we help organizations and individuals thrive together. So that's my amazing dream. One day we'll, we'll have that, right? And thank you so much, Dr. Justine. And so that led to me with my journey in human resource management. I, went through over 18-year career in human resource management, just growing there and having an amazing, opportunity. That's where I discovered OD. And I figured out that one of the things we learned yesterday was OD is the currency of the future, right? It's the way to transform organizations, transform communities, and we truly believe in that, which led me to go into my PhD program. So I'm currently at the Bontle University studying organizational development. And to God be the glory, I'm ABD right now, finished my coursework. And so you should talk for me because that's a lot. Yeah. And this conference actually marks, it's like the end of my coursework. So I'm really celebrating this and going back over into my dissertation. But I have started my study, and my study is on purpose. So if you're looking for the purpose lady in the room, that's me. Very passionate about the topic. And my study, I'm going to talk a little bit today about my research, my basic stuff. So we're going to go into a little bit of academic discussion. So I know we've talked about a lot of practical stuff, so bear with me. I'm going to try to keep it practical as much as I can, but I still have to honor the Doctoral Consortium concept. And so I'll share a little bit about that. But another thing I wanted to share, even though it's not like core to my study, is also the connection to sustainable development. So found a little bit of research that I will just share just for our knowledge here. I felt like I should, while I'll get some feedback from you all, I would love to hear from you, I'd love to hear your insights. I also wanted to give back, to just share some insights that I found, especially in connection with purpose-driven organizations. So I am presenting today and tomorrow. And today, again, I'm going to focus on the organizational level from a corporate purpose perspective, and tomorrow I'll go deeper into some of what I found from the research perspective. But before I start, and hello to everyone in the virtual room. Hi. So before I start, I want to do a quick poll. Bear with me for a moment. So I'm going to get a poll here. I want to find out a little bit about what you guys think the technology is acting funny right now. So bear with me. Here, look at the phone, you can bring up your phones or your computer. Can you all see on Zoom? I'm going to see back on Zoom. Can you see the screen says how clear are you about the purpose of your everybody organization? Okay, all right, we can see that too. Okay. If you can on your phones or your devices and go to menti.com using the code I have up there, 5879-8738. So the question is, so a lot of you, I know a lot of you work within organizations, or maybe you've worked in an organization before, maybe, you're maybe unemployed right now, but at some point you may have worked in an organization. How clear are you, or were you at the time about the purpose of the organization you were working in? So either I have or had no idea, I had a vague idea, or I have a very, very clear knowledge and understanding of what that is. So if you can fill that out. Any responses? Yes, I think you're getting there. Yes. Let's see the main screen. Okay, Menti.com. NENTI.com. NENTI.com. All right. So I see some responses coming in. Let's have more. We have maybe 25 people in the room or more. We probably have a little bit more. If we can. Let's have more. I have a big idea. And I'm not talking about the values. I'm not talking about the vision. I'm talking about why the organization exists. Maybe they have a couple statements, maybe they don't, but do you have, an idea of what that vision is, of what the purpose of the organization is? All right, a little bit more. That's good. One of the reasons I'm collecting this insight is because I'll talk about my journey a little bit, and my the study is this concept of purpose, the purpose in an organization. Sometimes it's clear, sometimes it's not, and there's a lot of discussion around. Does it even matter? How much do you even? I've heard us talk about the values and the vision. Does everybody really know why we're doing what we're doing? And it's just very important to get some insight into that. So, all right. So I'm not gonna spend too much time on it. I see we have 18. Let's see if we can get to 20. All right. So the good news is most of us do. For anybody, I just want to pause. Does anybody who has a vague idea, can I get a comment or just feedback on why you said vague? You have a vague idea. Anybody in the room? Oh, everybody in the room has clarity. Okay. Anybody on Zoom? Maybe in chat, just in the interest of time. If you had I have a vague idea. Can you share why you said that? I wasn't getting in the way. Oh. I forgot I'm in control of chat. Oh, let's see some comments coming. Oh, thank you. Wow. Thank you. All right, I have a very clear understanding. All right. Does anybody want to share why they said vague and why? If everybody is shy, I can start moving on. All right. Maybe you'll talk a little bit more later. Okay. All right, so I'm going to move on. So thank you for sharing that. Again, I'm going to share a little bit more around the corporate purpose concept. So, my presentation. What am I studying? So as I research, in my research, what I'm focusing on is really a study on the relationship between individuals' perceived purpose and their alignment with their organization. And you can see it a little bit differently to say, how does my individual purpose align with that of my organization? If it does or if it doesn't, how does that impact my commitments or my performance at an individual level in the organization? And I'm going to share why I'm focusing on this in a moment. Not only do I want to, am I looking into that relationship, I also want to look at it in a couple of contexts, because as we know, we all go through career stages and all that. How does that change? What's that dynamic when you're going through various career stages, early, mid, late, right? Near retirement, what does that look like? We had some good conversation about that yesterday. And then cultural context. One of the things that we found is depending on the cultural context, how that dynamic plays out is very different. Even just the concept of purpose is very different. And in academic research, empirical data is very limited, from an African context, a non-Western context. I was at a conference 2 weeks ago, and the Academy of Management, huge conference, thousands and thousands of people. probably almost over a few days, over 1,000 sessions, and the theme was around purpose, you know, an organization purpose, you know, process and the likes, and there was a lot of conversation about it. And what I found was all of the sessions I went to, the focus was on Western, you know, area, you know, Europe. There was a lot in Europe. They're really talking about it in Europe, in the US and everything. Very little. Even there was one session on non-Western countries. It was on, you know, the UAE and all of that. Nothing in Africa. Interesting. So, anyways, I'm interested in some of that because I'm an African girl. And I'm seeing all of this stuff and I'm thinking the way this plays out is a little bit different. So just a little bit about why I'm looking into this and what piqued my interest, aside from my personal journey, for those of you who heard it yesterday. In recent times, especially a year or two prior to COVID, the COVID era, and post-COVID, the discourse on purpose, corporate-driven organizations has gone in organizational and management studies. So we've seen people really talking about it and was triggered by a few things which I'll talk about. A lot of conceptual discussion, theory. This is how it should work. I think this is a very limited empirical data. And here's the reason why. One of the reasons is that purpose is a very funny concept to conceptualize. So researchers are spending a lot of time trying to say, how do I even measure at an individual level, at an organizational level? How do we, even if I say I'm a purpose-driven organization, how do I measure if I'm really, you know, fulfilling that? And is it really important? So the discourse in that in management studies is more around, you know, yeah, is it a hype or is it real? Should we really pay attention to this? So that's a question a lot of people are talking about right now. But we in the OLDN, we kind of know that this matters, right? To a certain extent. So that's why I'm like, looking into this a little bit more. And as I said yesterday, I'm a scholar, researcher. I have to keep an open mind. I'm open to being proven wrong, but I want to do the research. You know, a lot more. So this alignment concept that I'm interested in is a very unique niche. There's very little research. I think I found 3 studies on alignment, especially at the individual level, and their dissertations. So not a lot there. And of course, I mentioned the fact that it's very Western focused. You know, again, a lot of these pictures that you see here, just to note there, these are very recent books. You know, if you want to read about what they're saying about purpose, right there, you get all these consulting companies, McKinsey and all that. There's a lot of hype around it. The question is, do we have true, good empirical data? So for the end, non-Western data. So my research questions are, what are the dynamics of that purpose between individuals and organizations? How does that vary? How does that evolve over career stages? You know, how does that alignment impact organizational performance or commitment? And then how does that phenomenon play out across different cultural contexts? I'll talk about the context in which I am. On the next page, talk about the cultural context. So I have my general research objectives. I think I've honed in on it, but when I think about it, is I want to join the conversation. I want to be a part of this conversation. I feel like it's important to, it's very personal to me. I'm hearing it out there. I also, the African girl in me is saying, there's more to this. And from an OD perspective, I think we have an opportunity to really take this concept into the thin, to say, how do we leverage OD tools to help navigate this? This is important. We have organizations like Unilever, right, that has used this purpose concept at an individual level for a few years now. And they would say, it works. Does it work in all contexts? Because you can do your research in one organization, but the question is it universal or not? Or how can it be placed in different contexts? And we've been having conversations about the whole indigenous concept. When I think about the cultural concept, what I'm imagining is it's probably a thing in different contexts. However, how it's applied in those different contexts may be different. That's part of my hypothesis that I'm thinking of right now. Okay? So before I go into methodology and all that, I think it's always important to just point on, so there are different ways to define some of these concepts. So I just highlighted a few of the key concept that I've been focusing on when I think about how I'm looking at my research in general. So that we can level set, because some people define purpose in different ways and everything, but this is how Kenny is defining purpose in the context of this research. So I just want to know those a few definitions here. Organizational purpose, the reason why an organization exists. And this is that reason that guides your vision, your mission, your strategy, and also it trickles into all other areas, how you execute, how you measure performance and all that. Is that same thing? It's almost like it's a substance. Like, you know, I've tried to imagine different ways to articulate. It's almost like the soul of an organization, the spirit behind it, to say what's that guiding. So at the end of the day, regardless of what your vision evolves to, your it kind of connects to that purpose. Individual purpose is that sense of meaning, the reason I exist as an individual, and it influences my journey as I move through life. It's beyond my career. We talked about it. There was a question about that yesterday to say, hey, my career is ending. What does purpose have to do with this? It's a life journey. And so it's beyond the organization, but it's very individual to yourself. So I'm defining it that way. Now, I wanted to caveat this. There's a lot of research on outside of management on individual purpose, psychology. Talk about the videos, and you see that in some of the theoretical theories that I'm connecting this to. A lot of stuff on meaningfulness. I think that I'm doing meaningful work. To me, it's different. So in my context, it's very in this the context of this research, I can do meaningful work, but it might not be purposeful work. You know what I mean? So that's how I'm seeing it. Perceived purpose alignment, and I have perceived there because it's individual. It's, you know, I perceive that I have that alignment. So it's that agreement that supports shared element between an individual and organization, and what I consider to be that personal purpose. And then how it's, you know, whether it's a purpose statement or just lived within the organization, is there that alignment? So in some research for the scholars among us, you see the concept of congruence. It's kind of the same thing, you know, so that's, you know, if I want to put a construct around, I'll call it congruence. And then you have individual commitment, which I'm sure most of us are familiar with, you know, the psychological attachment you have to your employing organization, and then performance, that is the extent to which you put in your all, right, to get the job done within that organization. Okay. So in every research, we have to have a theoretical framework, a theory which we, you know, underpin this on. And I'll tell you, I'll confess that I'm still trying to figure out what are the two, and some people have told me just use one, but I have a number that I'm informing my research. So I decided to show you 4. So don't judge me, I have too many or too few. For those who aren't familiar with that, Dr. Justine is probably looking at me like, He's actually on my committee. So it's not like, okay, what feedback are to be carried? So anyways, key theories, Abraham Maslow. Who's familiar with Abraham Maslow? Everybody, right? If you study social sciences, like most people in OD probably traveled. If you did HR, a lot of people had that, you went to IOSIC and all that, all those classes, right? Abraham Maslow, hierarchy of needs. For him, he talked about, you know, we all have different needs that inform, you know, our decisions and like with regards to, you know, our work and contribution. But I'm going beyond that. A lot of us hear about the hierarchy of needs going up to self-actualization. But later in his life, it's not very known, and even after, there was a lot on transcendence. And to me, that's purpose. That's beyond self-actualization for me. Remember, we talked about what's in it for me versus what's in it for us, like beyond me. That's what I'm focusing on this. And then Viktor Frankl, he's more of a psychologist. He really focused on the theory of meaning. Basically, it's important to find meaningful work in your work and your life, and it can impact how you manifest or how you function in, you know, in life in general. And then Philip Zelnick is more on the organizational side, and this concept is really about the fact that, and we talked about it a little bit, you know, if I was trying to connect the dots around the institutionalism, you know, concept where you know, values, purpose, and all that, it's really institutionalized in organizations, and it's a function of what everybody brings to the table at different points in time. And over time, that's what gets institutionalized and becomes, you know, purpose or whatever it is. And we talked yesterday about, I think it was Dr. B, who talked about the values in your community, you know, or that you find your organization is a reflection of what's in your community. And that we need to really focus on what are people bringing into the organization. And there's a lot of, in the purpose discourse, there is conversation around how do individuals come into organizations, bring their own purpose in, right? And they have conversations with their employing organization, and that kind of evolve the purpose within the organization. Very beautiful concepts that have been coming up. A lot of them being very conceptual. And then finally, the concept of fit, which ties into my alignment concept. You know, basically, the compatibility of people and organizations occurs when one entity meets each other's needs. Very simple. I mean, I just try to keep it very high level so we don't go into the all right. What's my methodology? Very important to highlight that. I'm in the Doctoral Consortium. So I'm doing a mixed method study. Basically, you know, and there are various types of mixed method studies. And earlier, I don't know if he's not here, we talked about the importance of numbers, the importance of storytelling and everything, but you also have to put numbers behind stuff. And the reason I'll tell you this, just my story behind this. I wanted to do a lazy job and get my dissertation done because I'm told that with a successful dissertation is a done dissertation. But I had my chair actually asked me a question. He said, Kenny, do you want to have impact or you want to get your PhD done? And I sat there like, because actually when I wrote another confession, when I wrote my proposal, I was like, well, I want to do things one, do a qualitative study, and then postdoc, I'll do my quantitative. And he was like, you really want to do mixed methods, but you're trying to do this. So I decided to go for it and go through the challenge because it takes a little bit more. So basically, I'm doing the first part of my study is qualitative, where I've conducted interviews with individuals across different the various samples the various groups that I'm focusing on. And I think there was one thing. Okay, I think I wanted to talk about can I talk about the different areas I was going to focus on? No. So anyways, I'm doing the qualitative, I'm doing interviews with individuals across the different cultural contexts that I am focusing on. So I'm focusing on, I have Caucasians, American whites, basically. I have African Americans because their cultural context, night and day from your Caucasians. You will be amazed. All of us know. And then I have Africans who are working in Africa, and I have Africans in diaspora, like me. The conversations have been incredibly interesting, and I can't wait to see the results. I'll share a little bit of some of the things I'm seeing tomorrow. But basically, the purpose of the interviews is to make sure to really just have hear those stories. I've been hearing amazing stories, and I've almost been tempted to just keep going, but I have to stop. Around to help me refine my hypothesis and my questions and say, is this really a thing? And then it's also supposed to inform and help me fine-tune my survey, my questionnaire, which I'm going to share with a broader sample to help test my hypothesis, which is the reason why I'm doing a mixed method to say, okay, this is a thing, yeah, there's a dynamic there, but can I measure it to a certain extent? So I'm going to put a plug in here. I've asked Dr. Justine that when my survey is ready in a few weeks, God willing, I will be requesting from all of you, if you can please not only fill out the survey, but also share within your communities. This is important work. I believe that we're doing not just for Kenya's dissertation, but I truly believe in my heart that I can go places. So if you can participate in it, I will really appreciate that. But although I have 300 as my target here, deep in my heart, actually I want 500 people to fill out that survey because it will give us some solid insights. And then of course, once I get the data, I will, basically translation is just connecting the insights from both to really tell the full story. And eventually, when I think about the objective, I may have touched on it earlier, it's really when I get those results, what I see beyond that is, bringing it back into OD, bringing it back to how can we leverage this as a lever. Okay? All right, so some quick insights from a research perspective. There's a lot, on there, but I just want to touch on a few, and some of the drivers, just some things that we're seeing so far. Now, in 2019, I mentioned pre-COVID, post-COVID, one of the reasons why this corporate purpose thing became a thing is because the US Business Roundtable, which is a group of like hundreds of big corporations in the United States, actually sat together. They had this whole meeting and they signed an agreement to redefine the meaning, what they define as corporate purpose, shifting it from a shareholder, financial driven and all that perspective to a stakeholder perspective, which includes your customers, your environment, the government, employees, and I think there were about 5 stakeholders, but I'm focusing my study on the employees within the organization. So this kind of shifted the way, on paper, organizations in the US said, we want to define corporate purpose. Whether they're doing it, we have discussions around, they call it purpose washing. I think it's like, hey, do I have a purpose written out there, but I'm really not doing anything about it. We have that going on, but there's that conversation that happens. So it triggered a lot of discussion. Of course, we have the Sustainable Development Goals, which a lot of people are tying it to. A lot of CSR stuff and everything. It's related, it's not exactly the same thing, but related. But some of that is also triggering discussions around that. Now, when you think about data, again, I talked about a couple of empirical studies that have been going on. The first one here, this lady, I actually met her or saw her at the conference a couple of weeks ago. Amazing work, very passionate about this topic. She actually went in and got a huge amount of data from one of these consulting companies and did a study on the connection between purpose and financial performance. And so was able to manipulate the data and was able to find a connection there. But one thing that she found, which goes back to, remember the conversation about the village yesterday? She said that the ability to impact financial performance of the organization it depends on how clear the corporate purpose is at the middle employee level. Middle manager, middle employee level. So if, which McKinsey actually has some data saying, the whole purpose connection is strong at the executive level, they're saying it's more important at the middle level. So your employees who are really going to be impacting the groundwork, they need to be clear about what this is for it to even have any impact. Otherwise, you might be struggling. There's also, a positive found some gladly, he did more of a qualitative study. He found, of course, a link between corporate social purpose and firm performance. Is one of the ones that I actually shared on the first slide. Very interesting man too. When we bring it back to interest in purpose in life, again, I've talked about the fact that this has been something that it's not unique. Purpose is not a new concept. We know God talks about purpose in our life in the Bible. We know that, right? It's talked about in psychology. It's been talked about for years and years and years. However, in recent times, there's almost like a little bit of a hype, and generationally, it's also come up as the younger generation are interested in the concept of purpose. And there was a study that actually found that there is a gap in this discourse, especially in non-Western countries, which is why I'm interested in this. And then more recently, I talked about some dissertations that I stumbled upon, one in the US, which was not, it was more on recruitment and talent attraction, but one on employee wellness. The guys in New Zealand actually, and they did a smaller study and everything, which I found really interesting there. So that means, with all of this, I also wanted to tie in this whole SDG concept, right? To just help us just see that connection there. I mentioned my definition of corporate purpose being the reason for being, the reason for existence. But on the left side here, I was just reflecting and taking a look at some of the research and how organizations are thinking about this corporate purpose. So they're saying, some will say it's a reason for being period, just like I like to define it, because I think I was having a conversation earlier around, well, is purpose about doing a good thing? This is about advancing humanity, or could it be anything? What's our guess? Does it have to be about advancing humanity? I don't believe it has to be. 9/11 was purpose driven. Talk about purpose driven. Did they hit their target or did they hit their target? So so purpose could be very generic, but we know that what we want it to be is for the good of humanity. But again, that could be very generic, and that's how that just highlights the dynamics of what it will be. And then we have the alternative purpose for revitalization, talk about the business roundtable that I mentioned, and then we have, some which I believe also ties to this concept of OD that I'm talking about, is being a catalyst for systemic change. So if purpose is at the center, if you get it right and you align it up properly, could it be an opportunity to drive systemic change? So just have this visual here just to say, hey, this whole corporate purpose, it could have value in so many, you have the environmental value creation, social value, economic value, which of course most organizations at least start with, anyways. My last slide here, or almost last slide, is tying back to sustainable development. And as I was digging to say, okay, how can I think about this and tie back to say, how is corporate purpose aligned to driving sustainable development? And I think about sustainable development, not necessarily only about the sustainable development goals, but just sustainable change, sustainable transformation. I mentioned yesterday briefly about, early in my career, one of my first enterprise-wide projects, I remember being a team lead. I was so proud of it. I remember going to find out what does my leader want, and all that. And years after, I was like, what was I doing? How much did I engage my stakeholders? And everything. I was almost cringing when I realized I could have done this better. And was that sustainable? Did I really put things in place to really sustain that change, right, in the organization? And so, as I mentioned earlier, when we, based on, some of this Jim Menz, I can't pronounce his name, the study kind of did a meta-analysis, a study of various articles on sustainable development goals and purpose. But I felt like the message there was relevant for this. Corporate purpose being at the center will drive your vision, if you done right. It informs your vision, it informs your objectives, your strategies, your key performance indicators. And as your purpose evolves or your purpose gets clearer and clearer, then you're able to evolve and advance those other pieces of the puzzle to really help drive that sustainable change. And when you think about this in terms of sustainable development or sustainable transformation, you can think about it from the concept of the value you bring is it helps to bring that unifying tension that could be between profit and doing what's good and fulfilling your purpose. It can help drive that, that social benefit that we have the CSR goals and everything, especially in purpose driven. They need to make money, period. And so how do you drive that as a purpose can help pull that. And when you throw in CSR goals and things like that, it could also help that. It's also guiding, right? It can help, guide all of the priorities and everything across the various levels of the organization. Again, mentioned that it's not just about your executive, your C-suite, your board, doing what the purpose is or believing it, but everybody across the board. So that when you're saying we need to prioritize X, Y, Z, you see, you don't need to get approval for it to be prioritized. You just know that that's who we are, right? And it becomes part of who you are. And then of course, that commitment to operationalization. One of the, some of the research shows that purpose, one of the struggles in driving purpose in organizations is around the operationalization. There are, I was seeing there's a lady, a researcher who's actually trying to develop a model that consultants can use to say, how do I operationalize this concept that could be so dynamic? And so some of that is what it will, if it's done right, it can help you with actioning your sustainable development priorities at all levels of the organization. So I'm going to pause there, see if there are any questions or comments. And then after that, well, maybe I should do that. Maybe I should ask you first. I have some questions for you. All right. And then we're going to go back into that tool, but I have another code for you. So what I want to do right now is Again, typical doctoral consortium is we love some feedback. This is research. I'm on a discovery journey. I'm on an exploratory journey. As I said, I don't mind being proven wrong, but I'm trying to find out. But I'm also very, very curious about the context in which we are right now, the African context. I don't get to, it's amazing. I don't get to talk to people thinking the way you all think, and it's been amazing since yesterday, every day. And so I wanted to seize this opportunity to get feedback from you all. I think I saw a comment coming. Let's see. That's a question for you, Dr. Justine. So I am going to switch, just bear with me for a moment. We're going to go back into Mentimeter. In a moment.
Last week, 53. Last week, 53. Them go away, the man away, just 50.
Can you all see? I think okay, can I have some feedback from the virtual room? Can you all see the tool in chat? Can anybody help me? Can you see Dr. Justine? No, can you see the screen? What I have there. Not yet.
Or put it down there. So we can see the question.
I'm gonna reshare. I don't think you can see yet.
Oh, it's here as well.
What about now? Michael, can you help me? Can you see it now? So for those of us who are in the room, you can go to menti.com and can you see the code? 7716. Sorry? No, they can't see it on Zoom. I'm gonna share my whole screen. Let's try something else. We can do this.
Yeah, just
I'm gonna show the entire screen. And then what about now? Okay, see it now? Yes. Oh, the code in chat. Okay, so can you try, I think if you click on that link, it should get you there. All right, so for everyone else, 7716-8316. All right, good, I see some responses coming in. I have 3 questions, so I would love as many people as possible to participate and give insight. This is very relevant because again, our voices, the African voices are not being heard. What matters is not being heard in our data. So if you can share your comments, how would you define the concept of a purpose-driven organization within the context of Africa? We have at least 50 people participating in this group. 1, 2 responses. It's not acceptable in my teacher's voice. Thank you. Thank you. There is focus on mission and not purpose. That's interesting. Established company with okay. One that is aligned with activities to build a mission. Okay. So it's very similar. It empowers its own people. So I'll say a couple more comments and then we're gonna go to the next question, which is probably more capturing this issue of sustainability that come with it. Let me see this. In the context of Botswana, how do you consider all right. I'm gonna go to the next question, the interest of time. What challenges do purpose-driven organizations face in Africa to pursuing their business, social, and environmental goals? What do you think of challenges? We talked about some of the things like mindset and all that. What are the things that get in the way? I'm a purpose-driven organization. I'm trying to pursue these goals. What are the things that we say could get in the way? Same length and everything, but just kind of spot. Rejection. I love to hear. So whoever putting rejection, I would love to hear what you mean by that. Minority complex. How does that go? Rejection from leadership. Beautiful. Thank you so much, everyone. Is it shining? It's everywhere. Everybody's not real cheap. Beautiful. Great. All right. So I have a list in here. But I want to hear from questions and comments and feedback. What opportunities do we have? What opportunities do we have to create that meaningful or purpose-driven organizations to create that meaningful impact and drive that change in Africa? Think about it from a company, think about it from Africa as a continent. I know, by the way, you know, sometimes when we say we're going to study on Africa, we get this feedback say Africa is a combination of multiple countries. I know, but I decided to look at everything for now. So this question is more on the good side, right? So what are the things that we can do to drive what can, if I'm a core purpose-driven organization, what can I do to drive that meaningful impact and change? Tap into diverse tactics. Beautiful. Benchmark best practices. So I find this interesting, this one about the calls to address the SDGs. Is that something that we have imposed by government, or are organizations just doing it here in Africa? Or is it a choice, you know, by organizations, or is it policy driven? I'm curious. All right, so with this, so while we talk about, does anybody have any questions that I tried to pull this up real quick? Any questions or comments? Again, I'm trying to deal with my technology situation. Any comments or questions about the research? You know, definitely want to have a conversation around around some of the results that you have here, but any questions, comments, feedback for me? So, any questions? Everybody's quiet. All right, any questions from feedback? Comments, reflections, I see, and again, I want to appreciate you for the insight that you provided, because I think these are very, helpful as I dig into that and will inform some of the research, but does anybody want to add voice to what did you have any feedback or questions from the study and everything? Yes.
I think you've said it, I'm not sure.
Please.
But just a question, you know, the whole idea of purpose-driven organizations is a bit new to me. It's, you know, I can't follow everything. But why would you say, and maybe you said it, could you say why we've had always, of course, the vision, the mission, the values, you know, the objectives, the plan and everything. Why has that purpose-driven part been added to it? Just to, yeah.
So share a little bit about, a very good question, thank you so much. Again, goes back to, you know, a couple of shifts, I would say, in the way individual organizations are beginning to see themselves. So again, as you think about, you know, I talked about the business roundtable where the organizations came together to say, over the years, you know, we have been focused on how organizations make money. We only care about the shareholders, but we're hearing from different, we have a more global set of stakeholders that we're dealing with. We have new, you know, the younger generation that are really interested in, so the millennials, the Gen Zs, they're the ones talking about the environment, and you know, I want to work for an organization that is purpose-driven. What is purpose-driven? What kind of purpose? You know, it has to be meaningful. It's not just about the money. So some of that was, you know, COVID triggered a lot of that too. But I believe that the conversation was also there prior to that. And as a result of some of those discussions, of course, when any phenomenon, right? So all of us, you of course remember, what do you call this? This whole, I'm forgetting this concept where people are leaving the corporation. It was this concept where employees are quiet quitting, right? The whole quiet quitting and all. So some of it was all around, you know, hey, my organization is not giving me what I want. I don't care. I don't care about what the organization is doing. Oh, I'm gonna leave. You know, during COVID, a lot of people were like, you know what? All this stuff you're doing is fine, but not for me. And they quit their jobs. A lot of them are coming back right now. So you heard a lot of that was happening, and so people started talking about it. Organizations started talking about it. They started trying to put agreements together. So the question right now is it a thing? Is it just a fad? Is it important? And we also have some examples of some organizations. I mentioned Unilever. You have some organizations that have really done this over the years, but it has not become a huge phenomenon. In strategy and management, it's been seen as a soft concept. It's not tangible. You can't put numbers to it. So the question now is, you know, is it that important because people are leaving the company because of it? Now we have CSR goals, now we have SDGs and all of that, and all of that also has a tie to purpose. So, and that's really why I got interested to say, yeah, why is everybody talking about this? Sorry? Great resignation. Thank you. Yes, that was it. Any other questions? Sure. All comments, feedback. I want feedback. The reason why we come to these doctoral consortiums is really to get feedback. Say, why did you do it this way? So I'm going into that too.
I think we're meant to for the institution. I'm just curious because other institutions I think that should be that for key theories. I understand that we've been getting more into them, like which ones you think are actually research.
No, I'm asking that question. So if I think of the spirit behind what I'm doing, and if I were to say, you know, even from the very beginning, it will be mass level. But I also recognize that that's, you know, there's a lot more to it, because when I think about this, you know, think about even in a different cultural context, what I'm finding a little bit of, again, I'm not even done analyzing coding my qualitative research. There are people that have said, even outside of, you know, even, you know, depending on the different socio-economical status, you know, the survival concept comes into play. The need for safety, I need a roof over my head, even at later stages in your career and all that. And then there's that whole, okay, at some point then I can think about my purpose and all that. So to me, I think that will be one that I think has carried throughout. I also recognize that because I have the alignment piece and everything, I need to also frame it and package it a little bit different, but I'll get there. It's a journey. No question, right?
So much. I don't know if mine is so much as a question or just generally commenting. So Kim, that was amazing, an amazing presentation. And I commend you for your pieces, your researches. It's very insightful. So I'm thinking, because OD is really new to me, but I realized that it's been all around me all this time. So purpose-driven organizations or movements like this, I believe you should push the why before the what. Maybe because often the time we find people go to work right now, most of the people who go to work, they look at what they're going to gain instead of why they're doing it. Why do you do anything in your life? I think that should be a start point. Like, start with you, your why before the what. Because as the journey goes of life, we unlearn to read that. Thank you.
No, thank you for that comment. I think that's very important. Reason why, yes, deserves a round of applause, right? The interesting part of what you said, and I was reflecting on it, I'm like, yes, we all believe it, but we also know that there's reality. And that's the dynamic that we need to be cognizant of and be empathetic towards, to say, there's some people that like, even if you don't pay me that a lot of money, I'm going purpose driven. But there's some people like, I have a child that I need to take care of. I have to put a roof over my head. I will do anything to get the job done. And, you know, because purpose can stay on the side, you know, for a while. And so how, you know, how can we create the context for that to come alive, even at different points in people's lives? So that's almost like I read another study recently, very recent, it's not been fully published, about the dynamics and the dark side of it also, where sometimes you can be so purpose driven that you forget everything else that is important. Right, to say, you know, you as an employee, you might go all out, working overtime, not taking care of yourself because you're all about purpose, but there's life. So that balance, because, you know, Dr. V talked about work-life balance yesterday, so important in the middle of all of that. So yes, and so I love the power of and to say, as we think about all of this, like nothing is really black or white. And, you know, that's what I've been grappling to say, hey, there's so many factors, there's so many things going on at any point in time, and we need to unpack it to now say, how can we make it work in the different contexts that we operate.
Thank you for such an insightful research. I'm really curious. I'm just trying to think back during my employment days, attending a number of strategic meetings. I would not hear organizations defining their existence from a purpose point of view, but I would only hear from a strategic point of view. And mainly why they do business is because they're creating employment. They're contributing to the national economy, but they're really purpose. It's not clear. I'm still wondering if there's any organization that defines itself from a purpose point of view. That would make an exciting reading and looking forward to this, especially from the African context. In my country, I'm very much interested. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. I mean, you know, you're right, and that's why I asked that question earlier. You say that clarity. That clarity around purpose, I think, is very critical. However, you know, one of the things I'm also looking at, even though my analysis, just to be clear, is really from an individual level of analysis, because I found that a lot of the discussion going on is at the corporate purpose level. Oh, how do you drag down purpose and everything? And I'm saying, well, we have individuals that also need to operate within that. So that's, I'll talk about that one tomorrow. But you're right. I mean, I think there's some organizations that state their purpose.
Hello, afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear me? Dr. Justine, can you hear me? Hello, Dr. Justine. Thank you, Dr. Justine. I will start my presentation. I'm hoping the audience can hear me. I'm sure you can also see my presentation entitled The Business Aristocrat, Development of the Aristocratic Leadership Theory from Aristocracy to Business, giving a Zimbabwean perspective. Now, to start us off, I will take you through the presentation, starting with a bit of background on the trainer himself or on the presenter. The name is said is Michael Moyo, and in terms of where I am, I'm at Delta Sorghum, Zimbabwe, as a manufacturing development manager, and there as well is an outline of my experience in the field of total quality management. And I'm currently a student with UNICAF University, Zambia, studying for a doctorate in business admin. And this research that I'm doing is part of that learning process. In terms of my background academically as well, those are my other qualifications, and professionally, I've done a lot of systems from quality to food safety to environment. And I do a lot of volunteer work with local and international organizations as stated there. And then in terms of the brands that I'm associated with, those are the brands there. On the far left corner, you have some of the systems organizations that I work with. In the center, really, my organization, which is Delta and its associated organizations there. And on the far right is a rundown of the academic journey. And the quadrants below on the far right really indicate where I interact in terms of the OD space. Now, in terms of what the research is all about, we are talking about leadership development as a concept that continues to be researched on a lot, and we have new theories being coined. The latest being the two leadership types, the Blue Ocean leadership and African leadership concepts, which have been coined in recent years. And the gap really lies in what the world perceives as the ideal business leadership. So this research tries to address this gap by coining a new leadership termed the aristocratic leadership style. And this leadership style being developed from the concepts of aristocracy, which are old concepts from the 16th and 17th century. And in terms of the approach, really a pragmatic approach being the one that is chosen and based on grounded sociology studies. And this would also take an approach of a case study approach, and the research is aimed at contributing to values-based leadership as well as responsible leadership, which are other already existing leadership styles. In terms of an introduction on what aristocracy is, this is from a Greek named or entitled Aristocratia, meaning a rule of the best, and that is from Canon in 1984. And to paint a picture of what this is, really, there's a number of pictures before you there that you see. On the far left is an English aristocrat called the Earl of Bolingbroke. And this is a 17th century leader who was a noble and an example of an aristocrat. And then coming closer home to Africa, we have an Ethiopian emperor, Yekono Amlak, who was also an early aristocrat in the Ethiopian empire. And then another example is King Radama I from Madagascar, which is an African island. He was also an aristocrat and really the first ruler of modern day Madagascar. And he is notable in terms of reifying the King of Madagascar. Then to also come closer home in Zim, you have the modern day chieftainship in Zimbabwe that you see on the fourth picture there. And then we are saying we want to link this research to two themes: the co-creating regenerative Africa strategy and OLDN business leadership. And how do we do that? This is where we are drawing on the ancient principles of nobility and aristocracy to develop the concepts and apply them to the business setup as well. Then in terms of the conceptual framework around the study, we are saying we want to compare the different leadership styles, such as your autocratic, democratic, and participative leadership style with employee performance, as well as with the aristocratic leadership style. And again, in looking at the conceptual framework, there were models that were developed by Iqbal to analyze which leadership style would be appropriate in improvement of employee performance. Then in terms of the theoretical framework, Fiedler in 1967 proposed a contingency model, which proposed that effective employee performance is based on matching the leadership style to the leader's ability, and in terms of identifying factors that would affect this, where again behavior plays an important key. And if we look at the aspect of aristocracy, it's around nobility and being responsible and being the best, which factors would embody what a good leader is. Then in terms of recent literature, we have Thompson stating that businesses may be led by aristocratic leadership, and he established a nexus on the top-down approach, and he proposes that as a concept that can be used in the business setup, while Lester Bass offers a dimension on long-term sustainability, and says that ethical responsibility and inclusivity offers a compelling framework for contemporary business leadership or management. And again, the emphasis there on integrity and fairness, and also the stakeholder engagement. I like how this ties in well with what my previous colleague said of purpose, the purpose of organization, and really the aspect of the stakeholders being involved in the process. And then, of course, the technology advancement view is painted there by Frankenstein, who states that we need to foster a culture of innovation and adaptability, and aristocratic leadership would be key in doing that. And then again, Yuko states effective communication and collaboration, where consensus is built to inspire collective action among diverse teams. Then in terms of the philosophy of research, as said, the research will take the pragmatism approach, and with the advantage of saying we want to employ both qualitative and quantitative research approaches, and we would take case study approaches and drawing on a grounded theory of the research, again from past principles of your aristocracy. And then in terms of the statement of the problem, going back again, it is around exploring what the ideal leadership is, and also making an inquiry around the recent paradigm shifts, such as your great resignation, your changes in your total quality management, as well as the recent COVID-19 pandemic, which has necessitated really the need to have out-of-the-box thinkers. So our question, which we try to then address, is, can this concept of aristocratic leadership be applied to by managers to a business setup? Which then brings us to our research questions, which are on the effect of the aristocratic leadership style on employee performance. And we go on to inquire if they are what the outcomes are if there's an effective aristocratic leadership style. And we go on to really explore if there is a relationship between this leadership style and other leadership styles that exist, such as your African leadership style, your democratic leadership style, your directive leadership style, your blue ocean leadership, your values-based leadership, your responsible leadership, and we then also link that to employee performance. Then going on to research objectives, we want to investigate whether this leadership style can be applicable in a business, and as well as explore outcomes and really compare it with other existing leadership styles and dimensions. And then in terms of the hypotheses, the hypothesis proposed there, where the first is on there being no significant impact on employee performance, and your alternative hypothesis saying there is a significant impact if this leadership style is applied on the performance of employees. And then we also then go on to do a multiple regression analysis on other leadership styles and dimensions. And then that is more on the hypothesis. And then there will be various instruments that are used, such as questionnaires, which will comprise of both open-ended and focus group types. And then we would have focus group discussions, as well as the use of statistical software, as well as your quantitative software such as your NVivo. And then a sampling plan will be done as followed by Israel 1992. And then in terms of where I am in terms of the research component will come earlier on in the year. For now, I was taking my second module, which is your current issues in management research. And that is really the rundown of how the work would be approached over the next 3 years. I'll then come to the Q&A session if there are questions. There's a code that I've put there that you can scan with 2 questions. I don't know if Dr. Justine in the call, can you confirm you can see the QR code there? Okay, I can see Jane can hear me. Jane, I put a code in the, in fact, I put a link in the chat box. There's 2 questions that I wanted the floor to tackle. The first being, how does aristocracy shape leadership in communities, specifically in relation to local chieftainship? I'm not sure if there's someone in the chat that can unmute and maybe share insights or responses. Anyone in the chat box? Thank you for the response. They say where you are talking about empowering the community through education and also removing bottlenecks that enables involvement at all levels. Thank you for that. I'm not sure if there are any other insights or contributions from the panel in the room. Justine, any insights in the room? Otherwise, I am done with my presentation. If there are no more questions or views, Dr. Justine, I will hand over the floor to you again.
Yes, Michael, I want to say at the moment to take it up. Madam, say.
Everyone. I won't go to the details of my DBM research, but I want to say that I was focusing on conceptualizing.
Hello and good afternoon, everybody. Can we all hear me?
Yes, we can say loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. It's such an honor to be here, and sitting here and listening to all our colleagues in the room. From the onset, it's been a lot of information, and so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go to the real crux of my agenda to champion our discussion in this section. And, you know, everything just ties together. Africa is very dear to us. I'm one of those that believe that Africa is our next champion to rule the world. And in order for this to happen, we have to put all hands on deck. And so for me, the inclusive sustainability through inclusive leadership is very important. And I want to thank, when Mercedes was speaking about the different mind shift, talking about the different kind of leadership, using the metaphors of the ships and the boats and the yacht and what have you, it kind of, for me was kind of mind blowing. And I just thought, if only we could get it as leaders. So, and if you look at organizational development and organizational behavior, as it were, we keep talking about it starts from you, the unit, the individual. And so what I'm going to be, trying for us to discuss is first, let's look at, we're talking about Africa, and I love to dwell a lot on data. First, we're going to be looking at, very shortly, I'll glance through the inclusive sustainability because I believe everyone in the room has an idea of what that is. And then I'd like us to focus more on the Africa's progress with the SDGs. The SDGs has been designed, like we all know, to give an equilibrium to everybody and everyone in every society and around the world. So let's see how we can balance things out. Howbeit, it's not about equality, it's about equity. And unfortunately, globally, we're not doing so well, but in Africa, it's even worse off. And it'll be important that it's important that as practitioners, I believe as aggregators that we are, as agenda setters that we are, we need to begin to, the wealth of knowledge we have, how do we really regenerate? How do we redefine this? You understand, to address all the gaps. The gaps are getting huger, and we need to fix that. So let me start. I love this. There's a quote by Kofi Annan when he talked about, it was basically talking about how organizations and communities should practice social responsibility, good citizenship, and what's on. And he says here, business, labor, and civil society organizations have skills, resources that are vital in helping to build a more robust and global community. And so we begin to find that there's really a lot of gaps, so much going on, so much interventions across all levels, from governments, from the UN organs, from civil societies and all, and a lot of data leakages in the midst of all this. A lot of things are here and there. The academia, we're all here, and I'm sitting in the midst of all these professors and doctors, and I'm like, I feel like an aunt, and I'm asking myself, what does all this really mean? How do we get ourselves out of this room and get out there and begin to put this knowledge and begin to use it to shape our communities? But it's important for us also to be driven by data on how well we have gone. Like I said, I'm going to run through this. Of course, inclusivity is talking about how we can have all groups represented. There's no marginalization going on. There's equity, across board. Why is this important in Africa? Africa represents 16% of the world's population, and there's so much. And, Africa, the ethnicity is huge. It's wide, our culture, colorful, beautiful. Africa is a beautiful continent, rich in culture, rich in terms of the numbers, rich in terms of resources. We have everything to rule the world, but why is Africa really lagging behind? And this is where I'm coming in from, to say we need to begin to get out there and begin to change the narrative differently. Like Mercedes said, let's stop using the lens, let's start using the mirror. If I look at the mirror, is what role am I playing in this? And then help others begin to see the mirror, which is leadership, how they need to begin to change their minds and behavior and their culture, their actions, I was having a discussion with a group of business friends, and somebody talked about how the net worth of a particular individual. And I just thought, Okay, so, and then what? After that, everything comes to profit. And when I look at in terms of how, and the next question I ask is, what contribution really has this individual or his organizations done for the communities? How are we using it to address? Because if you are taking so much and you are not giving back, you are depleting. And after a while, it even erodes your net worth. So it's very important that our sustainability approaches are very inclusive. I wished that we had a lot of government representatives here, but what is government? We're all government. So I know that somehow we'll be able to get on the tables and begin to talk to them. So how do we achieve this is ensuring that community participation. So a lot of interventions have gone through a lot of design error and looking at the entire system, and there's been so much design error in all of this. So most times, like I have been part of some intervention, and I've seen that most times, yeah, we claim we involve the communities, but we really do not involve the communities, really. And we find out that we just look at only the specialists and we say we are bringing stakeholders. So even within communities, because we see what is happening here in Nigeria, in the Niger Delta region, and so many of those things, areas and so many like that, pockets, of degenerated situations I use Nigeria as an example. You begin to see that nobody's really talking to the real people. I mean, taking back to what Michael talked about, aristocratic leadership is what we have. It's kind of similar to the feudal kind of leadership that's, you have the 1% that rules the entire 99% who are suppressed and oppressed, and you begin to see that even for those of us who step out to say, look, we've got to address the gaps within the communities, within the society, we're not, yes, we have data, but when it comes to really designing this solution, these interventions, we leave out the main crux of participants. So we need to begin to focus on that, have cross-section collaborators between specialists, the communities, the governors, and bringing everybody on board, everybody across the different levels, must really participate. We begin to see issues of governance in Africa. I mean, I speak for Nigeria. Just 2 weeks ago, 2 days ago rather, I was saying to someone, we're sharing, playing our minds and saying, when we look at the issue of governance and all, we have great plans. Every government comes with great plans, but there's no continuum, and government is a continuum. So how do we hold them responsible? Because if the policies are not right, the environment are not right, whatever knowledge that we have, whatever intervention that we're trying to design, and whatever advocacy that we're making, it doesn't really make any sense, except we begin to rethink leadership and what it brings, then integrating indigenous knowledge, So we're having a few examples here: renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, urban planning, and all those stuff. The other time, I think it was Mercedes that talked about when we had the survey that talked about what are the challenges that we're having, that can stop growth and what have you within the society, linking to the SDGs. And I looked at the resource scarcity, and for us in Nigeria, water and arable land, everywhere in Nigeria now, we always make a joke about it, that once you see a fallow land, a land that is just there, no matter how green it is, what we begin to see is real estate, green, creates, build. You see people building and doing things irresponsibly and forgetting that you need to ensure that the ecosystem, is integrative of the greens and what have you. So we're having high mortality rates. People are dropping dead. I was at the hospital the other day. I said I wanted to have my checkup, and I was sitting with a gentleman, and he screamed and said, "Oh my God." And I was like, "What happened? Are you okay?" He said, "I just lost a friend. We were together yesterday." And he's only just 49. And so you begin to see the average age. I mean, this is not date scientific. I mean, it's not been proven, but I mean, I can say off the top of my head, we're beginning to see people in their between the 20s and the 50s, you know, dying more. You know, and what is happening is because of the issue of urbanization, you know, that is happening. So what are we doing? How are we addressing that? You know, I mean, we need to start, you know, charting courses like that. So I'm going to sweep through this, you know. I'll share the slide with you much later. Sorry, going back. So I just wanted us to go back to looking at the SDG reports. How well are we doing in Africa? You know, the United Nations agenda is 2030, African Union says it's 2023, and whichever where we are, you know, what does this really mean to us? Beautiful plan, beautiful story everywhere. We want so many things to happen, but we haven't done so well. You know, we begin to see, for me, about 5 of these really stand out, and even for the report. And you begin to see the issue of ending poverty. You know, Africa has never been plunged into poverty more than we see right now. You understand? And it takes, I mean, since COVID, and then we not have governments that will think everybody will come back to the table and begin to rethink governance and leadership, as we say in this room, to begin to look at things like that, to address issues. It looks as if we are becoming more selfish. So I said to a staff of mine said yesterday, Madam, the end is near. You know, whilst we know the end is near, whatever that means to her, at the same time, we cannot take humanity away from our approach to things. So you find that poverty is becoming, the gap is becoming wider. You know, 55% of population, 55 million people are thrown back into poverty in Nigeria, and even more, I must say, eliminating hunger, strengthening global participation. You know, there's been so much participation in the past, but who really is really navigating this, to be sure? I give you a classical example. I mean, we've had a lot of civil societies seeking grants, and so many of them have been giving grants. And when you look at the grants that we get, it goes down the drain. It is diverted into something else. And so you see that trillions of dollars have been spent. You know, I had a record, and maybe some other meeting we can look at things like that, has been sent on SDG interventions, even in Africa. And I'm saying to myself, we haven't really seen the change as we should. Where did all this money go to? So we begin to, like I said, looking at this 5 SDG goals, you know, ending of poverty. 55 million of Africans were pushed into poverty in 2022. 58% of this, I mean, 54% of this accounts for African poor. Poverty increased in 33% in 2023, and now it is in 38%. And I even think it's more than that, but you know, is data, is sampling. Social protection, only 17%. You know, you begin to look at all this data and you're asking yourself, what am I doing? How do I get this knowledge? How do we begin to leave the table of discussion to action? You know, to begin to apply all these theories and what have you, reducing inequality and all those stuff. There's so many things happening. How do we begin to bridge that gap? I mean, because Botswana is our host, I said I took particular interest in to look at Botswana as our host and Nigeria, you know, where I come from. It will interest you to see that Africa is, I looked at the top, when you look at the main reports, I looked at the top main reports, and I'm asking myself, the top 20 are mostly European and 1 or 2 Asian countries. Africa is so much in the bottom. You know, Botswana, you know, top 10. Let me go to the next slide. Oh, this just give you an overview of where Africa is and all this. You can get this report on the UN board. And the top ranking African countries, you have Mauritius, you have Gabon, Cabo Verde, Namibia, Gabon, Botswana, well done, up there, South Africa, Senegal, Ghana, Sao Tome, and Cote d'Ivoire. And I'm asking, and then you see the bottom 10, you see Djibouti, Madagascar, Sudan, blah, 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 blah. And Nigeria is somewhere in the middle there. And it's sad, you know, that Africa is so far behind, you know. The just a few of them that get into the first 100, only about 4 African countries, 3 African countries that make the first 100 of the entire global community. And really, this is really bad. You know, if you study that report very well, you begin to see how much work that we need to do. We need to, and a lot of this speaks to the fact that there's a lot of design error going on, and the pace at which the world is going, the pace at which we are moving, we need to begin to understand that the design of, I was consulting for an organization last year. We had their retreat in 2022. So the strategy for 2023, by beginning of Q2, we changed a lot of things. The dynamics changed. So and we begin to see the same thing with all these interventions that we designed to address all these issues. And so because monitoring and evaluation is not going in tandem as the interventions are going, is creating more gap than we expect, you know. The challenges we have, and let's just look at a few achievements and concerns that we need to start reorientating ourselves about. SDG 1, it says some countries have made strides in poverty reduction, but over 400 people in sub-Saharan Africa still live below the international poverty line of $1 per day. I mean, this is the latest report as a 2024 midterm of UN reports. I even think it could be more than this, but we'll take this as the reality that we'll find ourselves. SDG 4 says improvement in school enrollment rates, especially at the primary level, with some countries achieving near universal primary education. Well, yes, primary level, I know. We're having a brainstorming session somewhere with an NGO that was kicking off, and they just got some funding for education. And when we're studying the reports for UN, they don't really have so much data and improvements in education. But let's bring it even to our own dipstick research that we did. We find out that because of the moral decadence resultant of the level of corruption that we see on this side of Africa, we begin to say that a lot of children are dropping out of school, they're dropping out of primary school, they're dropping out of secondary school. In some part of Nigeria, they want to go into what you call University of Yahoo and so many other things. And we know we have that in every part of Africa. So what are we doing about that? How are we going to begin to address that? Who are we speaking to? How do we speak to them? It's a design error. So we need to get all the stakeholders, the real stakeholders in place, the moms, the parents, you know, everybody, you know, as with regards to education, gender, progress in gender equality. I mean, I agree totally with this. We've done a lot of progress where we've had zeros and major areas for concern. Now, like they say, the biggest room in the world is the room for improvements, right? Whilst we also know that we've achieved quite a few marks in this area, there's still room for improvement, but major concerns, which is majorly in red, is the hunger, clean water and sanitation. We begin to see all the pollution. And I love something about Kenya. A friend of mine, and this is why I have to make it to Kenya before the end of the year, you know, because she's talked about how they were supposed to go on a yacht, or I can't remember, some resorts, and they're going to have a boat expedition. And they said to them, you cannot go on the boat with your water bottle if it's plastic. And they said they're not going to sail until you drop the plastic. We already have bottles. I said, really, that happened? I said, and they did not move. I said, oh, that's good. That's interesting. you know, that if we could start having things like that, and then I know there's so many things like that, that's just on a lighter mode, right? Begin to see a lot of water pollution and a lot of occupation, the fishermen. I mean, you come to the Niger Delta where we have, you see pollution, we keep that pollution is still there, or most of the fishermen are not able to fish, you know, it's begin to affect their livelihood, so still plunging people back into poverty. There's still hunger in the land because they can't get means of creating and putting food on the table of their family, you know. And then we also see what is happening with climate change. Don't want to talk too much about that. Of course, a few recommendations here and there, but I want us to talk about a bit about the stakeholder, and then we'll now look at how do we really solve this problem? You know, what role do we really play around bringing all the macro, the meso society together? Why do I keep going down? Sorry. All right, so it is important that, like I said, talk about these stakeholders. So what are really the stakeholders? Just to mention a few here, you know, and you can see us, academic. You can see also the professionals as well, and all the youths. So you begin to understand their roles. If we're able to define properly the roles of these individuals, you begin to see the government creating the enabling environment, policies and laws. You know, I've seen situations where an organization had funding and they wanted to do something. I mean, this is not in Nigeria. I'm not saying it can't happen anywhere in Nigeria, but this is some other country in West Africa. And because of some government law, the organization could not carry out an intervention that they wanted to help young children to do some things. And all that money had to go back. And I thought to myself, no, this is not right. What's going on here? And that was because somebody felt there was power play. You begin to see interest and power play. This one did that. And I'm like, at the expense of the whole? Does this group of people, I mean, do they understand the implication of what they've done? So governments, we need to begin to help them. Unfortunately, most of our governance system in Africa is democratic. And so the thing we find with democracy these days is now turned to a me thing instead of a we thingy, like Mercedes had earlier said. So what are the roles that we can play as individuals? Even it starts from us. Change, like they say, starts from me. The me aspect of it needs to be brought to bear at every point in time. So how are we helping them to understand the implications of their actions and inactions, you know, in creating that? The private sector, a lot to be said about that. A lot of organizations, a few organizations that we are working with, you know, most times they want to go from, I want to project, I want to look good, than do good. And so for me, I come always from the, why don't you do good and then you will look good, than trying to look good. So CSR is mostly tied to, you're talking to the corporates. So most of the argument is always, who should CSR, where should CSR concept and construct sit within the organization? Should it be a standalone? Should this sit with HR? Should this sit with brands and communication? And we all make a joke about it. So everybody has an issue, has some say, oh, it should stand, and we say it should stand alone because it's going to serve every purpose. At the end of the day, you are taking from the, when you look at the organization as an open, from the open theory of cows and can, you know, you're taking from outside, throughput, produce, you're giving back. So whatever comes around, goes around, comes around. That's what this is all about. So HR is looking at it from the point of, if the organization is seen as a good citizen or a socially responsible, because we talk about social justice system right now, social justice marketing, social justice recruitment, you know, green recruitment, HR and all those stuff, you understand? So I want to see how does it make us look good, and it you know, allows the organization to evolve. Of course, the NGOs, the local communities, where the leaders, you know, you find, I'm sure you've read a lot about the Nigerian Kensaruriwa then and all those stuff where you find a few elitists, you know, within the communities go behind, they go negotiate from the oil companies, they take the huge chunk and tell them, don't worry, and then they give the communities a piecemeal. Why? Because most of those people in the community are not that educated. And that's why when Michael asked the question, how does aristocratic leadership help in chieftaincy within communities and all those stuff, you begin to see that it's about you enlighten the people and not suppress them. When they are more educated, they have more understanding, they are more involved in the decision making, they are more involved in solving the problems, the communal problems. It goes a long way. I just and so many, you begin to see everybody responsibility, and the best practice in this is for early engagement to begin to happen even before you start designing. Early engagement also means practicing mindfulness. How mindful are we? I stay in an estate, and most times maybe I'm walking on the streets, I'm taking a walk and I see somebody, I stop. I want to find out, oh, I saw you here yesterday. I'm seeing you here today. Oh, what's going on? What's this? What's that? So I begin to take, because data talks at us every day as we wake up. It talks at us. And I'm beginning to see, and I'm taking it back to the estate management to say, hey, guys, you need to pay attention to this. You need to do this, because the government is also working with all the CDAs, the community development, all the estate ESCOs. They are working with them. The local government was working with them, you know, so that's how you begin to take the information, you begin to take it back from the bottom up, you know. So we need to begin to early engagement, transparency and accountability. Unfortunately, because of the corruption that has been so woven, in fact, it has become the fabric. It's not woven into the fabric, right? It has now become the fabric of the day in not just Africa, globally, globally, but Africa is so endemic with us that it stenches. We don't even know where to start from. I mean, I'm sure you guys read the news, so we know what is going on in every part of Africa. Regularly communicate. Communication is so key. I'm also a trained journalist, though not practicing, but I use a lot of that in my practice. So there's the agency agenda setting theory, and there's a theory of development that talks about developmental media, that talks about the ICE approach, which is the inform, communicate, and educate. You must, to pass that information, we cannot over communicate and we cannot under communicate. Communication must be concise. How we communicating? I mean, I was at a village few months ago for somebody's father's burial, and in one of the bars, they were listening to CNN, and I looked around me. I saw the kinds of people that was kind of a local place, and I talked to them. I now decided to engage one or two people there. I wanted to see how they understood what, I mean, it was like the case of the Bible when Philip was asking the European eunuch, do you understand what you read? You understand? I said, I do not understand except anybody tells me. You understand? And you begin to see that. So communication must be concise. How? Because communication is what helps people to come to enlightenment. It empowers them and they are able to build capacity and together solve all this problem. And the benefits are enormous, you know. Most of this, I mean, I've talked about power play, resource constraint and what have you. So in my conclusion, I just very quickly want to look at the issue of finding that sweet spot. How do we find that sweet spot? Which has the agenda of the sweet spot? For us, for every one of us in this room, and for those of us that are going to listen to the broadcast maybe much later, it is very critical and important to understand that as OD practitioners, I believe it is our responsibilities because we are aggregators. We are aggregators to bring all the stakeholders, understand them, to ensure that the ESG, you know, works perfectly, and then everything is sustainable and true the best kind of leadership. With this, I mean, theory of the multi-level leadership model, you begin to look at how instead of making it a top-to-bottom approach, we should now make it a synergetic approach, a collective approach, how we bridge in the gap. Because before it gets to, oh, sorry, there was a spelling error there. It's not macro, it's macro, where you have the synergetic, you know. So having a flatter structure instead of a bottom, top to bottom. And for me, the mindset I would advocate for here is for us to we already practice the agenda theory, where we understand that of being accountable and what have you, but we need to come out more and begin to do more of that with the advocates, KC ones, and then with the issue of monitoring and evaluation, with the issue of design, you know, and so many of those things. Agenda theory, we need to begin to aggregate, bring everybody together, look for everybody, connecting everyone together. I mean, I've been in this room, ideas are playing in my head. I already said to one or two persons, I tried to send somebody a private chat to say, look, we all need to get in the room. I'm already talking to people I've met on the OLDN, on some other things, talking to people, because we just need to begin to draw and play to strength to be able to address all this. Having a multi-level stakeholder approach at the micro level, we begin to seek change agents, client-centric, preserve, relationship builders, you know, just like Mercedes mentioned, and all bringing everybody together, you know, moving away, Dr. Justine had mentioned it many times, moving away from silos to collaborating at every level, at the micro level. I hear Kemi talk about the sense of purpose, you know, ensuring that you have people like minds, you know, and when we mean like minds, it's not like mind for a single purpose. Sorry, is my time up? Is my time up? Hello?
So you
Oh.
sit on.
Hello, is my time up? Okay. Please, can you help us mute? Oh dear. Hello? Hello?
Sure.
Hello?
Welcome. So many years. Yes. It's nice to see you again. I was also in my.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, can everybody hear me? It seems I'm by myself in this room.
Not at all, Sheyi. You are loud and clear.
Okay,
Very
thank you, Joy.
audible.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
very
Michael.
audible.
Thank you, thank you. So
We are
begin.
with you.
All right, thank you, thank you. I heard that. Thank you, I appreciate. Okay, so we need, like we've talked about, everything we'll all be talking about in this room since today is about how do we lead? Sustainable leadership. How do we lead from the center, not lead from the top or lead from the front? Let's get to the center. Even some will say servant leadership leads from the back. You understand? I understand. That's beautiful. That in itself has a blind spot. How do we get in the middle? You know, and leadership for me is not about the position, which is a noun. Leadership for me is an action. So I don't need a title to be able to say in the middle of all this and begin to make things happen. And with one person, one individual at a time, we can make the change happen. Now my system is hanging. Okay. So how do we conclude? In closing, I'll have to say that we have to foster a collaborative and inclusive approach that leverages the strength of diverse stakeholders. Africa can chart a course towards a more sustainable future. And OD, as a practice, OD as an individual has a lot of significant, has a significant role to play in this. A further call to action for African leaders to adopt inclusive leadership. It is very critical, very important. When we leave inclusion out of our approach to leadership, it calls for a lonely place. And that is where you see, I think it was, I can't remember who we mentioned, the issue of leaders that do not want to involve, share, they don't run an open system where they don't take feedback. You understand, you need all that, you need a lot of feedback mechanism beyond the first cycle of your influence, you know, and strengthen institutional capacity, promote regional integration, which is very important. Today, a few days ago, I was listening to Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the DG of the World Trade Organization, when she was talking at the MBA conference, and she was talking about the need for the Nigerian government, and I suffice to say for governments in Africa, and bringing it to our own narrative, talking about having social contracts in place. And social contracts means having limits to things, having a regulated system of governance, decentralization of power, having stakeholders, irrespective whether they come across party divide, whether they are with you, you think they are with you or not. The community belongs to everybody. So if we have people in government here, this is a call to action for you. For those of us in business and investors, we have to practice a critical role to play in driving sustainable development in Africa. Businesses are encouraged to invest in sectors that promote inclusive growth, such as renewable energy, agriculture, and digital technology, and what have you. And even if you're not doing that, you understand how you aligning, how you supporting causes like that. It's very important that we are deliberate. I remember the other day, a company called and they were saying something, and the next thing they said, oh, we want to go into educating the youth. And I said, why don't you look at the report and look at the gap and look at how it doesn't necessarily have to tie to what you are doing directly as a company. But at the end of the day, when people see, because it's about social justice marketing right now, and so when people, organizations, I mean, individuals, community, and your target market begin to see that this is a cause that you really support, it would add to your bottom line at the end of the day. So we must foster public-private partnership for businesses and investors, embrace CSR very well, not intermittently, not just when we feel like, and be integrative about it. Civil society, we must engage in advocacy and accountability. We must begin to speak out and begin to hold every party responsible, accountable, right? We must promote grassroots participation, and because everybody has a lot of role to play with that. Cultural renaissance, we must look at that as well as a very powerful tool. Look at our culture, align with it. To our youth, I mean, Africa's youth is, we have our population of youth is about 50-something%. And, you know, so, and they are the future. They are the future. It's going to get to a point where people, every one of us in this room, we do not have the strength, like the Bible will say, you know, it is prepare your work whilst it is day, because a night comes when you will not have the strength. So we're getting older. So how are we involving those behind us, those coming behind us? How are we not just involving them, how are we enabling them? In my organization is 60% of Gen Zs. And at times, I always forget they're Gen Zs because they now don't behave like one. They are so matured in their mind. And that's because we understand, we have allowed them, we have informed them, we give them the enablement to be able to find expression and express themselves. Seed, you know, Mercedes was talking again about reflective approach. We allowed them to do a lot of reflection. You made a mistake. Yeah, I'm going to get angry with you, but we're not going to apply punitive actions yet. We want you to go and think about the mistake and come back to us and think about what you need to be doing. How do you want to fix it? And then how do you forestall it in the future? And it's always mind-blowing what they come back with. And I always say to them, we don't want to raise the alpha mindset, so seek for help where you need help. And you see them collaborating to solve even their personal issues. And they come to ask questions. We provide a place of psychological safety for them. And so how are we doing that at our individual level, even at home, even within the community, in our business environment? How are we doing that? You know, the roles of international partners is to, I mean, yeah, donors and all, but everybody is here in the Bronx now globally. Before, I mean, Africa was the darling and the jewel of everyone. Some investors just want to come, some have the money, the funds, they want to come and give, but globally, every continent is like in Nigeria, we say then they hear them. Every continent is going through their challenge right now. So the funding is beginning to shrink, but at the same time, you know, UN is trying to do what they can do, and all the other organs as well. And the pathway forward is for us to commit to action, vision for the future. And my final thought, the journey towards inclusive sustainability is challenging but achievable. It requires collective effort, shared vision, and unwavering determination. Together we can make this happen, and we must make it happen. So I'd like for us, I mean, to hear your thoughts, have questions. For me, I'm not coming here to sit as an authority. I don't have DRI dot in front of my name yet, but I envy a lot of you with it. And I envy, I was listening to my sister Kemi, and I was listening to Michael, and I'm like, oh my gosh, Shay, I think I have to go to school. So I'm coming. So I'd like to listen to your contributions or questions or whatever. Hello.
Can I go first?
Yeah, Michael.
For me, I think the insights that you paint around collaboration resonate very well for me. If I look at the recent SADC summit that happened, I think there's a lot of opportunities for African leaders to network and really collaborate. But what that takes is them coming down to the community to understand the issues that community are facing and not to impose solutions. They need to collaborate to find the solutions within the people. You know, even in the business setup, the leader needs to come down to the people in those town halls, you know, those simple conversations, those one-on-ones. And I like how you then paint a picture of allowing an employee to be vulnerable so that they learn from their mistakes, because learning is all about mistakes, and it's not a perfect environment. There are storms that you have to weather. I also refer back to the 3 ships that Mercedes said in the morning. You know, those are key lessons, and that can only make us move forward. Collaboration and communication can only make us move forward. We need to break those silos and, you know, foster teamwork. That is how we can move sustainability issues forward, and we can learn from each other as well. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Very important. Okay. Do we have anybody else? Because for me, it's very important that we begin to act more now. We've done a lot of talking. We've done a lot of, different conferences. I got to a point I said, I'm not attending anymore. When do we get out there? How do we get out there? With whom? Let's play to strength, you know.
Thank you so much, Dr. Say, for that wonderful presentation. We we appreciate that. Any other comment? We have had one so far. Are you able to hear me, Dr. Sen?
Oh, there's so much echo.
There's so much echo.
Yeah, there's echo. So I don't know if somebody else, maybe you should try to speak again.
It was just us thanking you for leading this conversation and asking if there's any other question for you to take again from the online community.
Okay, Dr. Say.
Okay.
Sorry for that, Dr. Say.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's us just thanking you for leading this conversation and
yeah,
online community again. If there's any other questions to take from the online community before we move into our next session.
Okay, I see a comment here from, let me say something about feedback being a gift. A lot of leaders don't like to hear, even us as individuals. How well, because like I say, change starts, Mercedes says something about moving away from the lens and the mirror. The mirror is like, the mirror approach is the feedback approach for me. And so it's important that if we practice that and on our own, it helps, to go a long way. And we begin to look at the aspect of the concept of empathy and in giving feedback. And then it's also important that we practice mindfulness, because we find out that I think from the past, it's happened to me many times where I've given feedback to individuals, to systems, and they take it from, they don't take it well. Who are you to think this, to think we haven't done this? Who the hell do you think you are? And all those stuff. And for me, I find it a bit challenging. But then I then realized that I had to step back and understand them and come from their point of view, and it helped. And it's so far it's worked, not 100%, but it's worked. Anyway, I want to say thank you for having me, and I would cede the floor to Dr. Lawrence.
We are now moving to the last part of the session for the day, which is being led by Lawrence Ellis. Is all Africa leading the way, harnessing transformation practices and more to drive climate and biodiversity excellence. At this moment, let's join Lawrence Ellis virtually as we'll be taking through the conversation. And remember, we are learning and relearning. This is the beginning. Thank you.
Yes, Lawrence.
Yes,
Over to you.
Lawrence. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can, Doc. We can hear you from online. I'm not sure of the team in the room.
Thank you. All right. And Dr. Justine, I had wanted to ask, I don't know what the protocol is. I know the audience has been sitting for a little while. Often we lose people when we take a break, but do you want to take a break or do you want me to keep going? Keep going, they said. Okay. All right. So greetings, everybody. I am speaking to you from Lishan Ohlone territory. That's the indigenous people who have lived here since time immemorial, colonially known as Oakland, California, and the San Francisco Bay Area of the United States. And I'm here to talk about harnessing transformational practices, OD, change, transformation, etc., and more to drive climate and biodiversity excellence in these times. And I'm going to share my screen. Oops. Let me get this out the way. Can everybody see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, thank you, Lawrence.
Thank you. All right. So my aspirations for our time together are for us to get a shared sense of how the world, and Africa in particular, are doing with respect to climate, biodiversity, and a just transition. That is the transition to low carbon, environmentally sustainable economies and societies that leaves no one behind. And what are the implications for all of us in that? I'd like us to know, and not just cognitively, intellectually, but really in a feeling and embodied way as well, our interconnectedness with the Earth and our interwoven planetary destiny. What happens to one continent affects other continents. What happens to one ocean affects other oceans. I'd like to get some shared glimpses of where change and transformation professions might fit within the realm of addressing planetary crises. I'd like us to commit to doing something more. And that scaling to more could be just one step, one action, or it could be 10x, 10 times what you're doing now, to transform biodiversity loss, the climate crisis, injustice, and the transition to low carbon economies and societies. So those are the main aspirations. And I want it to be a little bit interactive and engaging. I'm going to have to stop sharing, full screen, but I don't want to just be talking. I want to engage you as well. So any questions about where I'm suggesting we go for the next hour? Okay, the agenda. I'm doing an opening or a stage setting with aspirations, agenda, etc. I want to give a couple of apologies. One is it is just going on 8 o'clock my time. I dialed in at about 7:15, and many of you got emails from me last night. You saw that I was working, sending emails about the platforms and everything else. I had quite a long night dealing with some team breakdowns. I'm a speaker, but also an organizing team member. So I was not able to listen to the other presentation. So I don't know what I'm quite connecting to. And again, I hope it can be somewhat interactive, so you let me know. I'm also going to say the actual PowerPoint is going to be the most simple, dull PowerPoint you have probably ever seen. I have my pictures, I have my graphs, everything else. And I got caught up with some team things. And I said, there must be some AI way to quickly get a PowerPoint together. And sure enough, I discovered there's something called Beautiful AI. And I started to experiment with it, but it wasn't quite what I thought it was. And by the time I undid all the damage, I just had to keep a really simple PowerPoint. So nothing fancy, just words. I want to give some gratitude for all of you being here and for this topic, and also to Dr. Justine. It was my impetus last year in bringing the planetary considerations that made him get into a conversation with me about let's weave the whole next conference around the planetary one. So I'm glad that a lot of what I shared offline last year helped to have this conference happening. And I'd like all of us just to take a moment. You may have done this, again, I wasn't with you earlier, but just to take a moment in your own way, in whatever way works for you, to honor the earth, the elements, all the creatures of the earth, however you see in your own traditions a connection with them, with each other. And for the next 50 minutes to commit to being in the best of deep interconnectedness with each other and with the planet and with the other species with whom we share this earth. So really quickly going through the agenda, I'm going to explore the current state and possibilities regarding climate, asking you to talk about what you perceive biodiversity loss and a just transition. We'll get some reflections. I want to look at how future generations might talk to us and say, what were you doing back in those times of great turmoil, of the seasons failing, of the birds and the reptiles and the mammals dying? What were you doing? And I want to ask, what does change have to do with all this? Now, I think of the Tina Turner song, What's Love Got to Do with It? What's change got to do with all of this? Is it just a secondhand profession, or is it something that can really make a difference, a critical difference in these urgent times? And then I want to look at Boto, Hunu, Unhu, Ubuntu, Ubuntu. My heritage is of many people of Southern and Western Africa, African Americans from agrarian states in the South who migrated to the cities in the north of the US, and two Native peoples, Munsee and Cherokee. And, you know, in my Bantu speaking heritage, there are so many terms in Bantu languages for I am because we are. And I want to use something from the late, great Archbishop Desmond Tutu to extend that beyond just humanity and look at Africa leading the way. So that's the flow, that's the agenda that I have in mind. I want to ask, and this is where I want to get a little bit interactive. Climate. How many of us are directly experiencing or observing climate impacts, the impacts of climate change? And I'm going to stop sharing for just a second to be able to get some reactions. How many people are experiencing climate impacts? Either you're experiencing them where you live, where you work, where you travel, or you're observing them nearby. If you could put something in the chat or however this is being done in the room. And I heard somebody ask me to speak slower, I will. Sure, I was just trying to go quickly through the startups, but I'll speak slower. Is climate change impacting people? Anyone in the virtual space, if you could put anything into the chat. Okay, and Michael, how is it impacting Africa and Zimbabwe in particular? Drought season, okay? Other impacts people are experiencing, water cuts. And Institute of Organizational Development, the question is, are you seeing impacts of climate change for yourself or observing them around others? Power cuts. So that's a lot in Zimbabwe. Thank you, Michael. Other folks, is climate change impacting you? Floods, erosion. Okay, scale of 1 to 10, 1 being it is a non-issue, 10 being it is really bad. Can you put into the chat if you're virtual or somehow someone in the room convey to me a little bit of a poll? How bad is it? 1 is it's not bad at all. 10 is it's really bad. Florida, flooding and heat. See, 10 plus. 7. Other people. Moderators, is there any way for us to hear what's going on in the room? Okay, Patrick, 12, it's beyond 10. Joy, 8 plus. 10, climate change is big. Again, in Zimbabwe, cusp of tabling of climate change. Devastating hurricane 2 years ago. Okay, so the lowest I heard was 7. Most people are 8 to 10. Erratic rainfall pattern in Ghana, total change in weather. All right, so thank you, thank you. I could go into biodiversity loss. I will get later into a just transition, but I'm seeing more people saying 8, so it's up there. So let's look at the realities. Africa contributes only 3.8% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Yet it is widely viewed as the continent most vulnerable to climate impacts. 17 of the 20 countries most vulnerable to climate impacts are in Africa. And I just asked you all your direct experience. And so I'm going to ask you to sit with that for a second. Michael was putting into the chat the implications in Zimbabwe. We know of the flooding in Libya. We know of droughts and extreme heat. We know that over the past few decades, agricultural losses have been, I believe it's like 34% for Africa as a total. We know of deforestation. On and on the list goes. And rather than ask, I'll speak to this part and then make other parts more interactive again. When it comes to biodiversity loss, Africa is doing quite well in some ways. And I got to give a shout out to Botswana. You all are 0.98 on the red list index. One is perfect. One is like there's no extinction. You all are 0.98. 0 is everything is extinct, right? You all have one of the best scores in the world, okay? And great conservation. More than a quarter of land is conservation. So whatever you're doing, please teach the rest of the world. Because for the rest of the world, 20% of reptiles are facing extinction. A third of marine mammals will be extinct within about 200 years at the current rates. 46% of known flowering plants are facing extinction. We are going through the 4th ever recorded global coral bleaching. Most coral bleaching leads to death. And 1/4 of all marine life at some time in its life cycle finds a home in corals. So from a standpoint of climate and biodiversity loss, and also the transitions, will the transitions to environmentally sustainable and low carbon societies and economies be just? Let me ask you, and again, I'm going to ask you to put in the chat or speak in the room. Given the world as it is now, do you think those transitions will be just for the most vulnerable? I'm going to stop sharing just so that I can see what's in the chat. So do you think as we try to transition to low carbon economies and societies, environmental sustainability, that the most vulnerable will be brought along or not? Please share at your tables or share in the chat. (50-50), okay. And while others are sharing, say if you could add something in the chat about why you're saying 50-50. I'm going to ask for those of you who live and work in Africa, when you think of the most vulnerable, do you think they will be brought along as we try to transition or not? Impacts for everyone, since we're all connected, everything is systemic. Right. So I will start sharing my screen again. People are becoming more aware of biodiversity, clean energy. Excellent. And is it going to be quick enough? So we've talked about, and I'm sharing my screen now, how little carbon Africa emits. And yet 17 of the 20 most vulnerable countries to climate impacts are in Africa. We know extreme heat, droughts, agricultural losses, coastal erosion, habitat loss, et cetera, supercharged cyclones are already happening. Again, I talked about biodiversity, parts of Africa doing well, but we are in a mass extinction event. The 6th or 8th, some people count up to 21 at the most, scientists, but in the last 400 million years. We're going through one. And it's largely viewed that in Africa, because of volatile economies, high unemployment, and inequality, again, not everywhere, but in many places of the continent, these create obstacles to equitably including the most vulnerable in the transition to low carbon and environmentally sustainable economies and societies. So part of me says it looks pretty bad. And I'm going with what you all put in the chat. And again, I don't know what was said in the room. Like most people were like 8 to 10 in terms of climate change alone. They were aware that people are becoming more aware of biodiversity losses. We are in a mass extinction event. The vulnerable are perhaps becoming more vulnerable. So that's the current state. And yet, what are the assets and the possibilities? And I'm using a change or a transformation practice here, shifting to the space of possibility and vision when we've been in the deficit space, the problem space, the pain space. And we look at, Africa has so many assets. Africa can skip some of the worst of the fossil fuel madness that has driven us to the point of climate catastrophe and lean into renewables, particularly solar. Great solar irradiation, horribly underutilized, okay? Wind, okay? Hydropower. And again, in Zimbabwe, we know with Lake Kariba, but because of the extreme heat and drought, that is drying up. So nothing is certain, but there are lots of assets in terms of renewables. There are lots of assets in terms of possibilities of ecotourism. Is sustainable mining even possible? So much of the world looks at Africa for resources, often from an extractive mindset. But is sustainable mining that doesn't further destroy the earth even possible? And then there are the indigenous practices since time immemorial, which for many peoples, okay, those of us of indigenous heritage are not all the same, not even within one bioregion. But for many indigenous peoples, there are lessons about how to live with the earth as a living system in a way that doesn't destroy the planet. 80% of the world's most biodiverse regions are stewarded by indigenous people, not just because we're not extracting and burning and destroying, but because we have lived in interrelatedness and interconnectedness in a way that promotes mutual thriving. So I'm going to switch. I'm going to ask you all to get into creative space, like open up the heart space. This is a poem by a renowned poet who's actually a colleague and friend named Drew Dillinger. He's been called a national treasure here in the United States. It's called Hieroglyphic Stairway, and this is his first stanza, and it goes like this. It's 3:23 in the morning, and I'm awake because my great-great-grandchildren won't let me sleep. My great-great-grandchildren ask me in dreams, what did you do while the planet was plundered? What did you do when the earth was unraveling? Surely you did something when the seasons started failing, as the mammals, reptiles, birds were all dying. Did you fill the streets with protests when democracy was stolen? What did you do once you knew? From the chat, and perhaps from conversation in the room, we know that most people perceive 8 to 10 on climate change impacts. We know that mammals and reptiles and birds are dying. We know that the seasons have started to fail. Extreme heat, flooding, fires, on and on the list goes. I'm going to ask you to sit with that question of your children's children asking you, or future generations of whatever sort, human and non-human, asking you, what did you do during these times? I'm going to ask you to reflect And those of you in the virtual space, please take a few notes and then put your answers in the chat. Those of you in the room, if you could reflect on your own and maybe turn to a neighbor. What am I doing with my life around these issues? What am I doing with my profession around these issues? Scale 1 to 10, least to most. How optimally am I leading my life to make a difference here on these issues of climate, biodiversity loss, justice? To whom or what do I have a responsibility to do something? And what do I want to do? So I'm asking for a candid self-assessment about your profession and your life in general around these issues. How optimally are you leading your life to make a difference? 1 is least optimal, 10 is most optimal. Take a moment to share, reflect alone, share with your neighbor. And again, those of you on the virtual space, I'd ask that you put your 1 to 10, least to most in the chat. Patrick, I work with manifesting a higher purpose, which relates to social and planetary responsibility. People at all levels relate to such. Great, great. I'm going to ask if folks could actually give a number and why you gave that number. But give us a number so we get a sense of where people are. And folks in the room, are you reflecting, talking to each other? Folks in the chat, can I see some numbers? The sobering poem that needs introspection, I would put myself at an 8. Thank you, Michael. OD and co-creation are your first steps. 5, because I could do more. Institute of Organization Development. I believe that's Nancy. If I'm wrong, then let us know who you are, but I think that's Nancy. Other people. Any more responses from those virtual? 4, honestly, apart from screaming less plastics, I can do more. Joy, thank you for the honesty. I really appreciate it. And that's the kind of candor we need with each other. Thank you. Other folks. Nigeria, July 4th, 2020. Alima, okay. Below 5 on average, IT support. Thank you for that candor. Thank you for that poem, Alima. All right, so I'm hearing some people on the higher end of the sphere, 8 or so, some people around 4 or 5. I'm going to ask each of us, these are critical times. We have probably at most and possibly less than 5 years before we expend our planetary carbon debt, where we are no longer able to go to that point of no return of 1.5 degrees Celsius. And the impacts on the planet will be catastrophic. Let me stop sharing. I just lost sorry about that. And so I'm asking us to really reflect deeply, and I'm going to take us somewhere with those reflections. So let me share my screen again. Okay. Oops, I'm sorry, it's not supposed to share. That's supposed to slideshow. And please hang out in those reflections, because this is for change professionals, right? Most, if not all of us, are change professionals, or we are people who are alert to or aware of how change can make a difference. So I'm going to ask you a few questions, and I'm going to ask you to remember or write down. So much of change in the world is supposed to happen through governments, but on something like climate change, it ain't happening because governments are resisting and they're not honoring the protocols. We're having record profits for oil. We're having more emissions. Instead of heading towards 1.5 degrees, we are headed towards 2.8 or 3.0 degrees above pre-industrial limits, which is an uninhabitable Earth, but that's the trajectory we're on. So let me ask you, if you think of governments that tend to have polarization, maybe a far left and a far right, or maybe just internal conflict, and you had an assignment as a change worker, as a change agent, as a transformational wizard or sorceress, to go in and work your best change magic to get officials from a government to agree on climate policy, how would you go about doing it? And at your best, how long do you think it would take you if you could even be successful? And if you think it's not possible, given what the world looks like, I don't think it's possible, be honest about that too. So the question again is, as a change professional, or if you're not a change professional, someone who is interested in seeing the effecting of positive change, think of contentious governments around the world and think of your being on assignment to try to bring them to consensus around climate possibility. With your best approaches, do you think you could ever get them to consensus? And if so, how long do you think it would take you? Again, let's get something in the chat and in the room. How long do you think it would take you? Okay, I understand there are video stream lags in the room. I'm sorry about that, but I'm glad you're present and engaged. So people in the room, turn to your neighbor. How long, if you gave it your best, is it even possible to get a contentious government, you know, the different factions to agree? Institute of, so Nancy, our government is the worst with the current political climate. I think our best chance in Florida is water quality. Sincerely, maybe 2 lifetimes, okay? Okay. All right, other folks. Let me get some other folks. How long would it take you, giving it your best, if it were possible? I don't think so. Big money is standing in the way. Okay. All right, folks. So here's where we make a difference as change agents. Absolutely forever. Okay. A lifetime, perhaps. Okay. So listen in, because I want you to hear this. The lifetime journey. Switzerland has 23 political parties. It has 5 major parties. They are on the far left and the far right and everything in between. If you're tracking global politics and seeing the resurgence of the right and the tension between the left and the right and the center in Europe, it's quite contentious. Despite that, there's a group that I work with called Expedition Zumkopf, change makers. They do what we do. Expedition Future. They're able to get people from across the spectrum of the political parties into a room. And if they're working like climate transportation sector, for example, climate neutral transportation sector, they bring in climate experts, transportation experts, ordinary citizens. 2 days, they have been able to get them to consensus from far left to far right to everything in between on major issues. National climate issues. They've done it successfully 4 times. They've won an international award for it. My company is going to help them internationalize it. This is where we make a difference as change agents. They have perfected a process. It's not going to work everywhere, but we can look at what works elsewhere. And we need to accelerate that. We need to take it to scale with velocity because we're up against the clock with irreversible climate cataclysm, right? That's one example. Let me give you another one. Childhood malnutrition, hunger, famine is horrible for anyone. But to see a child malnourished or starving is so crippling. Now, I want you to imagine that you are on an assignment in a country you've never been to before. that has 65% childhood malnutrition rates. And you and one other person are given an assignment to turn it around. How long would it take you to begin to get traction, to begin to show like serious positive change that can maybe be scaled to the rest of the country? So I want you to reflect on that. And at the tables, please share with each other. And then in the chat, your best shot. Again, you're a change agent doing what you're doing. Serious life issue, childhood malnutrition. It's horrible for anyone, but children in particular. If you were to go about your best change practices, how long do you think it would take before you might get traction, if at all? I mean, let's look at the world. Some of us live in or near places where there's a lot of childhood malnutrition, and decades, centuries later, it persists. It seems intractable. If you gave it your best shot, how long do you think it would take? Okay, so Joy would appeal to leaving a legacy, hoping that would impact people. So that would be one change thing to try to appeal to people. And Joy, if you went that route, realistically, honestly, how long do you think it would take, if at all, before you saw traction? And anyone else? How long would it take you? 3 to 6 months, perhaps, with stakeholder mapping. Okay. Other folks. 6 months to a year. 1 or 2 more. I don't think it's solvable because we have so many agencies working on it. 3 to 7 years. Okay, I'm involved with building schools and medical facilities. So thank you all for your sharing. Again, a case study, positive deviance in the 1970s. This was the actual situation. Monique and Jerry Sternum were asked to turn it around in 6 months. If they couldn't do it in 6 months, they had to go home. And they stumbled upon something that they had studied in grad school called positive deviance. You find a child who is positively deviating from the negative norm of the majority of children being malnourished, who is not being malnourished. You find out what they're doing, and then you have other families locally live around that child to learn what they're doing so they can quickly replicate. And what a child is doing living near a stream where they might get their protein from shrimp is going to be different than what a child might be doing in a mountain where there's snow. So there's privileging the local environment. And they were able in 6 months to get, traction. And within, I think it was the first 2 years, 14 test sites had 80% plus reduction in childhood malnutrition. And the results of 60 to 65% lasted for years. What I'm pointing to is these problems that seem intractable, unsolvable to everyday people, including us, because we've often been in the trenches for years or decades, and it just seems intractable. We've got magic to bring, and we need to bring it. We've really got magic to bring that the world needs. And I'm not going to say that we're going to get it every time. I wouldn't be so naive. But this is where we need to up our ante of collaborating with each other to learn how can we turn around these seemingly intractable issues. And when it comes to biodiversity loss or mass extinction, when it comes to the climate crisis and having only 5 more years before we hit the threshold of no return with 1.5 degrees Celsius, I want to ask you to look at what you said before about like, how optimally are you leading around this? I want to request that you do more. I want to request that you do more. And there are other examples, reforestation, the Great Wangari Maatai in Kenya, the Green Belt Alliance, 51 million trees, great reforestation, women's empowerment and leadership, connecting democracy and poverty and the environment, her Nobel Prize winning you know, one person having a vision, connecting with others, making it happen. It is possible, and we need each other. Sticking with change, I started to map out like all the different change practices. There's OD, there's change management, there's emergent complex systems, there's, you know, biomimetics. I do complex systems and biomimetics, like learning from and being inspired by things that happen in natural systems and bringing those into human systems and having the interface happen. There's agile, there's coaching, there's on and on the list goes. And rather than, I did start to map them out, but then I said, you know, let me use the Cynefin model. And some of you may be familiar with this. David Snowden, the Cynefin framework, Welsh for habitats, a place of many dwellings. And for those of us who work in complex emergent systems, you know, this is a way to map out when the relationship between cause and effect is obvious, it's obvious. And we often just sense what's going on, categorize things, and respond. We just keep doing the best practice. It's pretty simple. Like, this is broken, fix it. When things are complicated, the relationship in cause and effect requires analysis or some expertise, expert knowledge, like building a rocket ship. It's rocket science, but it's not like out of the zone. The more you study it and the more you build rockets, the better you get at it. So that requires some analysis. You get to a good practice. It's never going to be a best practice because you're increasing your rockets, you're doing different things. Some of them are going to explode, but you learn from what you've done in the past. But the complex domain is like raising a child. Just because you have one child doesn't mean you're going to be good at raising the other children. Okay? Why? Because each one is unique. And because each child is a system embedded in systems over which you may have no control or which may change. The family system may change. The school system may be different between children. The healthcare system may be different. Okay? The social environment may be different. You know, all kinds of things can impact the emergence of a child. And so we probe, we sense what's going on, we respond to what emerges. One child does this, we respond in one way. One child does this, we respond in another way. Complex systems. The world had a good taste of that in COVID. Things were going on which we never could have imagined, from how people had attitudes around masking or not masking to things we couldn't have thought of, like Zoom fatigue, to places being shut down. What am I going to do? To, oh my gosh, living with these people I love creates a lot of strain. So we don't know the cause and effect relationships except in hindsight. I don't agree with how Snowden characterizes the chaotic. I won't get into that. But I want to point to the complex, because this is the domain of climate change, biodiversity loss, a just transition. We don't know what's coming down the pike. We're faced with something that planet Earth has never seen. And as far as humanity goes, yes, there have been huge changes in weather systems before, okay, in climate systems rather, but how they impact political systems, economic systems, social systems, the AMOC current, the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Current, one of the major ocean currents. Some of you may have tracked this. About a year and a half ago, scientists said, we thought for decades this would never collapse in our lifetime. We're 95% sure that it will collapse between 2025 and 2095. And one outcome is that it could turn the whole climate of Europe into the climate of Alaska. There are things that are constantly happening, cause and effect, which we can only know in hindsight. And the reason that I'm pointing to this is I'm going to ask OD to up its game. Much of OD, as I've perceived it, has operated in the best practiced and complicated domains. Not so much with complex emergent systems where it gets fuzzy, where it's not orderly, where we don't operate with the same principles as we do in these other domains. Where in fact, if we spend too much time on vision rather than just a good enough vision, because the whole context is going to change, we're going to need a new vision. We think the vision is going to stick for 6 months to a year to 5 years. We're really not operating with the right practices and tools. And so my request for more throughout everything I've been saying is to tap into what's going on the planet. And you all said you're aware of this. Many of you said you're not doing enough. Many of us are listening to the voices of our children's children, future generations of whatever sort. And we're saying, what can I do more of? How can I use my life? How can I use my profession? I'm going to ask you, how might you shift your profession to do even more? OD, how might you bump it up? I'm change agnostic. As long as it gets us to where we need to go, if it's coaching, if it's change management, if it's biomimetics, if it's complex systems, if it's OD. But I'm going to invite us all to have a broad enough repertoire, because much of OD doesn't hang out in these complex domains. It hangs out in the more linear, analytical. Yes, we're studying the science, we're studying the behavioral science, but we're often not connecting that to the ecosystems to which the planet is connected in the way that perhaps a lot of our ancestors did, because they perceived themselves as part of the earth as a living system. And that's not a linear, complicated thing. It's complex, like a child. And so I'm going to ask you, how much of your change practice can comfortably go around these different domains? Or how much is limited to one or two? And the invitation is, how might you stretch your repertoire to have facility in all of these? Because that's what's needed in these times of dramatic change. And again, COVID, for many of us, was a great sense of that. We had to change regularly with, okay, that client's no longer there. That office is shut down. That whole industry is no longer viable. New family dynamics I never would have imagined happen. Oh my gosh, what's it like not to have social interaction, and how does that affect me as an animal, my biological being and my neurological being, right? Zoom fatigue, who would have thought of that? To mask or not to mask? That is the question. So for some people, it's not a question, but for many people, they were surprised that we're even in different families, people fell out. And so I'm saying the complex things emerge. How do we adapt and respond? And much of OD is not about that. How can we stretch to make it more so? Because that's what's going to be required as the world starts to go through completely unknown domains, as systems within systems, economic, political, military, social, etc., start to do things they've never done before because of the climate and because of species going extinct. I'd like to actually stop there for a second and just ask, how did that land with people? I mean, I have some strong advocacies there around OD. So let me ask, how did that land with people? Are you like, oh yeah, no, my practice is really encompassing all those domains and I see them as useful, or no, I don't see them as useful. I'm fine with being in the simple or the complex or something else. Change practitioners, where does this land for you? Patrick, it seems OD has become more political within itself, need to develop collaborative networks amongst many different disciplines. By the way, OD practitioners are not the change agents the client is. Okay, excellent insight. Others. I love the model and can certainly address in our work. Okay. Others. The instrumental of ODs can help guide companies to do something toward environmental management and foster sustainable use of resources for future generations in every country. Make it a tradition, maybe something recurring like monthly contributions. Okay. Other thoughts on the possible limitations of OD and my challenge / invitation to stretch? OD practices can be integrated with any discipline. This is powerful, e.g. project management, management practices, leadership. Yeah, and I'm again a complex systems and a biomimetics person, and I know a little bit about OD, and that's my understanding. It can be. My perception of it, my experiences that I've run across OD practitioners is it's less in the complex and emergent space, and I think that's what's needed. OD is a mindset for me, saying, okay. All right. Let's keep going. Share my screen again. So I want to go to Bontle, and I'm going to privilege, because you're in Botswana, that particular language, that particular word for this same concept in so many Bantu languages. Unhu, unhu, Ubuntu, Ubuntu. And I remember last year when I presented something to be shared with some of the ministers who were present, I said, you know, one of Africa's greatest assets is its indigenous knowledge systems. One of the root causes of the mess we're in is treating the so-called natural world as a treasure chest to be plundered, to be extracted, rather than as a living system with which we are interrelated. And so many indigenous cultures, not all, we differ greatly. And I will say I am not a citizen of my nations of origin on my African or native side. It's been a lifelong journey of reconnecting, having been raised away from those, but being in the mix with many indigenous communities. And for many, if not most of us, I am because we are. Among native peoples, it's like all my relatives, we are all deeply interrelated. And Archbishop Emeritus Desmond Tutu, the late great Desmond Tutu, said, let us practice planetary Ubuntu. Widen and deepen the circle. Act with love all that we are. Act with love to all that we are, to our entire community, to our extended planetary being. I am because you are. We are because the planet is. It seems obvious, but parts of humanity with a lot of power to destroy don't act from that place. They act from the paradigm of the earth to be plundered, a resource to be used, to be extracted, and disposed of as we see fit. We can no longer sustain, because by July of every year, we are in ecological overshoot. As a planet, as a planetary culture, by July of every year, we have overshot the Earth's capacity to regenerate, to absorb our waste and regenerate. We are in a mass extinction event. We have overshot that planetary kinship. And we must move towards regenerating, not just sustaining, but actually regenerating. And what does it mean, this invitation or challenge from the late, great Archbishop Desmond Tutu? How are you living the I am because you are, because we are because the planet is? Are you taking care of the things that take care of us? And as change practitioners, to what degree are we presencing knowledge systems that have been in existence for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years, that much of the modern world has attempted to destroy? Actual genocides or epistemicides of the knowledge bases? And how might a reorientation and reconnection or deeper connection with these ancient knowledge systems that treat the earth and all beings as radically interconnected, how might that serve us in our change and transformation practices and in any movement towards being supporters of a shift towards a life-sustaining civilization and away from climate cataclysm, catastrophic biodiversity loss or mass extinction, and deep injustice towards marginalized peoples and communities as we transition. How might Boto, Ubuntu, Unu, Unhu, Ubuntu remind us, guide us? And let me actually stop, and we're getting towards about 8 or 9 minutes to close. I see a couple of messages in the chat. I am new to OD relatively and considering it humanistic philosophy. I'm yet fully grasp why it has not caught on like wildfire, like Dr. Justine will posit. The ODPs have to deal with the question, indeed, what are we presencing? Yeah, what are we presencing? And again, I want to say that in my experience, and some of you may have different experiences, but you know, when I'm in organizations, so much of the focus is on organizational culture and humans and the built environment and the economic and financial systems. And we tend to become oblivious, many of us and many of the change practitioners, to the larger planetary system of which we're a part. And how might that guide us in general and in particular? In my field of biomimetics, it's like there's so much juice, more in complex systems leading into biomimetics, but there's so much juice. And learning from and attuning to, not that we're separate from, but attuning to the natural systems of which we're a part, and letting the already existent patterns of solutioning work things through. And so I want to ask on this question of indigenous knowledge systems in particular, is this somewhat resonant, very resonant, not resonant, somewhat resonant, something else? It's like turning towards or reconnecting with or deepening our connection with those as sources of insight, wisdom, joy, catalytic transformation, etc., up against these huge forces of climate change and biodiversity loss and injustice that we're faced with. And again, in the room, if you could talk, and in the chat, is there any relevance to the indigenous wisdom systems? Any thoughts on that one? Absolutely. All of this as they study nature. Thank you.
I didn't really say it how I wanted to, but I just
go ahead.
I love, yeah, I'm sorry that I'm unmuted, but yeah, I really firmly believe in it. And I love what you're saying, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Lawrence.
Likewise. Thank
This
you.
is Nancy.
And I love your voice. I love hearing your voice. Thank you, Nancy. Yes. Yeah. Others. And please push back. I want this to be a safe space and a brave space for dissent. It's like, Lawrence, that's hoggly wash. Keep it in Northern California, you know? Any other thoughts, feelings, reflections on?
Doc Lawrence.
Yes, Michael, please.
Michael here. I think one area I need to push back to everyone is our human nature to be wasteful. I think that one needs a bit of discussion. Why are we so wasteful on natural resources? You know, because we're talking progressive thinking, and yet we are very, very wasteful. What are your thoughts or insights on that?
Yeah. you've really hit it on the sweet spot. And Patrick, I do see your question. I'll repeat it in just a second. So as a species, and I don't know why. I mean, there are people who have studied this. They've talked about different cultures. They've talked about different economic systems. They've talked about, shifts in paradigms as people came to see the Earth as more of a utility. There's conservation, preservation, interconnectedness. There are lots of different ways to approach it. But we know from the data, again, that as a collective species, we are extracting from the Earth and wasting. We are not regenerating. We are destroying at a phenomenal rate, And, I can say here in much of the United States, we've been conditioned to consume and to dispose. You throw things away. Where is away? You don't get to see where it goes. And now the impacts are coming back to haunt us. There is plastic everywhere on the planet and all living species in our bodies, and we don't know its impacts. Toxic babies. Babies born today have dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of more chemicals in their bodies than our grandparents had. Okay. And Nancy, we've manifested a culture of abundance to generate economic goods and profits, capitalism at its greatest. Yes, I think shareholder capitalism, which, honors the primacy of returning to the shareholder at an expense to everyone and everything else, including the planet, including workers, including human rights. Yes, and Patrick, my question was, for the pieces around Boto, Unhu Hunu, Ubuntu, I am because we are because the planet is, those ancient indigenous wisdom systems which served humanity for so long. My question is there any place for them, for deepening a connection to them or returning to them as sources of insight, wisdom, and positive momentum in trying to turn around the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, and the justice crisis? And in particular, is there a thread or threads, are there threads to be woven into our change practices? And I'm gonna really ask us to lean into that, because sometimes just presencing the Earth as a living system, we see a lot of indigenous people around the globe leading on the environmental front. I'm so proud of the Maori. They have exercised their rights of nature, and this is a global movement for those of you who know it. It's that living beings beyond just humans and ecosystems have rights. And so they have retained a sacred mountain and all of the ecosystems around her. And non-Maori law has to bend to Maori law, which has existed since time immemorial, around how to live in right relationship with all the ecosystems and beings around that area. And they're advancing something around the rights of whales. And I could go on and on. It's not just symbolic, but IMF has said that whales give services that are around $2 million per whale. And that's the only way, when you quantify it monetarily, for ships to stop going so fast that they're constantly hitting and killing whales, because they'll be fined $2 million each hit. And in that same way, I'm asking, are there ways in which we can creatively tap into these ancient wisdom traditions and weave them deeper with our change practices? And Halima, Africa has practiced vernacular architecture that connects to nature and communal bonding. They know exactly how to sustain the resources available to them. I think change managers connect back to the locals to balance modernism and history. People will change once they feel valued and a sense of belonging. Ashe, Ashe, you have really said it. And I would invite all of you to look at the Botswana Green Building Council. I think that's the name. They're one of 17 green building councils in Africa. And I spoke with Tebi, I'm forgetting her last name, but just going to, she was going to be here, but she had another commitment. She had to deliver a workshop. But you go to their website, and just looking at the buildings on their website, they feature 2 or 3. My heart, body, and mind race with joy because they're a part of nature. They look like nature. They look like I want to live in that. And so in the same way, which buildings, the built environment, which counts for like 39%, the cycle of building, building and extracting and wait, 39% of global carbon emissions, like, can we weave into the natural world, often with indigenous or other systems in our change practices without commodifying, without appropriating, but with right relationship and respect, taking the leadership from the holders of those traditions. All right, I've got a couple of minutes and I'm just going to wrap up with this. So I'm going to share my screen again and close with the following. This was about Africa leading for Africa and the world. And I really see so many possibilities, and I mentioned them earlier, but I want to talk to them again. It's like there's so many natural resources. There's solar radiation, there's wind, there's water, there's the whole blue economy, the ocean economy. There's the possibility to skip over the worst of the petrochemical industry that has like destroyed the world, okay? There's so many possibilities. How can we lean into those? How can we amplify those? And what can we do as human beings faced with these cataclysms, wanting to leave something possible for future generations and ourselves, but also as change practitioners? No one will do it for you. And as people of African descent, those of us who are people of African descent, we've seen from extraction, enslavement, the Maafa, colonialism, etc., that humanity at its worst will try to destroy. But we still can't do it alone. We have to do it, but we need allies. So who are those allies? Mapping out the stakeholders, constituents, allies, whom we're in it for and who are in it for us and everything else. And again, I mentioned the indigenous knowledge systems. I am so on fire with the possibilities of Africa leading for Africa, Africa leading for Africa and for the world. Not being the sole leader, but being a leader, leveraging its assets, its possibilities. And I'm going to close with this call to action. Please reflect. What are the insights, emotions, takeaways that moved you, if any, this last hour? What do you love that will see you through? And I was reminded by an Indigenous woman at an Indigenous forum back in April. She said, remember your love for the earth and your love for your people. And for me, it's my love for the earth and all my kin, all our relations, all the animals, plants, minerals, and my love for my peoples and my love for people who are marginalized and oppressed. That will see me through. Tap into what fuels you. And what's one commitment, whether it's just one step or one act, or whether it's 10 times more than you're doing now, will you make to be able to say to future generations that you were a good ancestor in these times, that you were an ancestor in training, taking wise action and right action to transform cataclysmic climate change, to transform catastrophic biodiversity loss, to transform the injustices that would not only leave communities behind, but push them behind for the race for the few to get wealthier. What's one commitment you'll make, whether it's one step or 10 times what you're doing now? And I ask you really to declare that to yourself or your neighbor, or if you're on the Zoom, write it down. And please name an accountability partner. Whom can you speak to say, you know what, I made a commitment that I'm going to do something more about this. And if you can weave it into your change profession, all the better. This is a request to rise up, be accountable, and let OD and other change practices harness the magic that we can bring. The group that can get consensus across 5 major parties in 2 days. A practice that can, in 6 months, get traction in a country where there was 65% childhood malnutrition. me, one of mine, it's like getting people on the gun violence, firearms and safety thing in the US, 350 of them in a room. They were across the spectrum. 98% of them wanted to stay. And the key to success was my colleague was brilliant. We designed it, but one thing, let's humanize it. In the beginning, let's have them relate to each other as humans. You turn to your neighbor and tell a story about somebody like somebody or something, an animal that you love, and just humanize it. We have people completing their sentences, crying about parents they've lost, crying about dogs, and small things like that. We did a lot of other things, but that was one huge key to success. And people who never would have otherwise talked to each other on a volatile issue in the US stop othering each other and see each other as human. We have so many tricks and practices and approaches. We need to experiment. We need to up our game. And my invitation, my request, my challenge is you rise up with this call to action, make at least one more commitment, and connect with an accountability partner within the next half hour. Call your significant other, your best friend, your child, whomever, to say, I made this commitment. Will you hold me to honoring it? We can work out what that looks like later. I'll stop sharing, and we are at time. There are a few, this compelling and impactful messages. I can talk to my team about informing participants. Punchy reflections here. Thank you for your thoughts, Lawrence. Many great thoughts to reflect on. I've committed to be part of the OLDN and champion change in the OD space. I love the introspection of what did you do. That I would answer, I contributed to the co-creation and regeneration initiative, OD and climate change. Excellent, excellent. I love it. I love it. And what can you do more? Or amplify? Thank you. And sometimes more may just be honoring boundaries and not doing more, but being in different
I love your work. Thank you so much.
ways. Thank you. Thank you for your participation and your engagement. So who is our host and convener to take us through to close? Dr. Justine, is it you? Back to you again.
Okay, thank you so much, Florence. There's so much noise, but allow me to say thank you so much for leading this beautiful session.
You're welcome.
The tone and the work that we are doing, and the work that we're doing, to be right into the conflict thing. This is really great. Very interesting comments from the online community, which really makes so much sense, and the connectedness to this topic that you have deliberated or taken us through it. I don't know if there's any comments from the virtual community, or the questions that you may have to ask in regard to what Lawrence has just said. Then we can close off the session and move on to with the day. But otherwise, thank you so much, Lawrence, for leading this conversation.
You're welcome. Thank you, Dr. Justine, for all your leadership and hosting. And I do know I went a little bit over, so I want to honor, we had a lot of engagement throughout, a lot of people commenting in the chat, through the mic. I don't know what was going on in the room, but I heard that at times it was engaged. So I want to honor the close time for all the participants.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So Dr. Justine, does the group know what the next session is? Continue tomorrow morning. Okay, this is the last one. Be well, everyone. Have a great rest of your evening or day wherever you are. And we will see you hopefully tomorrow.